Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Red Bull Campus Clutch Canada Finals. I'm Camille Salazar-Hadaway, your host for today, and we're coming to you live from the Red Bull Gaming Studio here in downtown Toronto. Now, Red Bull Campus Clutch is the biggest global Valorant tournament for university students, as last year alone, we saw 50,000 students participate. Over the course of the month, we had teams across Canada compete, and 16 qualified for the national finals. Today, we are down to the final four. Let's take a look at the teams. All right, we have the winners, Saints Green, Bake Pizza, and Laurier. A shout out to Saints Green because that's St. Clair College out in Windsor. And you know, these teams there's gonna be a lot on the line, not just their dignity, but also the fact that they could represent Canada in the World Finals in Brazil and have a chance to compete for the 20,000 euro prize. A lot is on the line. But before we get into who's representing Canada, we have to actually find out our first match. So let's head over to Seymour and Ash, our casters.
We got Saints Green versus the winners, semifinal number one. Couldn't be more excited to see finally some Canadian representatives here in Valorant for the Red Bull Campus Clutch. It's going to be a good one, Ash.
Yep. I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, when it comes down to it too, between these four teams here in the semifinals in the single elimination bracket, Saints Green is the only collegiate team, like based out of their own college. The rest of these teams, more so those puggy teams thrown together by other players from different colleges coming together here for the Red Bull Campus Clutch.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be, you know, an exciting journey to see if it's going to differentiate having those pug teams versus having, you know, a main school roster to represent, you know, a region. And I think this is going to be a great way to kind of break the ice in the tournament for today, seeing two kind of polar different teams going up against each other, not just in style, but in that same situation where you have the pug team versus the main school.
That's for sure, right? You've got also the fact that, like you said, polar opposites, when it comes down to the winners, to give them a little bit of a breakdown, you've got Whiter, Call Me Mar, Nabil, Shimmy XD, and basically Uzi. And when I was taking a look at all the teams here in the semifinals bracket, this team stood out to me as one that where individually, every single one of these players has a lot of like tier 2, tier 3 competitive experience under their belt, more so than the other teams that we see coming out. And compared to Saints Green, it's kind of that story of, okay, will that individual experience and prowess pull through towards the end, or will it be this team here that they're facing up against, Saints Green, who's been together, had that time to gel?
Well, so far, it's been a breeze for both teams because, you know, the winners back in their quarterfinal match, they played against Toronto Metropolitan University. They take a 2-0 victory in their own sense. On the opposite end, Saints Green, the same style of 2-0 win this time against TYWDDY. It's quite a mouthful of abbreviation. But, you know, both getting 2 O's respectfully, I think that really matches up to, you know, showcase that they're here for the grand finals. Now, both of them are here to try to represent Canada, and it's going to be, you know, interesting to see if they can overcome these boundaries for each other where, you know, Saints, you're trying to tackle that individual skill that's brought to the winners. The winners, can you kind of wrap your head around the strategy that you're going to see out of the synergy?
Yeah, and when it comes down to it too, we're actually not only just looking at team performance here, we're also looking at individual prowess, because Steel Series, one of our lovely sponsors, will also be selecting an MVP throughout this finals today based on their overall performance and awarding them with a full suite of Steel Series gear.
I mean, who doesn't want a full suite of Steel Series gear? That's going to be sick.
Get some upgrades.
Well, you got to watch out for those MVP players too, because I know that the winners, they got some players that could run for that, and Saints Green on this team can as well. Not only that, over in the second semifinal, which we're going to be getting, Laurier versus Big Pizza, I'm sure there's some standout players that we're going to be seeing, you know, later on down the line, and I can imagine that every single player is going to have their eyes on a full suit of Steel Series gear. But when we do get into, you know, this first best of three for the semifinals, I think it's going to be interesting to see what we get during these map pools, because Saints in their first quarterfinal matchup versus TYWDDY, they played Pearl and Ascent, and they both managed to, you know, or they managed to take both of those pretty respectively for themselves. Didn't really get to see what the winners went to for their quarterfinal matches, but if we do get that niche pick of Pearl come through in this best of 3, I'd be a little bit afraid if I was the winners, because, you know, it's something where Saints can probably thrive a lot in the strategy aspect.
Well, we're going to hop straight into map number 1. We didn't get the chance to actually go through the picks and bans, but Pearl is on the line for map 3 here in the semifinals. But the first map we're actually going to be taking to here is Haven.
And Haven, we get into the drafts for both teams. Already for Saints, we see a Raze pick on Mzuwu. Interesting to see the Raze come through on a map like Haven. Not something I'm used to seeing.
I think it's been coming out a little bit more frequently because of Fade, you know, the newest, well, until Harbor now, the newest agent in the game, right? The combinations with Fade are so deadly, and there are a lot of long points where Raze does really well in making space using those blast packs to enter in.
And you got to watch out for the chambers, too, for a map like Haven. I mean, you look at somebody to open up a map, it's going to be Scrabby and Kane on either respective side to see if they can put chamber to, you know, its full use for those opening picks on the map. I'm loving the breach plays, pretty much mirror across the board for both teams, which should lead up to an interesting Haven. Nothing too surprising when you're really looking into it. I think this is going to be a great way to start off our series.
Really looking forward to it here. Saints green on the defense and the winners on attack here for our first matchup of the day. But as we get ready to load into game as well, so you guys know what to anticipate going out next, map number 2 will be Bind, and map number 3, that coveted Pearl pick that you were talking about.
I hope we get all the way down to line. I love Pearl. You know, a lot of people, you know, they have a controversial thought towards Pearl. Like most don't like it, some do like it. I love Pearl. I hope we get to that map 3.
I mean, it's fun. It's dangerous because not a lot of teams have competitive experience on it yet. It's one thing to try things out in a scrim, but actually putting it into practice in an official event is a totally another story.
Yeah, well, when we get into this first match of the day, we're going to have to see if we get to that map 3 later on down the line. We're looking at the Canada National Finals semifinal number 1 here for the Red Bull Campus Clutch here in the Red Bull Gaming Studio. Saints Green versus the winners. Let's get into this first round pistol. A couple Ghost, Classic, Frenzy on cue. Pretty run-of-the-mill for a map like Haven. This is going to be a big pickup to see who can open this one up, especially, you know, if you can start on defensive side, find that first round. It'd be a great start for the Saints.
It's interesting, too, because pistol rounds can always get really scrappy, right? But a really quick default opening to start up. Looking at all this garage control already being taken here by the side of the winners.
We got the paint shell into window. Nobody home for St. Clair's. Just fishing for a little bit of map control for the winners as they peel off. You see the spike heading over to A. Some big contact here from Mzuwu. The Ghost to Kane won't hit that first mark, but they spot the Raze. They know they're there. And it looks like they want to execute paint camp, but Kane doesn't care. He's going to run right through. You get Jello at least for one if you're Saints, but still the winners, they break on through.
Quick plants here for Kane as well, and Q's already looking for the re-entry in. This Paranoia doesn't catch anybody out, but it doesn't matter. Q is on the rise here, now in a 2v2 situation.
Oh, look at the flank coming through from wider. Manages to sneak around. 1v2 for Scrappy, stuck in the middle of both of them. Brings it to 1v1, but can't find the second one for the round. The winners, they get onto site, they get the spike down, and walking away with one player. You know, at least it's a round 1 win.
That was a really interesting pistol. You saw really early aggression coming out from the winners there in Garage, right? A lot of presence being shown with the Prowler, with the paint shell that went out, and it seems like in the retake situation, Saints Green kind of forgot about that presence. They forgot about the Raze who was lurking over towards mid, and that lurk was the really big difference maker here for the winners to win out that pistol.
And that brings us into round number 2. Look at this pickup from the winners. You know, I think this is something we're going to be seeing from a team like this throughout the course of this, you know, Canada National Finals. You see both a Vandal and a Phantom picked up in round 2, and Nabel's going to pull a Vandal as well. If this is the case, you know, already for the second round, you can see that winners, they want to start off on a heavy, strong foot.
Yeah, that's really interesting. 3 rifles right off the bat is such a dangerous investment as well, because if somehow some sort of upset can be pulled through here by Saints Green, that's like potentially 3 full guns into their hands, a lot of economy saved. But then on the flip side, as long as the winners can actually maintain those guns in hand, at least have 3 players alive to carry on into the 3rd round of this matchup, that also gives a lot of contesting power on the rifling round of Saints Green.
You never see the best of both worlds when they're, running through this. And we apologize for the little bit of a delay. It's a tech pause coming through from Saints Green. So as we wait to get into the 2nd round, we can just kind of poke and prod at what we're seeing so far. And you talk about that if Saints Green, if they do shut that down, then they get those rifles. It won't be so easy, because it didn't seem like Saints really wanted to, upgrade into that round, because, you on the defensive side, you only find, the 4 picks. You don't get the defuse, so you're not getting the extra cash to really upgrade to that buy. So you're really kind of banking on playing those close angles, see if you can, get some one-and-dones with those pistols as well to pick up those rifles. It's going to be tough for the Saints, but I like that we're seeing the winners really opt out for that. It really kind of showcases what kind of a style we're getting from them.
Plus, when you also have the fact that both teams are running a chamber, right? So it's not as punishable in a sense. You have an eco ultimate to rely on as well if something does go awry in this next 2nd round. But I think a big thing here for Saints Green is they'll have to now keep that in mind. They have a lurking duelist on the side of the winners, and that's something that can really put a chip on your shoulder. And I mean, if that happens again, that's a lesson to be learned.
It will be, for sure. But, while you're waiting to get, while we're waiting to get into the 2nd round and get back into Haven, don't forget, I mean, we're here in the Red Bull Gaming studio, and soon enough, we're going to have a live crowd here as well. And if you're, just waiting to come on by, there's plenty of things to do here. I mean, it's looking great. I always love coming down to the Red Bull Gaming studio because, I mean, it's just an awesome vibe being around here.
It's nice. It's nice and intimate too at the studio, right? A lot of like LAN centers and stuff like that. A lot of people end up being like spread out and whatnot. But here, you have the chance to really talk to people. You get the chance to, try out the setups that we have here being provided by AOC as well. But we've already got a few people filing in, and I heard that there are about 100-ish people looking to come down today.
Good number.
Looking forward to seeing the crowd.
Of course. I mean, if you are just, funneling in too, you've only missed 1 round, so it's not like a lot of action has gone by. People are really, catching the start of what could be an amazing, national final here in Canada for the Red Bull Campus Clutch, which I'm excited to, go through. This, crown a representative is going to be something amazing. We got, 4 different teams of collegiate players, and 2 of them looking to actually be, school teams to watch out for. And I think that's going to be interesting to see, what's going to represent Canada. Are we going to get those individual pug teams to represent Canada? Or are we going to get actual school to, go across to Brazil and, represent the nation on the global stage?
I think that also puts a lot of weight on Saints Green's backs too, right? Like they're the only one out of the 4 teams that we're going to be seeing here today actually representing their college. So that's also really putting Saints Green on the map as well. I know they have like great esports programs and whatnot. You would know. So
I would. No bias here. I did go to St. Clair, when I was in college. But, I'm glad to see the program actually, making waves and, building such a great program underneath them too. I mean, you look at this team and, when we're comparing the two, where you have the individual style from the winners and the team style from Saints, it's not just the team that you bring together for the Saints, it's the program that they have backing them. It's the coaching staff that they have with them too. And I know vibes are going to be high over at St. Clair. So, it's going to take a lot from the winners to really shut them down. And if the winners can, start off with this, heavy buy for them with the rifles and really close down on these Saints players, I think it could be the start of a snowball for this team. I think if the winners are going to take them down, they're going to have to really lay their foot down early.
But I think having that esports space that they get to play in at the college too is a difference maker as well, right? You've got Saints Green potentially boot camping right now with their team playing in person. And like you said, vibes immaculate, right?
Oh, yeah.
So that's a really big difference maker is the energy of the team can make a really huge difference for performance within these matches. And the winners, they'll be like most likely spread apart, playing from home and whatnot because they aren't attending the same school.
Yeah, for the winners, I mean, you have players from Edmonton, players from British Columbia, Calgary, too. So a lot of West Coast representatives there from multiple different areas. And it's so much different, you know, between games when you have your teammate right beside you, you can fist bump, compared to when, you know, the game ends and you just kind of step away from your setup and you're in your own room or you're in your own house. So I think that's definitely something that we're going to be watching out for the Saints. You know, the way they adapt throughout this best of 3, I think, is going to be very vastly different from the way that the winners adapt because of, you know, having everybody inside that same space. So will we get, you know, ready for the second round? Will we wait to get the, you know, these players back in and the, you know, the pause all done? It's already, you know, a situation where the Saints are probably looking to make those adaptations while they wait.
And with Haven being our first map as well, this is winner's pick. So this is something that we're looking for winners to take this map. But if Saints can come through with some sort of upset, that leaves them with a lot more comfort going into their map pick for map number 2.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to see for this one. I think that, you know, it's going to be a test, too, because for both of these teams, you still have to go into the grand finals. You still have to play Big Pizza or Laurier University, 2 very strong teams in their own sense for their own side of the bracket. And, you know, inside of that second semifinal, I think Big Pizza was the only team to actually go map 3 in the quarterfinals for this bracket. So when you look at that one, I think it already goes to show you that, you know, Big Pizza, they're able to, you know, go through all 3 maps. They're the only team that's really showed that they have the longevity of a play style to do that. Laurier, if they can really lay down, shut down Big Pizza in that second semifinal, I think they're going to be dangerous to look at how they handle their half of the bracket. But between Saints and the winners, you're just looking to make it look clean here in your semifinal because the day, it's going to be a long one. There's a lot of Valorant to play.
And we're already heading back into round number 2 now. A much slower start here on the eco, or anti-eco of the winners. Just waiting to see if Saints Green will come out with any sort of aggression. And they know that 4-tapping is already, you know, creeped his way into short here.
First blood through from the winners. Already putting the rifles to use. You know, that's what you want out of the Vandal.
Slowing things down a little bit. We actually see the investment of the Marshall here from Q. Could be a difference maker, but also dangerous in this one and done angle.
I mean, it could be dangerous in this position. Okay. Exactly that reason. You're just funneling down in one straight line. If you get a second one, that's even better for Q. There it is. Spike down. Whiter goes down. You think that nobody else should peek, but you have to recover that spike now, so they're going to invest a smoke and... anything more. Just a body shot into Nabil.
So little health now here for 2 of the players on the winners. You've got Mar on the other side of the map, creeping his way through.
And the Omen in sewer. Shorty in hand for 4-tapping. Are they going to check this angle? They don't, because both are half health. That Shorty is lethal. It paves through both players. Spike is down. Mar1 going to have to go recover that with the Spectre stunned up there, and 4-tapping with the recovered Vandal. That's going to be a 3K from the Omen.
I want to say, though, that was also all set up by the Chamber on the side of St. Clair's, right? You had, I believe that was Scrubby, who had like shown presence there towards a short. No one saw 4-tapping. You know, they heard the TP probably, but assumed that 4-tapping would have like gotten out or whatnot after that pick, but just stayed steady.
There we go. Into round number 3. Now that Saints have shut that down, this is what you were talking about when you were looking at these rifle buys, that if the winners did lose the round, now you just hand them over to St. Clair College. We can see if they can continue with this already strong setup. Jello's going to find the first one. A little crossfire here from the Rays alongside the fade. Shimmy with the stinger managed to pull one back, so rifle does go down, and Kane a chance to double on this opportunity. Not going to hit the shot with the headhunter. We stay at a 4-4 setup.
This bonus is definitely tough here for the winners. Shimmy will be sought out by the Prowlers, some presence shown, but C-site completely free for the taking. Kane pushing up towards Garage, already looking towards CT here to get an early pick on the rotate, but I don't know if they know one's already lurking here in Garage window.
Now, basically for free. Kane did a good job of getting this information. Look at that fault line lineup with the Headhunter. Kane just has a tap away on the Q. Now life advantage over to the winners here in round number 3 as they're looking to go back and forth throughout the start. Pont on the inside will give a little bit of information that at least one player is going to be close to the site. 4 tappings going to equalize. Now Jebel to double down. The retake from St. Clair as clean as you can ask for.
Okay. This is kind of how we expected round number 3 to go, right? You know, losing out the bonus or the buy up there in round number 2 for the winners, not having a very strong bonus, well, no bonus at all really, it was an eco for them, right? So on the side of Stains Green, that's that money that we're looking at, right? So much already being saved up, and actually, yeah, op in hands here for Scrubby coming out in round 4, looking to lock things down on what looks to be grass. Might rotate over towards A, could be eating my words, but this next round is an important one for the winners to win, or else they'll be pushed onto another eco.
That op's not going to have any effect just yet. You do get that lineup from the Rays and the Fade yet again. Mzu going to be stuck here for a moment. A lot of utility going to be burned from the winners just to move these players from this angle in Garage, and it works out too. The winners, they push back a little bit. They find 3 kills to go alongside it. That op on the other end of Haven. Going to have to rotate now for St. Clair College just to get to a spot to try this, but the winners, they are flawless in round number 4. As soon as we go toe-to-toe with these rifles, they look so clean.
And already Scrubby being forced to save that op, right? In a 1v5 situation, the money might be good here on the side of St. Green's varsity team, but you don't want to get that free op in hand, right? You don't want to hand that over towards Kane to potentially use it on the attacking side. And look at the winners. The winners are chasing right now. They're chasing down St. Clair's. They're trying to find Scrubby, trying to get that op in hand, and the hop down here for Shimmy might just get it, but the Headhunter comes out on top.
Yeah, but can you hold on to this op? It's going to be so crucial. They don't know he has this rifle, but soon enough they're going to know. He takes the shot. Headhunter is going to find another one there, but I don't think the winners are going to be any worried at all. A lot of damage going to be taken there from the winners, but you pick up that op now. You're going to be able to hand it over to what looks like their Omen for this round. And if you're Saints, you just gave over quite a nice rifle. A lot of those rifles are in fact the winners' rifles too that they gave up back in round 2.
Yeah, that's the thing. The risk of trying to push the op in that situation led to whittling down the winners to, 2 players left at the end of the round, right? That was a big, risky decision that they made because they would have had much better economy going into this next one. Nice fault line paired with the paint shells to do some chip damage out. And first blood here into the hands of Shimmy XD.
Saints have been on the receiving end of these first bloods too many times already in the early game. And you can see a lot of ultimate's going to be invested here. The Nightfall's going to allow a way in for the winners to just continue this snowball effect that has started since the rifles have been given back to this team. The smokes are going to block off for the plants.
Rolling Thunder online.
There's not really a way back in here if you're Saints. You have the Rolling Thunder if you're the winners. I mean, you're going to need something big here from 4 tapping. And Whiter just somehow spots him out there.
Hey.
Jello's got to run.
Jello does have to run. Preserve that gun into the next round. It looks like we're going to see the winners having the lead here once again, playing for those exit frags, but you can see that the winners they're not looking to hunt down as much. They're punished for it last time, not looking for it to happen a second.
I mean, the economy's not the best after that last round, so you kind of have to respect it. It looks like Nabil will get a little bit of a freebie there from Jello, looking the complete opposite way. And that's 2 rounds in a row now for the winners. Since they got these rifles, they look untouchable. I think St. Clair, the one thing that we wanted to see out of them was a lot of synergy, a lot of team coordination, and it seems like they're trying to fight fire with fire, and it's just blowing up in their face.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, when we've seen fast tempo in the early round to come out from the winners, they're very explosive with the Rays, right? Taking a lot of space, always good for the first blood in hand as well, and that sets the tone here because Haven's such an attacker-sided map.
Yeah, got the tour de force from Scrappy, spots out too, has to TP out of there before anything bad happens to that ultimate. Now gonna back up onto C. A lot gonna be poured out here. Showstopper from the winners, looking to take this tour de force off the map, and you will. Whiter's gonna catch Scrappy out in the open.
Again, always good for the first blood on the side here of the winners thus far, and a quick flank to come through. Actually managed to smoke off the chamber trip, so they don't know it's impending, but Shimmy has an itch on his back.
Oh, he does. And the itch is going to be answered. Forward tapping Jello, fall Mzuu to the hands of Kane. He was a marshal in hand, and we got to see him put this gun to use back in that second round. Only good for 1 this time, as it's another 4 standing for the winners to now find 3 on the bounce.
Seemed like they were struggling a little bit after losing it that buy-up round in round 2, but have finally found the footing again here for the winners. Seem to be a very momentum-based team thus far, but it's still early on in the matchup. We're still just only in the first quarter of this game, at the very least, if it does go the distance. But taking a look at the economy now here for Saints Green. That was an eco round. Both teams just on the cusp of being pushed into that ping pong economy until we see, you know, the winners with a couple last rounds in their pocket.
I mean, we've seen St. Clair with rifles and hand before, and it just doesn't work for them. Is there anything, you know, that you're seeing out of the winners that's really not allowing Saints to get anything rolling?
I think at the beginning here, we've seen Saints just trying to hold the fort down, right? The Rolling Thunder to come out denies the plants here. The quick plan, they're looking towards the B side, pushing the winners now back over towards green. But look at the way that Saints Green are so fast to rotate over. They left C and A completely free, but tempo shifted after the Breach ultimate has come out. The winners looking to see if Saints Green is looking for any aggression here on their buy-up round.
That's just a great usage of an ult to just block off B, just deny that space, deny that plant. Now Mzuu gonna be getting aggressive here with Jello. This raise fade again, gonna be working together. The haunt on the inside, Mzuu just gonna stick to their gun here. They're on the side, they're both there. That's spiked down, Mzuu gonna connect with both. And that's gonna now throw the winners a little bit to the wayside. Forward tapping, gonna get the better of Whiter there. Kane with the headhunter in hand. At least able to find forward tapping with that operator, but Saints, what a way to answer those 3 rounds that they lost.
What I will say Saints Green does really well is the baiting in A short. That's what's really paid off for them. You know, in that second round on the board, when they took the buyout of the hands of winners, it was kind of a similar iteration. Different players, because it was the Omen and the Chamber there on the side of St. Clair's. But when it came down to it, it was always one player showing that presence towards A short, the other one tucking in close, looking for a cheeky kill.
Now we move into the next, and with those rounds that the winners were able to find, they're still pretty healthy in the economy. Tour force from Kane. Misses the mark for that first shot. Now it's gonna give away that chamber lurking over towards A. A lot of control from Saints, aggressive towards A long. You look at Mzuu and Jello again forcing that aggression, but not denying or not giving up the C side either. Q's gonna have a big job in this corner. Shimmy, good opening shots, not gonna find the kill. It's gonna be Whiter there to trade, and not really anything gained there from the winners.
Aggression coming out here from Saints on the defensive side as well. You've got Mzuu pushed up all the way towards A long. The first iteration of that we've seen, usually you see them tucking close in towards short, so an off angle being held here by Mzuu might just take Mar down.
Are they going to check this one? Mar, slow peek around, and Mzuu can't hit the shot. So there's your trade, there's your answer if you're the winners now with life advantage, pushing fast into A. Forward tapping is going to be the only one here. Another off angle going to be held aggressive by the Saints. It's been so hit or miss in this situation that Boom is going to give it away.
Wait,
no
what?
way! Hot on the heels of forward tapping, almost doing the damage that you need. Oh, smoke. Is there going to be a gap there? No, that smoke enough to block off this chamber ult, but still forward tapping is alone. Saints have not rotated just yet.
Okay, well, Rolling Thunder out now. Finally will be expended. Only going to catch one member off guard there with 10 seconds left on the clock. St. Clair's College probably looking at another save round to come through. Yeah, they're just going to back off. You can see the conditioning's also been done by the lurks that come out from the winners as well. Jello kind of anticipating some sort of mid-late lurk.
And for a pug-style team like the winners, you got to tip it to them. I mean, the absolute patience that we see in that round to burn the clock all the way down to 10 seconds before they try to take A really leaves Saints guessing. They didn't know if they wanted to back up for tapping over towards A, leave B and C a little bit opening, and it kind of goes to bite them. So the winners just doing a great job at stalling out these rounds and denying information towards Saints.
It's interesting because we've seen adaptations already coming through from both sides. You know, starting to now going into the later in the first half of the game, having a better understanding of the play styles of each other, right? But I think with St. Clair's, what they've struggled the most with is just holding down the sites. You know, I like to see them playing a little bit more of that retake game, which we have seen previously, but their stalls just don't seem quite enough when the winners are looking to be explosive.
No, now I think Saints, they really need to figure out a way around this, because you start to see the winners toying with them, not just in, you know, the opening picks, but in the late rounds too. They're really showing their flexibility as a team. And St. Clair, they've sort of been a little bit one-dimensional in these thoughts, you know, trying to work off this fade raise for a pick, trying to, you know, hold on to these sites on solo missions. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a pickup from, you know, maybe even this chamber.
I think what's interesting is, you know, the Raze and Fade always playing together there on the side of St. Clair's. Scrubby now holding things down with the op. Will have first blood in hand. A quick rendezvous out as well to safety here.
Oh, the TP is going to be red from four tapping, so Saints really holding their own in the inside.
Okay,
Shimmy, though, looking to dig the winners out of this hole that they find themselves in. Bill going to be able to deny that. Prowler still won't be able to stop them, but Shimmy on a solo mission trying to get the ace. Gonna not be able to get that last one, but a lot of damage there just from the fade alone. Shimmy making quite a name for that MVP spot.
Jello whittled down to 30 HP to their name. So much work done by Shimmy, but it wasn't enough. Nobody on the side of the winners able to back him up. And at the very least, the winners do still have the advantage by 1 round here, but St. Clair's College varsity team that is hot on their heels, but with these rounds being so close as well, the fact that the winners are always consistent in taking down quite a few of their members leaves them with little money to work with.
Well, Scrubby's gonna get ran down. Four tapping's gonna get caught with the TP. Free as ever for Mar. That's the site. I mean, you expect the spokes to come through, aggressive smoke towards CT, and spike down. Where do you find your way back? Well, that's a good start. If you're MZU, you're going to find a Paint Clan right onto the doorstep of Shimmy. Look at the aggressive angle here from Mar.
There.
If MZU is not careful about this, this could be a dangerous...
Oh, the tuck. The Prowler just passes by.
With a Nightfall. Showstopper, the corner. Wow, what a 360 showstopper. Why fakey to get in there if you're MZU. Won't manage to pull Saints back into this round, but at least able to make it a little bit surprising.
Man, I was really worried for MZU for a moment, but a quick flick does secure it. Regardless, though, an eco round to come through here for St. Clair's College. Still, Stinger on hands here for MZU. We've also got the From the Shadows available here on the side of St. Clair's College, but I mean, that being, I would largely say the weakest ultimate out of the entire kits for both of these rosters.
Look at the past couple rounds between these two teams, Ash. You get the back and forth, you know, round wins, but St. Clair, I mean, their round wins haven't been as clean as the winners' round wins, so this is why we see them on a little bit of a force buy.
Yeah.
He was going to be kind of the open. Prowler actually going to hit. It's Mark. Shimmy's going to double down on that. Paint cans, they are throwing everything in the kitchen sink through the window right onto Q's doorstep. And that's C. Picked up.
A lot of investment, though, just for one player, right? So that doesn't leave as much to work with in a post-plant situation here for the winners, but it doesn't matter. Shimmy's already going up into CT.
It doesn't seem like St. Clair really ready for the aggression that Shimmy's looking to bring, is moving with the momentum from that almost ace in the past. Zimzu gonna get the trade onto 1, but with these rifles, just picking away at Saints left, right, and center. Now that's 7 rounds picked up for the winners on attack.
At the very least, St. Clair's varsity team did well to stagger their money situation to ensure that they had essentially a full buy going into this last round before we swap sides. But it's going to be tough because, again, here, for St. Clair's College team, no really big ultimates to glean from. for any kind of win condition. Meanwhile, on the side of the winners, you've got both the Showstopper and the Nightfall online there, and I really like that as a potential combination as well, because the Rays can just follow up with those trails and secure a kill, knowing exactly where a defensive player is hiding.
Nightfall going to be burned early. Q again looking to be hunt down. Showstopper from Whiter.
Oh,
But
shut down!
Beautiful blind there from Q, and Whiter can't see anything as soon as you get into the site. It's just a blindsided breach. There's all a little bit of a ruse as the spike is heading over towards A. Scrubby should be able to get a little bit of a whiff of this soon, and yeah, it's a cane rifle.
That's the thing too here. The winners haven't faked in the attacking side quite yet. You know, they've defaulted, they've rotated off, but that was a full committed fake towards the C side. The first one to come through. Really nice Rolling Thunder to stall out the push back in here from St. Killers.
Look at all these crossfires going to be set up here from Saint. Smart doesn't care whatever. He's going to run it right down and connects with 3 headshots. Number 8 for the winners to finish this half, and I mean, you couldn't ask for a better finish to that one. It just seems like the winners at some point, they just kind of stopped respecting the space that St. Clair had, and you could see that individual skill really be showcased.
Damn, okay. We saw really nice conditioning coming out from the winners, using that to their advantage for that last round fake as well. And I mean, St. Clair's College, they switched things up a lot on the defensive side. You had players rotating positions towards the left side of the map, the right side of the map, but now being on the attacking side here on the winner's map pick. We'll see if they'll use more so of that same conditioning, or if they more so have a strat book that they like to fall into.
Immediately they're able to back up Kane with that flash. It's good information though for the winners to work with. That Saints working for this B-side control. 2 lurkers for the winners just on the outside. The flash on in. Kane opens it up. It's back and forth, but Jello finally splits the difference. Kane's still lurking on the inside. Blind is back.
Oh, what?
And
Okay.
somehow manages to hit the head of 4 tapping. So able to resurface for the winners. Now Scrubby in a 1v1, and Mars able to trade things out. So a lot of back and forth like we've seen in the past in the pistol round that started off Haven. And it's got the same outcome too. It's winners standing tall.
Scrappy pistol round to kick things off, and the winners going for the rifles in hand. Not as cheeky as that first buy-up round in the first half of this matchup. Only going to see 1 rifle on board this time around, playing it safe with the Spectres. They don't quite have the same amount of money going into this one. On the defender side, Marshall looking to do a lot of work as well. Look how open they're leaving things here towards mid, really playing for the extremities on the side of the winners.
Scrubby could have found the head there of Shimmy, just barely missing its mark. And it doesn't surprise me that we don't see the, the Vandals and the Phantoms picked up for, for the winners on the defensive side. You can put these Spectres to good use on defense, holding these close angles. So not really surprised to see if they could save a little bit of cash, as they weren't able to salvage those rifles back in the first half.
Yeah, you just have Whiter's just like melee out right now, watching like a sliver end of an angle to see if someone's crossing over towards short, now repositioning.
Just holding the knife, like, you better not come down here. I got a big sword. You don't want to match up against Whiter right now. And we'll end up feeding the information to the rest of the teams. The rotation will be here. 3 players of the winners looking to stand tall. Scrubby with the TP, able to get a little bit of a one and done, in and out, and pretty clean for Saints to try to keep the snowball going at A. But they immediately come to a halt, so they're not giving up too much information over to the winners, and who have actually not really fallen for this bait.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a cut noise and re-hit kind of situation. Now, 20 seconds left, nowhere to go here but the A side.
Bill on first contact, you're going to need something good out of your breach, and they work together hand in hand. It's 3 across the board for the winners. Still Saints walking on through. They're going to get the spike down, 2 versus 2. With the post plant, they won't be able to get out in time. It looks like Q and 4-tapping just want to hold hands on site, work together to find their way through this round. But Saints, again, looking to deny a second one at the start of this half. 4-tapping snapped in a corner. Mars been able to read these ones. Fault line doesn't hit its mark, but even still, Q might be doing a good job at denying. 4-tapping in the corner does not. Mar again reads him like a book to get the team back in.
That was a really nice paranoia to zone out the player there towards Hell, just annihilating any opportunity of St. Clair's varsity team to have that double swing come through, have that crossfire come to fruition and win out the round. And now we're seeing double digits here for the winners.
That's something we didn't get to see in the first half because Saints immediately shut down that opening round that the winners found. This time around, you get a bonus round for the winners. They find double digits first, and they have such a big lead. This is kind of cruise control right now for the winners. They just need to kind of take the rounds as they are and make sure they manage this economy because, I mean, if I've seen anything for the winners, their confidence should be able to take this Haven.
And if St. Clair's can't secure their anti-eco here, that kind of sets the tone for the rest of the match.
It really does. You got 2 marshals for the winners through the smoke, and Zulu connects with Mar, but I love the aggression coming through from the winners, immediately trading that one out. The Prowler in the corner is 4-tapping, going to be able to keep the front foot forward for Saints Green. A little bit of a Hail Mary paint shell. We stay 3-2 here. Oh, look at this. 4-tapping's just juggling this rifle, making sure
no guns for you.
Yeah, no guns for the winners. Because you see Kane working a flank, trying to pick up this rifle. 4-tapping has to be careful because the quick rotation from Kane actually catches 4-tapping off guard.
Look at this pinch here too. Even if the winners don't secure this next round, they're going to be doing so much damage to the money of St. Clair's. They're playing for exit frags thus far. You see Kane pushing up towards A. Might just be a full-on retake situation as Kane looks to make space.
Pretty dry right now. Nabil with a classic Jello. The first, Kane for the trade in the corner though. It's pretty clean trades for Saints to pick up this round. The only thing is, you don't want clean trades if you're Saints. I mean, you said it yourself. You're hoping for a very clean anti-eco, and that wasn't it.
No. Still, with the round win, though, going to be able to afford that full buy across the board. And both teams here in the danger of an eco round to come through. Win condition on the side of Saints will be that Nightfall.
You know, you can talk about, only buying light armor for 3 of the players for Saints, but they got Vandals anyway, so it's that light armor should be enough for them as the head not going to worry too much. So the one tap of the Vandal will shred that anyways. Shimmy and Whiter, again, the Fade and the Raze duo trying to work for a first pick. Not going to work this time, and now backing their way up. Nightfall going to be called in from the winners, or from Saints. A lot of utility going to be burned, and an answer from the Nightfall back to see if they can push them a little bit away from the site. Still 4-tapping going to open up with first blood there. Nabil going to fall, not having the breach, no flash inside. 4 winners to pull this one back, but Kane with a beautiful shot there onto them. Zulu, Whiter to back him up. It's 3 down for the Saints. Spike going to be planted here, but you're going to need something big. Fall damage onto Kane as the Chamber's going to die to natural causes, and that's going to leave Mar a little bit of alone. We've seen him clutch these time and time again. The 1v2, but this time 4-tapping Q playing together off of the trade. 4-tapping a little bit too aggressive. It might have costed them, and it does. Mar, I don't know how he does it, but he always finds the clutch.
Man, when it comes down to it, I like the adaptation that we saw coming out from St. Clair's. They weren't playing Graffiti and Hell Crossfire again, knowing the paranoia was going to come through to cut off one of those angles, instead playing a bit of a different one. But going for really early peaks when you're in a 2v1 situation, you just got to buy time. Yeah,
you just got to play together, off of that as well. And I don't think, Saints have really been showcasing that synergy that we were talking about for them at the start to what we would expect from a team, playing together in the same arena, side by side with each other. And I think the winners with a couple of these clutches, it's heartbreaking for Saints to go up against that constantly. And now 1 round away from putting yourself on map point if you're the winners. 11-5. This is a really good standing to be in. Saints again on a little bit of a force buy here. Frenzy in the hand of Mzuo leading the charge on in. Fault line is the back, won't hit its mark, and it's allowing Mar to just pick away still. The fight back from the Saints. Look at that! The Sheriffs, the Headhunters, they're all hitting the headshots. Kane, 2 to force now. Vandal trying to recover this round. Scrubby and Jello very, very damaged, let me add. So, I mean, this is doable yet again for a clutch 1v2. The Chamber trying to recover this round, give the team map point. Jello's gonna get aggressive with a stinger, and I love that play. Runs it down.
Hey, it's my favorite gun for a reason, But when it comes down to it, really well done to be able to secure that thrifty round there for St. Clair's. But I do want to touch back at the fact that I feel like what's been working out really well in the favor of the winners is whether on the attacking side or the defender side for them, they've been really good at catching St. Clair's players off guard and out of position. And I think that comes down to that individual prowess that we've talked about, having a lot more competitive experience under the individuals of the winners is really shining above St. Clair's right now.
And you see rounds like that where St. Clair work together to just break through a site. It's complete differences throughout the St. Clair varsity team. And into the next one, Kane with the headlander again finds it first all the way up top. Scrubby will get the read, so we stay even on this execute over towards A. Already a flank coming through too.
Nice open hit, but denied by the utility. And in a tough spot to recover, you've got the Rolling Thunder coming out as well. No one's home on site here for the attackers though.
That could be dangerous, and 4-tapping didn't turn around. Now Nabil looking to hold the door for the A site. Won't work this time for the winners. I mean, they found lots of clutches, but this time Saints, they stay alive with 2.
I'm surprised we didn't see the Rolling Thunder being saved by the winners for another like spike tap. You know, you have that expended, it's your thrifty round going into it. That means now you're not going to have the ultimate to carry over into the rifling round, which will make the retakes a little bit more difficult here for the winners. And on the side of St. Clair's varsity team, you've got a Rolling Thunder, you've got a Showstopper. We know what magic can happen from those two.
And let me say, we've seen a lot of magic already today in game 1. It's only a best of 3, but I mean, it's things like that. Shimmy just not respecting those opening plays from Saints. It just swings wide and finds a 1-tap.
Really nicely played here by the winners, falling off the site, knowing the Rolling Thunder is impending. And a safe plant to come through here for Jello as well. A lot of util to try and deny. It'll be a retake game here, 4v4.
Aggressive play again from Saints on the corner. Kane with a swing, but it's Jello this time to get the better. Gonna throw down already that pull just to see if he can hold it, and he will. Whiter's gonna drop to now winners. Only down to 2 players for this retake. Shimmy's gonna recover at least a kill for Mar to try to force into it, but the fault line gonna keep him away, and Q's gonna put the nail in the coffin for that round. Number 8 picked up as Saints as we're starting to see a little bit of rhythm start to show for Saints.
The momentum's building on their side, right? Now it's the winners being put into that tough economy position, having to go with the eco, just gonna be pistols on line. And unfortunately for them as well, Kane nowhere near that tool de force for this next round either. What would be interesting would be to see maybe some investment trying to go into Whiter, trying to get that Showstopper online for the next rifling round a little bit closer with the alt orbs. But a mid default to come through here from St. Green to kick things off.
Omar!
Spike down.
The round just started. He's already found 2 with the Sheriff. I mean, the individual skills from winners, again, it's mind-blowing to see.
Okay,
I have the spike.
rotations pulled, leaning towards the C side. Seems like the winners have this feeling that St. Clair's College favors the extremity if going for that mid control, but instead looking towards this quick plant towards B, Showstopper online.
Showstopper not even needed to take down Q, still going to be invested onto that fade. The plan can be all the way over to A-Link, but
oh, headhunt.
Saint's going to be aware of Whiter going to be back here at the Boomba. But Nabil just making sure that you're catching these Saints players from behind, and it's an excellent distraction from your Rays to allow the rest of the team to just kind of run them over.
And I want to touch back on what happened in the earlier round, right? You talked about the fact that we had the first 2 picks to come out of the hands of the winners in this thrifty round for them. The Sheriff picks really set that tone for the remainder of the round and allowed the winners to continue to scale off of that. And now, off the back of a thrifty, we are seeing match point here for the winners. They must be feeling damn good.
You gotta think, I mean, the amount of times we've seen this team clutch up rounds already on Haven, find flawless wins throughout that offensive side that we saw from the winners. They should be on cloud 9 right now. To finish this off in the way that we've seen, the winners definitely showcasing everything that they're bringing to the table throughout this Red Bull Campus Clutch Canada National Finals. Kane
Nice
now with the
Prowler.
up in hand. Prowler, though, going to deny it. They're going to throw the second one there, too. Kane takes the shot, but ultimately going to force it to be TP. Nightfall now for the Saints. See if they can keep this aggression going. A Nightfall answer back from Shimmy to see if they can push him back. A little bit of a chess game going now. It's just one after the other. Ultimate utility. It doesn't matter. Saints going to find the shots, take the kills, and take the site.
The Nightfalls have been a huge win condition there for St. Clair's. I mean, just falling back here, the winner is going to elect to go for that save in a 5v2 situation, but I feel like off the back of the Nightfall, St. Clair's has always found success in those rounds.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many mistakes from Saints on these offensive rounds either. It seems like that teamwork is starting to show. And rounds like that, when you have the Nightfall to give you a little bit more confidence for taking that site, you can see that it's allowing tapping to really kind of feed off of it and really take control of these openings.
What's interesting too is for the winners, we've seen aggression there from the defenders, right? Peeking aggressively towards short, towards A long, and that's been difference makers for them as well. If they do go for those aggressive peaks, they get the first blood, that's when a site is not even a possibility here for St. Clair's College, but it's when they play more passive, actually play back farther on site. You've always got that paint shell lineup for backside behind boxes. That's been a big difference maker for St. Clair's College when they're giving up that A and short control.
It's systematic for this team, the way that they work through it, and I think sometimes the winner is just not as coordinated to really read that and be ready for it, so a lot of times you can definitely see it starting to show for Saints. Now 1-9, 3 rounds away from forcing an overtime here. No room for mistake, and I like to see rounds like that to show me that Saints really can, keep these clean.
Really nice shrouded step over to avoid the fault line to come through. Prowler to clear out, and both chambers are just waiting. Who's going to be, they're playing chicken, who's peeking first?
Who's going to do it? It's going to be Scrubby. And, Marshall versus Hop, you can see definitely one packs a little bit more punch. Still, though, winners don't really want to give up on the A side. As you can see, Nabil, Whiter working together to push back Saints. 3v2, and immediately look at this play from the winners. They all just give up the A side, go to see if they can take control of B and C, as they're thinking Saints going for a little bit of a rotation.
I like how the winners are re-clearing towards mid, playing far back on the left side of the map, knowing that their chamber is down. They don't have a trademark to rely on anymore. And with that presence being shown, they're just going to have to try and see, okay, where are they playing? I like this push out coming from Shimmy XD as well. This will give information that it's likely going to be a hit back towards the A side, that St. Clair's College has cut noise and are looking again. They're going to clear out these angles, but everyone off site here, and really nice positioning from Shimmy in case a rotation were to come through.
And you expect it being only 12-9. Winners, they're going to take a shot at this one. So Saints are going to get the spike down. You have a flank from Shimmy, so a pinch will be able to come into fruition between these two players. But if the Saints are aware of this, you can see that they're backing up to see if they can take care of this flank player first. And Shimmy's going to completely leave them guessing, because backing up to reclaim some space with the rest of the team, all 3 players pushing in forward. Scrubby with the op. Can you equalize? You can. Shimmy's going to be the first one to fall in the middle for the backup. Pancan's going to be through, gets rid of the TP, so no more rendezvous for Scrubby to work with. This time with the Headhunter almost getting the shot onto Nabil. Now Jello alone in a 1v2. Spike getting diffused. Jello's going to find the first. The spray down for Nabil, but it's not going to hit the mark. And map number 1 goes to the winners.
Defenders win.
13-9 here for map number 1 of the first semifinals game here for the Red Bull Campus Clutch Finals for Nationals here in Canada. And Seymour, I mean, damn, we saw really nice adjustments coming out from both of these teams. St. Clair's varsity team looking a little, hesitant at first on their attacking side, but slowly scaled up, made it actually a really nice match to watch, had a nice comeback.
I mean, you said it perfectly. They kind of scaled up as they went on. I was surprised to not see a lot of that team coordination at the start, maybe coming in a little bit cooled off after the quarterfinals the other day. But as the game went on, you started to see Saints heat up. They got better, and it makes me excited for Bind now, or for map number 2, because if we're going to get the Saints and what we saw in that later end half in map number 2, it should, opt into a pretty strong opening to the second map. But let's talk about the winners a little bit. The winners of map number 1, they looked good. They looked exciting to watch, and I can't wait to see what they have to bring in map number 2. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we are keeping this going between our semifinal number 1.
Hello and welcome back to Red Bull Campus Clutch Canada Finals. And as you can see, it's getting a little bit busy in here as fans have arrived to action. What a jam-packed map one. Winners taking it, and we're about to head into map. And there is a lot on the line. Really needs to step up their game because they're competing like the other teams for a chance to represent Canada in Brazil and a chance at that 20,000 euro prize. A lot on the line, but that isn't it because also our sponsor Steel Series looking very closely at the gameplay today to one MVP that will be decked out in a full suite of Steel Series products. So, I mean, there's a lot on the line. You want to make sure you're bringing your A game today. And you know what? I want to head into map 2, so let's head back to Seymour and Ash.
Well, map number 1, it's going to be done. And what a game we saw out of the winners and Saints Green. Big thank you to Camille. She's doing an amazing job in the hosting.
Yes, she
but
is.
That's going to bring us into map number 2 now, Ash. We're headed to Bind for map 2, and this is going to be exciting because we saw a lot of differences in the way that we were handling the winners versus Saints. Going into map number 2 on Bind, do you expect this to clash even more with the different playstyles?
I think it's hard to tell because Bind and Haven are such different maps when it comes down to the foundation of it, the actual structure of the map, right? That first map was also the map pick of the winners, so we were expecting them to have a little bit of that edge up, that more comfort pick for them, and now Bind going over to St. Clair College's varsity team's map pick. I don't know. Seems like they might have a solid hold on things.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the Saints got their work cut out for them, too, from the way we were seeing a lot of those rounds from the winners.
Yep.
I mean, it's just talking about Haven and the way that winners were handling that map, they looked so comfortable in a lot of those anti-ecos. Even in, the thrifty rounds that we did find them, they were coming away on top. It does look like we are now going to get the winners on the defensive side and Saints on the attackers side as we go into Bind. Looking at, what we get in the agent select, we get Jello on the Sky, 4-tapping going to switch from the Omen to the Brimstone. But nothing's changed so far over on the winner's side of things. But how do you feel about the Brimstone Sky change?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, for Jello, that adds a lot more sustain to the comp of St. Clair's College, right? You got this guy who can use that heal, just, replenish you a little bit to health and whatnot. But I want to talk about the winners a little bit here. They selected defense to start off on first, which is interesting because you can see as those side picks as also a strategy, right? Bind such a defender-sided map. Sometimes you want to end on that side because it's a little bit easier to close it out on defense than attack, or you can rack up the rounds on defense in the first half of the game.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if, that playstyle is the one that you really wanted to call for if you're the winners as we get to start into this pistol round. On Haven, winners found not just one, but both pistol rounds in the first half and the second half. Now, in the first half, Saints were able to, pull back and, bounce back in the second round, denying those Vandals and the Phantoms that were picked up from the winners to, carry over. Going into this one, I think if you're St. Clair, you really need to put some focus on these pistol rounds because, they haven't been, one-sided affairs. It's been very back and forth trades between these two teams when it comes to pistols. Saints, I'm sure going into this bind, you want to hope to at least pick up one as they're already looking for control over to B. The Trailblazer through B long. 2 players can be here, both the Chamber and the Breach. It's going to not work out the way that the winners were hoping for as the Flash is going to really deny a lot of that space and Saints pretty comfortably get into this B site for a spike plant.
And, okay, you asked me about the Sky pick, right? And
yeah.
I just thought about it. Those birds are indestructible now.
Oh,
so that's
yeah.
a big difference maker, right? Now, having a bit more to work with, a bit more flexibility with the positioning of those blinds here. But White are in a 1v4 situation. Things aren't going to look like they're going to pan out into the side of winners here. St. Clair's College with clean pistol round to start.
I never even thought about that. The Sky changes that came through, it kind of flew under the radar, so you say. And I think going into this, I think they finally get to see what Sky really can bring with these changes. And, Jello was playing the Fade back in Haven, now on this Sky player. We saw that working alongside Mzuu didn't work the way that Saints were hoping for in the Fade Raze combo. So wondering if this, Sky Raze work together will pan out for Saints as we go into the second round. A couple Spectres, Headhunter here for Scrubby, looking for the opening versus Kane. Duel to the winners this time between the both the chambers. That is not the way you want to start round 2 if you're Saints coming off a round 1 win.
No. Really nice opening to whittle the team down just a little bit. Prowler to come through to clear out towards Showers. Then you have the Boombot being invested to clear out in case anybody's hiding in bench. They'll know that no one's playing close quarters as Jello pushes in with the Trailblazer here towards A short, calling a lot of attention now towards the A side.
Well, that was just a beautiful fault line mixed with the paint can to just keep Mzuu trapped in Showers. Ollie to block off lights, but look at that, Whiter with the shorty, not one but two, coming through big for the winners. A 3v2 now, it's gonna allow the winners to collapse on this site, take these duels one by one, 4-tapping with a Vandal in hand. Can you recover round number 2 for the Saints in a 1v2 action? Gonna spot out Shimmy, a couple shots there, gonna drop him down below half HP, but yeah, talk about this flank here from Kane coming through from Showers. I'm not sure 4-tapping is not going to be ready for this at all. Here he comes around with the Ghost. That is an easy cleanup.
Thrifty round to come through and a free Vandal in hand here for Kane as well. And honestly, okay, St. Clair's, they had the advantage as far as weaponry in the early round, right? But then you saw the positioning coming out from Kane. The aggressive position towards Hookah, knowing that nobody was really creeping up towards B, so much util being invested towards the A side. Also revealing which players were leaning over there, allowed for the stack to happen for winners, allowed them to really contest that push in aggressively, pushing St. Clair's onto an eco. So doing right back to St. Clair's College, actually, what was done to them.
Exactly. Granted, when you look at Haven, you can see that it worked out for the winners, though, in the end. So let's see if Saints can, turn things around on Breach, or on Bind and force us to that Pearl. Map number 3, nice play from Wider to play off those paint shells, back heel up right into the sight lines. Another great first blood coming through from the winners, and that's going to rotate the spike over to B, and Mar already here with a crossfire between Nabil and himself. The Brimstone of the Breach looking to hold strong. Not sure if they're going to check for this Breach. They do, but even still it doesn't matter because Shimmy's there to back him up, takes the TP through, and is one way to run over the Saints.
Okay, that's one thing I wanted to touch on. I was actually really hoping and kind of anticipating the winners to go for the TP plays, just based on how they played the defense on Haven, going for aggressive angles, going for early peeks down towards long C, long A. Now here on Bind, you have the potential to kind of play that TP, play that positioning.
You do, and one note that you made back on Haven was the Nightfall from the Saints was feeding them so much success on their attacking rounds. Now we get that again here in round number 4 with the rifles in hand. We can see if that stays true through Bind as well, as they're going to go for the slow approach over towards B, executing into Hookah, actually backing up Shimmy with both, the Raze and the Sky working hand in hand. Even still, though, the winners, although they're backing up, they're not really giving up too much map control. Shimmy's going to get right back into Hookah. You can plug this gap that was formed for a moment. And Saints, with all that utility burn, they're getting nowhere. Now the Prowler leading the way in for Shimmy to hopefully take down Mzuu. Somehow the Raze stays alive for Saints. And now everything's going to be on Mar to make this overextension play through long smoke dissipates. And wow, how do they stay alive?
Find you.
Man, just like the slight whiff, unfortunately. And now a Nightfall invested here as well with the cheeky angle. Nabil will be good for 1. A 2v4 situation, a pinch retake to come through.
Yeah, flank from Wider. We've seen this player open up so many doors of opportunity for the team. This time, too, we're going to line up right there. So, almost fumbled the bag again for the winners. Still looking to recover this round, though, in a 2v2. As Wider takes a lot of damage, but those 2 kills are so impactful to allow now Kane to spearhead this retake all the way through. Mzuu with the off angle, blindsides that chamber, 1v1, Raze versus Raid, Paint Shell to take the gunfight, and Wider on basically 1 HP is going to drop. That's going to give Saints their second round.
Showstopper online here as well for Mzuu going into round number 5. Also got the orbital strike ready and available, so hopefully we don't see anyone playing towards U-Haul here if St. Clair's elects to go towards the A side. Thus far, looks like a steady A default to kick things off. What's interesting, though, is that winners have been setting this conditioning where they play really aggressively for hookah control, despite the fact that there's that trademark being invested there. Instead of being placed somewhere else, that might be a bit more of use if they're playing so aggressively in that location.
Well, you're not really going to have an opportunity to use this. Love this call from the Saints to use that orbital strike to back people out of U-Haul, see if you can force a little bit of these early gunfights into the showstopper now, as the A side has been completely given up from winners. Q's going to plant all the way out in the open. It's going to at least give for a strong post-plant scenario here for Saints to set up a lot of these crossfires. Out for this open spike down. Q's dealing so much damage onto Shimmy. It's going to be hard for the retake here for the winners to back things up. Now Shimmy drops. Life advantage strong in favor of the Saints. Mars going to be denied of lamps. Jello holding that off angle over into showers. The flash on out. Kane, can you bring this one back? Just gonna run it right down the middle. Q drops, that brings it into a 3v3. Kane's gonna look for another one around the corner. Mars gonna take down Jello on the inside of showers. White around the open. Can you make it happen? It's a no. And Scrubby is gonna find 3 kills to give Saints the lead.
Man, that was right down to the wire, and I was about to comment on the fact that it was a really nice open plant on the A site, but also planted a little too close to that front wall of sight, right? Made it tough to actually swing from the short angle, and the crossfires that would have been really nice ended up actually costing a lot of lives there for St. Clair's, but still able to bring it back in the end, and winners now on and happy to go by.
And I think that has to go off a little bit of the mental pressure that the winners were putting on back in Haven with the amount of aggression that we saw out of this team. You know, Saints not too confident to plant just out of the open.
Oh, the instant rendezvous.
You look at that as Scrubby turns the corner, he's like, oh, wait, this is not where I want to be. Hold on, my bad.
I think it was just to bait the info, you know, see where the Tour de Force is playing there for the defenders, and nice paint shell sees combo, not going to find anybody though. Instead, the winners are playing for that front A side control towards short.
A lot of utility going to be burned here. The orbital strike going to force these players forward for the Saints. Scrubby out in the open. Nice shots on the shimmy there. Mar tucked away the trigger discipline, but not able to hit the mark with the Sheriff in time, and that's going to leave Kane alive in a 1v4 with Tour de Force. Can you make some noise with this ultimate? Well, there's the first. 2 going to be inside of lamps, but you don't want to be peeking into this Tour de Force for free. You're just going to wait for this plane to come through. Not even, actually, Q going to catch Kane looking the wrong way, walk right in front of him.
That's a big thing for St. Clair's post-plant as well, though, right? We saw their play on the B side in a post-plant situation. Now here towards A, we can anticipate that if given the opportunity, Mzuu will be pushing either towards Hookah or Heaven, try to maintain some sort of control of CT, have an unexpected crossfire, and use those blast packs to his advantage. But now, even Stevens across the board as far as weaponry goes, and win condition here for St. Green's College is going to be the Seekers that we might see come out for that.
Let's play.
Yeah, now we get the Tour de Force for Saints too, so see if that has a little bit more of effect than what Kane had lurking over towards B. Beautiful first blood onto from Q. Gonna take that opposing raise off the board, and Whiter not into the equation. That opens up so much map now for Saints.
Look at the push again towards B long. Always playing aggressively towards the B side, and Shimmy's just not even gonna look towards Market, which is tough because Mar's already pushed up here towards Fountain.
Yeah, but now the Seekers are gonna give this away. Mar kind of trapped in the situation that the knowledge is there for Saints. It should be an easy cleanup onto this Brimstone. The smoke will allow passage back in, and Mar actually able to salvage 2 kills, so making the best out of a bad situation.
Paint shells in hand here for Mzuu. Could do some stall here towards the CT side, but Kane's already pushed through. 1v2 here now in a 1v1 situation.
Q. Nabil on the inside, and just barely spots out that noggin, beheading Nabil and giving St. Clair their 5th. That is 4 rounds in a row now for the Saints.
And when it comes down to it too, I feel like we're really seeing why St. Clair's College map pick was Bind, right?
Yes.
They're really running with it, doing super well on the attacking side, which is usually the more difficult half for most teams. Pushing the winners now onto another eco round. They do have the potential to work off of a Nightfall or Rolling Thunder if able to secure a pick or two in the early round, but otherwise looking like a round in the pockets of St. Clair's.
Yeah, you really see that game plan forming for Saints. You know, just play it close on Haven, take Bind, get to Pearl. That's the action call right now from the Saints, and it's looking beautiful. Another aggressive play out towards B. Nabil and Shimmy. A little bit of crossfire. Shimmy's actually backing all the way up to clear Fountain, so Nabil's a little bit alone here. If MZU is not careful, I mean, you could lose your head pretty quickly.
Right there.
Oh, I love this. I love this. Whoa, but again,
The fact that they check anyways.
it's a little bit late, but it still does the exact same thing.
Okay, Shimmy.
Picking up where Nabil left off. You miss a couple shots, but at least you got your fade to clean up.
That's what we saw from Shimmy on Haven as well, securing a 2K with the Sheriff on their thrifty round, and unfortunately will be shut down, and this should just be an easy post plant here for the side of St. Clair's College. Info given with the trademark.
You know exactly where this player is coming from. St. Clair looking for number 6 now, Mark. How many times do we say this player found clutches on Haven? This time you're walking into an op, so you don't get the opportunity, but it's a scary player to leave alive in these 1v3 scenarios. Saints have been doing such an incredible job at cleaning up a lot of their mistakes this time on Bind, where, you know, the winners, those aggressive plays that were exploiting Saints' passive play on Haven, not working this time on Bind. They are so much more aware of it, and it's the same case that we saw at the end of Haven. They were starting to catch on.
The other thing is the structure of the map, right? On Haven, you aren't punished as much as a defender for the aggression out. You can also play really far back, quote unquote, with that aggression as well. Kind of just like hold some sort of angle towards long and tuck yourself there. But on Bind, there's no mid to work with, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot more punishment that can be had and not much, nowhere you can really go, because if you walk down on long, you don't have a TP to get out towards showers.
You're either in it to win it or you're just waiting right now on Bind. So you can definitely see that Saints favoring this type of play style more than the last, and the strategy even coming through this team. It's showing a lot of depth. Now Saints, they just move up here. Now explosive out towards A. MZU, blindsiding Kane there. Only 2 players for the winners to hold on to things. Nightfall's going to be invested from Saints just to continue the snowball effect through it, but Whiter's got that off angle, only good for 1. The smokes are going to be down, should be able to get a plant here.
Okay, a lot of util being invested. Jello's still able to secure the plant. There is the Rolling Thunder available, but unlikely to see that come through in a 1v4. And a quick shutdown there. St. Clair's College feeling good, just going to go for the swings.
Yeah, 7th round going to be picked up now for the Saints. That's 6 rounds in a row, and here we go. Timeout going to be called for the winners. I was wondering when we're going to be seeing a timeout get called for this team, because Saints have looked untouchable on Bind.
It's just like the play style of the winners that was working out so well for them on Haven is just getting punished time and time again. And we're not really seeing too many switches coming out when it comes down to that either. You know, they're still pushing at the same angles. It's always towards B long. And St. Clair's, they've got the read down at this point.
And it shows too. I mean, Saints made such a good change going into Bind, putting Jello onto the Sky, Q onto the Fade. Even 4-tapping on this Brim roll has shown so much flexibility throughout their strategies throughout this map, whereas the winners, all they really change up is Mar from the Omen to the Brimstone. So when you look at that from the perspective of trying to find, you know, a change from map 1 to map 2, I think Saints are really starting to get a handle on the play style of the winners, slowly but surely.
It's really do or die now, I think. Unless the winners somehow have like this really explosive start on the attacking side, right now it looks like St. Clair's College is likely going to run away with this map with this big gap through. And when we do look at MZU, though, only 1 away from the showstopper.
Look at this.
Again, the deep smoke, but this time they're not actually pushing up all the way here on the side of the winners.
And Saints, they were expecting the aggression to come through. All 4 players just behind Fountain, almost shoulder to shoulder. Like
There.
They're like, is Mar in there?
he should be there. This time, no. Not going to be the case. Mar holding an off angle with Kane. Going to get the information. Now it's time for your chamber to really pop off with this stinger. Not going to be able to hit any shots with it. The paint can going to do so much damage to Jello. Nabil able to finish that one off, but in retaliation, I mean, Saints taking 2 to the grave. And I love this TP play back to A. It's totally open for a plant.
But look at the lurk. You've got Q just waiting, lurking,
It's
potentially a quick flank through, but they're just going to run back instead. You hear the calls coming up from Q. Okay, they're rotating towards the A side. Just come back. Let's re-clear towards Hookah in case there's a player playing there. But you can see, they've got an inkling. The winner is going to invest 1 player back towards B just to listen for those sound cues.
30 seconds
Scrubby
left.
getting the better of Shimmy all the way back Haven. That just makes matters worse for the winners. Mar, do you want to take this battle or do you want to save this rifle into the next one? You have the Orbital Strike, a Molly, even your Stim Beacon. A lot of utility there and a low HP. Mzu is going to be the first one out. Easy cleanup there from Mar, but a quick trade from 4 tapping. Now sight, control, smoke, blocking Hookah. The information that Whiter's just behind it. There's a gap in the smoke, but it seems like everybody knows you're there. And down on 31 HP, you need to carry this rifle over.
Yeah, just gonna run away. Saving the showstopper as well going into the next round. Unfortunate that the trademark is still up and running down there towards Market. So St. Clair's College, they know that Whiter is on the run at the moment. So that's gonna be round number 8 on the board for them. Only 2 more to go on this half.
Talk about differences from map 1 to map 2. St. Clair are looking unbelievable through this. This is what you and I were talking about a little bit prior to this show is, you know, the team coordination and the synergy that we get out of the St. Clair team. It could be hard to handle if you're a team not ready for it. And the winners, I mean, that individual prowess really kind of put them to the test back on Haven. But here on Bind, I mean, it's just so systematic.
I think what's tough too is I would have expected a little bit more crowd control potential coming out from Nabil. You've got the breach on deck, and that's what he's here for. Maybe we'll see a difference going into the attacking side for the winners, where Nabil will feel a lot more comfortable just setting up to have Whiter go through, aggressively enter on towards sites, but doesn't seem to really be able to glean too much from impact from the breach utility for any stalls.
Again, Saints going for this Trailblazer just for information towards a long, quick, aggressive play through B-long for the winners, and Nabil wants to get a little bit more out of this one, so pushing through defenders or attacker spawn now, hopefully catching a rotation from the Saints, but all 5 players from the Saints, they want to get a little bit mixy towards A. You seem like this showstopper is going to be the way in, and it is. Mzuo all the way deep into the site. Nobody home for now. You got Kane in lamps with a judge, and that's up, down. Showstopper quick to the trade, and spike down.
A TP to come through from long here for the winners. A double flank in, but that TP also gives info. So the winners know to look towards showers, towards short, potentially just playing these crossfires. 3 actually just gathered outside front U-Haul right in this moment.
Worthless.
It's 1 for 1. A recovered rifle for Nabil. You're going to get the fault line to try to find an avenue way back in, but Mar invests the orbital strike now. This is go time for the winners, but unfortunately, Q on the off angle going to shut it down right at the doorstep. A 9th round for St. Clair College, and they are looking for double digits in the half.
What a momentous way to take that 9th round too. Everything seemed to be falling apart in the post plant. The winners on that kind of eco-ish round for themselves were looking really good as far as having the advantage on the retake, but damn, just so much impact come out there by Q. Last round before we swap sides. A speedy entry in towards showers. Seekers to follow up here in short.
They just want to run it down. Scrubby's going to take care of that aggressive throw towards B. Well, you have Whiter still being a little bit of a nuisance towards the A side. It is going to back up Saints for the moment. Orbital strike allowing a way in. 1 HP Whiter. I mean, he is frontlining this one right for the team. The Rays trying to do as much work as you can, but now it's spiked down. You get the post plan, you get the molly onto Wider to take care of that raise. Still, the pushback solid for the winners. They're looking for the third round in this half, and Kane is going to pave the way.
That's been the most solid retake I think we've seen from the winners, to be honest. I find that once in a post-plant situation there for St. Clair's College, most of the time the winners are already down to 3 players, give or take, right? So not having as many bodies, but this time just playing that full retake game, aside from that early pick for the B-long aggression once again, but we're swapping sides. Hopefully we'll see a new look at winners here. Can they bring it back on the attack?
That's the big question right now. You know, St. Clair, you think about their strategy going for, you know, attacking side in round number 1, defensive side. It should be a sure thing for this team. I mean, you think about how Bind has been in the past, and I mean, things are looking good to go to a map 3 right now. It's just, can you finish it out? You look at the scoreboard alone, and it's telling a very different story from Haven. You get Mar 8 and 11, Shimmy 8 and 9, 2 players who are constantly clutching up for the winners. Denied here on Bind. They haven't been able to hold that momentum that we saw in Haven, and it's really showing how much more comfortable the Saints are.
Tough because that first half, you saw a lot of their support characters being taken down as the first blood of the round, right? That's a difference maker when you don't have Mar online to cut off those choke points with the smokes. But different tempo here on the attacking side from winners. Fault lines coming through towards
Jello.
Right side and drop down, just taken out.
That's just classic things. You say, here's a frenzy, a little bit of an upgrade now for Wider. 2 beautiful kills to entry onto the site. The Saints to find the pistol in the first half. Now can they find the second off of a 3v5 retake? Well, Mzuo still wants to play a little bit. And unfortunately not going to be ready for Nabil. Now down to 2 for the Saints. Kane, rendezvous in the corner. Shimmy and Hookah, Wider all the way in tube. All 3 players on different angles looking to just feed this round to each other. Kane's going to get the first, Shimmy for the last. And that's a beautiful pistol round out of the attacking side.
It was important for the pistol to go into the hands of the winners, for them to have some sort of chance at a comeback, right? It would have been a lot more difficult otherwise, because you'd likely see St. Clair's trying to head into that 11th round on the board for themselves, but stalling out double digits for now.
Yep.
And the winners, okay, it's not 3, but they do got 2 Vandals online. We've seen St. Clair's College steal that out of their hands once before. Can they do it again?
Winners 3-1 with pistol rounds so far in this best of 3. Showcasing those first round potential. Q and the Marshall. A lot of damage back on Haven. This time shut down first. The paint shell, it doesn't matter. They're going to run it down. Wider finds 2. Yeah, the running gun right now with the Vandal. Proving so strong for the winners, and that offensive individuality that we get again now into Bind.
Pinch retake situation. Might see St. Clair's College even just trying to go for exit frags here, try to get guns out of the hands of the winners, knowing those rifles are available.
We're tapping in the corner, Shorty in hands, and Sewer and Haven now market in Bind. The only thing is, only good for 1 this time, and Jello, not much you're gonna do in this situation. You're just hoping to do a little bit more damage, but denied by Wider.
Really nice anti-flash play there from Wider as well. And that's the other thing. With the sky changes that come out, sure, you can't shoot out the bird, right? But you do have to wait a little bit longer before popping that flash, because otherwise the duration's not quite as long and they won't be fully flashed.
No, but now we get the rifle round between the 2, and because, you know, winners picked up those early rifles back in round number 2, this is basically an even round, Ash.
It's an even round, but yeah, I mean, I'd be feeling pretty scared as St. Clair's right now. You know, there's a lot of potential to really start closing the gap here for the winners.
Scrubby holding the front, forced the rendezvous. No damage done either onto Wider, so this is pretty clean. Spike gets planted in a 5v5. Haven't seen this just yet.
Look at this off angle.
Oh, Scrubby catches the perfect timing. Wider, unlucky. Aftershock.
That's a nice one.
Burning the clock so low. Kane, 1-for-1 before the TP. Yeah, Q keeps it a little bit in the hands of Saints now for the retake. 4 versus 3. All angles going to be held down. There's a player into showers for the lurk. The smoke going to be blocking them off for now. Paving through, it's Jimmy, but Q and Mzuo doing a great job at working together for the retake.
Really nicely done by St. Clair's, and 10th round on the board for them. I just want to take a quick look at the alt economy status across the board. None online for this next round, but you do have the winners just one away from that Rolling Thunder. Could be interesting to see maybe some alt orb contention going on towards Showers or Belong to get that into pocket. As I say that, unfortunately, it doesn't look like Nabil's quite set up in that positioning for it at the moment. Just going to be a spread default, maybe slow things down in the early round here for the winners this time around.
In fact, he's in the complete opposite spot you want to be to get those alt orbs. All the way in market. But a quick take here from Whiter with that Hero Vandal. Forces the rendezvous and forces a little bit of map control towards A. You can already see Saints giving up B. All 4 players just kind of hightailing it out of there. If the winners backed off this and faked it out, this would be a perfect call, but in fact, they're going to take the duel. It's going to be a 4-on-4 now, 4 site control. Saints are here to deny the Trailblazer to work back in it. Oh, and there's the TP out to B.
You had that lurk up towards Belong coming out from Kane, just watching, waiting, and it's going to have to be a retake towards the B side. Kane already having the CT control. Rendezvous up, looking for an aggressive peek. Take one down.
Okay, and this could be beautiful. So dangerous. Nobody's going to be ready for it, and Jello gets sidelined. Pain Shell all the way onto the plant. It's a good read, but only good to take Nabil down. 241 HP, 5 versus 3. The fault line's going to line up both players, and Kane is just tearing them apart. So much work being done here by your chamber, and the winners now looking for number 6, 4 tapping, standing alone here inside spawn. A little bit of damage done to the economy is going to take down the Brimstone, but even still with the winners and the win streak that they're on, they're not worried.
No, I mean, Fort Tapping's just waiting, seeing if one more player will maybe walk into his crosshair, take him down, but with the money situation on the side of Saints Green right now, they're just gonna look and see if they can save that gun going into the next round, try and build up that economy any further, not allow any more alt points to go into the hands of the winners in that case.
2 rounds to start off for the winners. Saints bounce back, but even still, the winners, they do not want to give up bind, and they don't want to give it up easily. I've been loving this offensive round for them. I mean, it's definitely a lot better than their defense. It seems like they're more comfortable trying to force their own success rather than deal with what Saints are giving to them. I mean, this could be something that they pull back. You guys, one more round basically for the Saints until you have to get into that thrifty round. So you have to be careful on this one.
They're just such an aggressive team, right?
Yeah.
So the pulse being popped here on the side of St. Clair's. But there's also that Rolling Thunder available, right? No KO on either team, so no suppression to take that equal ultimate down. Both Prowlers, though, going to be expended right off the bat here from Shimmy, which is interesting because you usually want to save at least one of those to push the op off the angle.
And now 4 Tammy's going to drop the smoke, see if you can bring the winners to a little bit of a halt. Deny these opening picks that Whiter has found constantly. They are, but you have to be careful. Look at Scrubby's playing aggressive towards A long. Might be able to evade Kane for now and try to take one to the grave.
Ooh, just the one tap.
Oh, don't give it up now. Scrubby, it seems like he wants it. Oh, and he's going to take him down. Doesn't matter if you have a tour de force. Scrubby is not missing. That's 3 down for the winners as Saints, they just explode back onto A. Mar wondering where his team has gone. At 11 on the board for Saints.
Man, Scrubby really just held down the fort towards A there. The 4-player investment towards the B side. Able to come through actually because of the trademark that was watching Showers. You had Scrubby so far pushed up there towards short. And I mean, if the winners can't secure this round, this map is likely going to be over.
Holding it down, but that stresses me out when I see Chambers do that. I won't lie. Scrubby, that was a bold play to take, especially knowing the tour de force is on the board. So really kind of a little bit of an alpha play there from Scrubby to start to mount some confidence for the team. Again, now into the next round, going to win the duel against Kane. Starting off strong for the Saints, looking for map point, looking to send us to Pearl. As Whiter, one away from the showstopper, maybe the hero that you need. Nightfall going to be pulled out from Saints, allowing to retake early. Quick flank 2 coming out from 2. So no matter what you do here from winners, you have to be ready for this flank. It doesn't seem like anybody's going to be ready for it just yet.
No. Smoked off the trademark, right? Just creeping up behind them at this moment. Nobody's watching towards short.
Bit of a one-way horn to build a spot, but they shoot.
Okay.
Now the information's going to be there. The pinch is happening. Jello leads the charge back in. Whiter into the corner. Big win there from Enzuo, tapping to double down. Now looking for 12. Saints going to get it done. It's a 2v1. Shimmy's been here before, but it's not going to end the same way.
2 HP, and the round could have been a completely different story. Match point here for St. Clair's College, and map number 3 on the line. If you guys missed out that first game, that was 13-9 on the winner's map pick for their map. And I mean, I don't know, I think we're going all the way.
I mean, with what we've been seeing here, just look at that offensive round from Saints. I mean, that run that we got in what was almost 8 rounds in a row. No, it was 8 rounds in a row back on their offensive side. It is just pushed so much confidence into these players. Scrubby alone, who was pretty quiet back on Haven, has been making waves for the team here on Bind, and it's really making you question if the winners can get this one done. Well, you're going to see that showstopper invested. Finds Q behind default, tapping, trying to recover, and you will. Stimbeacon to skedaddle out of there.
Really nice reposition.
4-on-4, Kane down to 64 HP. Zuo just into the corner, and that's going to be huge. Nabil, at least for the trade, 3 versus 3. Rolling Thunder now in the orbital strike from both teams going to be here for at least from the winners to try to keep this one in their hands. Both players in front of 4. Tapping, he lines up one. Mar, can you hold on for your team? 12-6, Saints can put this one away. Mar has the spike, and he's going to be.
TP to come through. Those grade marks available. Has 1 smoke left to work with, right? That's going to cover towards CT, but 45 HP. A tap to come through, trying to bait it out, but patience on the side here for St. Clair's, but Mar's going to come out big. 7-12. They stay alive for another round here on the side of the winners.
500 IQ play coming out from Mar. Picks up that spike over towards A, recognizes, hey, I have 1 smoke in hand. Why don't I hit this TP, block it off, see if you can force something out of Scrubby. And it works. You know, the single tap doesn't give it away, but the double tap and kind of Scrubby bites it a little bit. You had 42 seconds. There was so much time to play for there if you were Mar. And it's just something you need at a Mar that you got on Haven, but we haven't seen in Bind, those 1v2 clutches.
Pivotal round win as well, because it pushes an eco round into the hands of St. Clair's varsity team, right? Aggressive angle being held here towards B-Long. And that's an ult point into the hands of the Chamber as well, trying to get that tool to false online, but to fall back with the rendezvous.
Pretty quick here out of the winners. The aggression showing once more. Scrubby's here with the Headhunter, and Kane again going to lose that opening battle. Still the winners, they do not want to back off just yet. The Jello putting that snare to good use, but Shimmy doing a little bit better there. We end in a 2v2, but it looks like Mzuo is going to bring out the showstopper, and it managed to actually bring Shimmy so far down in HP. 31.
They don't know where all other players are.
Oh no.
This is going to be huge. Able to get 1. Spike in hand now, and the headshot to end things out on the Thrifty here. St. Clair's College, a varsity team, take map number 2 and take us to map number 3.
What a way to finish it off too. I mean, the share of play at the end there. Both players, Mzuo alongside Q, working that flank, and nobody aware of it from the winner's side of things. It looked good in Haven, but when it came to Bind, it looks like Saints, they were ready to play, and they were ready with everything that you can ask to take us to a map 3.
I mean, when it comes down to it, not only are you battling out to get to grand finals here, you're looking to be that team that wants to represent Canada at the Nationals there in Brazil for the Red Bull Campus Clutch.
And you want to make it look good. Both teams, they're making it look good on their respective map picks too. But can they keep it going inside of a map number 3? I mean, Pearl is so much more different than those 2 maps. And I mean, you look at the way the winners play, and when they're used to that kind of puggy style aggressive play, they look very solid. But it seems like the Saints, when they're able to wrap their hands around a strategy and deny that aggression, I mean, this team, they sometimes look a little bit untouchable. You can say that about both sides, but Pearl will really decide who's the better team. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, the decider here in the semifinals. Well, we've been through the mix with 2 maps. It's back and forth. The winners started off strong, but Saints, they answered back with a heavy hand on Bind. Now we go to Pearl for a map 3 where we get to decide our first grand finalists here in the Canadian National Finals here for Red Bull Campus Clutch. Couldn't be more excited to see these 2 teams. They're on fire, Ash.
No, and you talked about it a little bit earlier. St. Clair's College have the Pearl experience in hand. We don't really know what the winners look like on this map, so will St. Clair's ride off the back of that map win that we just saw, or do the winners have it to take it all?
And we've honestly seen 2 very different styles from Saints on the Haven and Bind. You know, very, I guess, passive on Haven. They weren't really able to get the ball rolling for that map, but on Bind, they looked lights out. I think the map definitely favored them a little bit more with the strategy that they bought. How do you feel about Pearl? You know, who do you think it favors a little bit more?
Okay. I think it's going to really depend on if we see whether it's going to be a neon or a raise that comes out from either team. We've only seen raises for the duelists for both sides, but when it comes down to Pearl, the rotation times are so freaking long on both ends, right? Whether you're on the CT side, whether you're on the T side, it's just ages is what it feels like. You also have a really labyrinth-like mid to take control of.
Yeah.
So for that reason, the winners might do really well considering the aggressive play style that they have.
I mean, it seems like a small map, but it's a very wide map too. So I can see where those rotations definitely would favor Neon Pig. But I mean, like you said, we've only seen raises between both Mzubu and Whiter. I'd be keen to see if they switch it up too. Throughout that second map, we got an excellent change from St. Clair to bring the Sky and the Sky onto Jello and move the Fade over to Kiyu. Would you want to see a different change in that going into this third map, or are you hoping to see them stick to what we've seen?
Okay, that's kind of tough. I think, Fade is essentially one of the main staple initiators on this map, right? But there's also a potential to bring a KO out. So a KO is really big as far as just being able to shut down a potential Viper as a Senti controller flex on this map, considering that double controller looks really nice on it. But also you'll usually see an Astra coming out as the mainstay controller as far as the meta goes. But who knows what they'll pull out of their pockets.
Exactly. I mean, for the winners, we haven't seen them change really anything. They switched the Omen to the Brimstone, but they've been very keen to stick with the Chamber on Decaying, Whiter with the Raise, Shimmy on Fade, and then Nabil on Breach. I hope to see a change from them because it did not work on Bind. I mean, we started to see on offense that they were getting a little bit more momentum under them and a little bit more aggression to suit their style. But you're not going to get away with that on Pearl. I don't think. For this team, I think it's going to be a lot harder to really get that aggression going.
I kind of agree. I disagree in a sense, because Pearl it got swapped out for Split, right, in the competitive queue. But when it comes down to it, the reasoning was because it's probably the most similar map out there, similar to Split right now, with the kind of mid and sites that there are available for both sides. But when it comes down to aggression, because it's so labyrinth-like and the rotations are so long, it's really hard to punish that. Especially when you take down that trademark towards often that mid-connector B lobby kind of angle. You have a lot of different avenues to work with, whether you go back towards mid into art, whether you go straight into mid-connector, into sewers, into CT.
That's an excellent point to bring. I mean, through Pearl, you definitely see that is the case for quite often. But on Bind, when we were seeing that the aggressive playstyles on defense from the winners, they weren't able to execute on it. They weren't able to find those kills. A couple times, and actually they should have got those kills, but they didn't. And I'm worried a little bit on Pearl to see it for them, for that aggression. I'm hoping that this Pug style does switch out a little bit because I'm worried that maybe that confidence that we once saw in Haven might not be there in this map 3 after kind of getting handled inside Bind.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it too, it's also the fact that St. Clair's did really well to adjust. They adapted, they know the reads, and they knew that the winners were going for the same aggression out towards B long on Bind. So I think a big condition factor for the winners here as well is if they are going to go for those aggressive defensive play styles, switching the location up.
We're going to have to see what we get. Only time will tell between these two to see who's going to be our first grand finalist inside of our Red Bull Campus Clutch Canada National Finals. I got one more question for you, Ash. As we look at this agent select, who do you think is going to take it?
Damn, you're really going to do us
I'm going to
like
put you
that,
on the spot right now.
Well, you're going to have to answer afterwards.
I will.
But when it comes down to it, I don't know. My money is on St. Clair's right now, I think, just because of the fact that they started reading the winners really well, and their defensive side got a little bit stale for that reason.
I'm going to double down right with you. I think St. Clair, they looked amazing on Bind, and with that momentum, if they keep a level head, I think that they're going to be dangerous here on Pearl, especially considering they've been here before in the quarterfinals. And a 2-0 win in the quarterfinals starting off on Pearl shows that experience on the map is there, and obviously they have a game plan for this one.
Yep.
So I'm going to be right there with you. I'm looking at St. Clair to keep this one going, get to the grand finals, and represent Ontario for that grand final spot to try to represent Canada. I mean, that's what's on the line here for a lot of these teams. I mean, yeah, there's a prize pool for the global tournament, but representing your country is something of its own.
It's very true, but also very different team comps that we're looking at. You've got the winners starting on the defense first, once again going for a double sentinel pick. Kane pulling out that Cypher that you don't see too often on Pearl. Usually a hard counter if you're expecting a Neon on the other team, but it's not going to be the case.
No, we still see the Rays on both sides, Mzuo and Whiter. I'm liking the Astra pick for Pearl too. Allows so much depth to this, these deep, long rotations. Allows that smoke to kind of back up to for those aggressive plays that you were hinting to. For this map, we get St. Clair to start off on the attacking side. Winners for the defense. Who's going to take this pistol round? Like I said before, winners, they have the advantage here, 3-1 in pistol rounds throughout this best of 3. Now looking for their 4th on defense. A quick rotation too. Out of the winners, 4 players are going to be here. You have a little bit of information towards mid from your Astra, but Kane, can he shut down this rotation?
You're gonna have to fall back, but already info given, right? But
yes.
You still see the winners holding pretty steady. We're tapping, looking for some sort of lurk at the moment on the Astra.
Are you going to get this duel even? Kane's going to be exactly what you need to slow things down against the Saints, but here we go. You do get the fragment all the way in the back. Beautiful tripwire, able to get the information on Q. Pretty easy cleanup there. It's going to be an important kill here from 4 tapping, and that should mount the rotation yet again for Saints. 43 seconds.
I really liked that trip and Cyber Cage combo too, not popping it until that one player was zoned out, trapped in the trip, but already quick rotates to come through because there's so little time and the rotations are so long.
While you're just on the edge of the smoke, waiting for a chance to strike, but allowing St. Clair through. Ultimately, still have 4 tapping for the lurk, so a couple Saints players looking to clean things up. Jello on the inside leading the charge, 4 tapping, so to get that lurking player. Kane falls as well. Mar, the only one here, 13 seconds left, still on site, still can be the nuisance that you need for the team. All 3 players gonna be beside each other. They spot out Mar in the back line, Ghost in hand, finds the first. Now the pinch play. You do see the rotation coming up from 4 tapping, hoping to get better of this, but Mar's gonna read him. 1v1, 15 HP. Winners looking for another pistol round, but Mzuo shuts him down.
That was the player that we talked about you don't want in those clutch situations if you're the enemy team, right? Just isolating 1v1s here and there, but at the very least, bringing it back here. Mzuo will secure the anti-eco for St. Clair's College. But, I mean, when it comes down to the pistol rounds, all three maps so far, they've all been close.
I mean, by Haven alone, it was literally 1 player standing on both pistol rounds. It's so stressful between these 2 teams as they are almost picture-perfect matchups against one another. Saints, though, they've shown trouble with these anti-ecos in the past. Haven't been too clean on both Bind and Haven. Actually, winners have been able to handle these thrifties.
Really
Quite
nice
a simple manner, and yeah, the Haunt getting so much information. The flank from Kane not gonna be there. Beautiful out of Mzuo to satchel charge into the site. A lot of damage gonna be done to this one, and Saints just running them over right now. Nabil, the time he shows his face, it's all over and it's too late.
I like how we see just like the straightforward fit towards the B site, right? B is the most attacker-sided site on this map, unless you already have an op in hand and you've got the defenders just shutting down that long angle. But otherwise, the choke point's just so large that it makes it really difficult to stall through. So B is usually kind of known as the retake site here on Pearl. But going into this next round, a nice bonus to come through from St. Clair's up against the Rifles on line here for the winners.
Saints, they love this B side so far. The nice gravity well there is going to hold one still. Shaky shots from Mar. That could have been a little bit of a freebie. But ultimately, it's going to be punished. Scrubby reads Nabil for the play from the backside, and that's a big opening now for Saints to try to scramble something through this bonus round. And 4 tapping!
Oh my god. It's all fake too. You know, they get that pick towards mid, they now start to rotate out, looking to re-clear just in case some sort of lurk was impending towards mid to get a timing down. I do like how the winners are playing together though on the defense. You know, they're now sticking to the right side of the map. I'm just gonna give B up for that retake scenario. And it should just be free to walk down. 0 point expended to clear out back sight. Won't be available quite yet for the post plant.
It's the slow dagger that hurts the most, and Saints, they are so patient throughout Pearl so far. It has to be a little bit annoying if your winner is trying to read this one out. No information going to be given. Ultimately, the spike gets planted at B, and
they're saving their guns.
You just need to save these guns. I mean, it's already a hard retake side B, probably one of the hardest you can get onto. And with all 5 players still standing for Saints, I mean, this is number 3 picked up.
And when you think about it too, they had 3 Bulldogs in hand, right? 2 players on the side of the winners fell. So St. Clair's College could have picked up both guns. They definitely picked up one in the back halls. Didn't go for the one towards Art, I believe. But regardless, you know that there's firing power in the post-plant situation. Not really something that you can afford to contest.
It's a beautiful point right there. And Saints now 3 in a row to open up Pearl. I mean, this team already looking like a brick wall throughout this 3rd map. Winners still need to see a workaround though. What are we gonna get? Those opening duels that we see here in the map. I mean, Nabil kind of getting a little bit ahead of himself for that peak to be long, and it just gets punished. The second one, 4 tapping, the lurks have been out of this world. That is the 2nd lurk kill that 4 tapping has given St. Clair to really kind of secure the round.
What I like though on the side of the winners is they're switching things up. You've got Cypher, that being Kane now playing towards the B side instead of locking the fort down towards A. Aggression in Art, but will fall back ultimately as the Prowler goes to clear out towards Pillar.
Look at how patient winners are this time, Ash.
They're just playing retake now.
Nobody wants to duel St. Clair. I mean, they've really proven themselves throughout this map for these opening picks. And the Astra's going to drop her stars all the way top heaven, so they want to deny that information up top, allow for safe passage on the inside of the site. You can see some denial of the vision coming out from winners. Astra.
Really nice seize.
It is a nice seize. It's going to pick up 3 players, just hold them in this smoke. The flash on out, just a pop one. Nobody on either side really trying to give too much. Kane finally going to get aggressive with the backup from Shimmy. It's a 2-for-1 on the inside of the site, bringing St. Clair to a complete stall. Mzuo still aggressive on the inside, but
look at the spike location.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to recover.
I mean, there's only 30 seconds left at this point. Looking to do either damage to their economy or actually try to get that spike in hand.
Gotta be careful here, Shimmy. You don't want to take this 2v1 alone, and you do. Mzuo gonna take the first one. Whiter on the cross now with Nabil and Kane all surrounding the collapse. Looking good so far as Scrubby's out in the open, not able to really deal anything to either of those players. It's a satchel charge to get the last kill, and finally winners put their first on the board.
Really nice coordination there. The adjustment that we talked about, just completely playing off-site except for the one player, that being Kane down in B halls. But perfect retake, really nice stall. Avoiding the 0 point has been a really big thing for this team because that's also been just shutting down any stall potential from the defenders.
Going to the next round, I mean, Saints kind of rich off of the start we saw. You see Scrubby's going to invest into this operator. Only light armor, though. all 4 players, all 5 players this time, going to be diving into this B side. See if you can bait out some openings yet again. Scrubby takes Shimmy. This time around, though, Mar doing a great job at keeping things even.
Haunt in hand, looking to clear out towards back pillar once again. Won't find anyone. Cloud to come up as well. Look at the setup, though, with that trip. It's right next to generator, right where that default plant is. You've got one to guard towards halls as well to give any information to see if an attacker has crept in, but the tempo's changed. Things have quieted as Mzuu still tries to find an opening pick here on the B side.
And Ash, I love this call from Winners to switch Kane from the A side to the B side. I mean, he's probably been the most consistent out of this team from all 3 maps that we've seen. So, you know, St. Clair, they want to go to be majority to see if you can, you know, deal some kind of damage to Winners early, but Kane on the B side should make this a little bit harder though. Sneaking around the Nebula, Mar goes down, still Mzuu utilizing this operator, now Showstopper just to keep things forward. Kane goes down to the ultimate. That's gonna be spiked down and should be round secured. It doesn't seem like that's gonna be the case just yet. Winners, they want this retake in a 2v4. They're gonna dive in. The full retake though has to go up against the post plant B long. All 4 players gonna hold as far away as they can, utilize these rifles to their best potential, and it seems like Winners, as soon as they get a whiff of that information, that they concede it.
Yep, just gonna go over the save once again here. And I feel like this also calls to the fact that St. Clair's College has that experience here on Pearl that we aren't so sure of as far as the history goes for the Winners, right? But at the same time, I feel like this is difficult because for the Winners, you must be thinking, okay, we're running that double sentinel, but we're still not gleaning much from it.
No. Just haven't been able to scavenge really any success so far on Pearl. The one round that they found, I feel like you're really investing into some pretty pop-off moments from these players. You know, the utility hasn't been the strongest out of the Winners to slow the Saints down in any way.
What's interesting too is Nabil is on that chamber pick. We've just only seen them playing that initiator, playing that breach thus far. Just, I'm not sure if it's necessarily an off role for this player and whatnot, but you're also not seeing that typical aggression that you see coming out from a chamber, looking for an early first blood or first point of contact.
It's totally different from what we saw Kane use on this agent. And switching Kane over to the Sentinel, you almost don't have as much of that aggression as you once did with him. He seems like you really want this counter pick on the Cypher to work, though haven't really been able to see it work the most.
And look at that mid control now garnered here by the Winners, completely on lockdown, just playing like a triple crossfire as Saints play towards the extremities.
Yeah.
Trademark to watch a main at the very least. You've got the Cypher here on B once again. It might be a triple flank to come through depending on how Saints decide to execute.
Yeah, complete polar opposites right now for Saints on either end of the field. Looks like the spike's ultimately going to rotate back over to A, but now you need to deal with these players, like you said, that were flanking. Scrubby is going to be walking backwards into the site, but oh no, the worst timing that you could ask for if you were Whiter. And they're just going to hold strong towards top mid.
So quiet too. They're just creeping over towards A. Q's been waiting and sitting here. A haunt to go out will reveal some information, as will that 0 point. Trademark down now with 20 seconds left on the clock, looking towards... Okay, are they going to go for the default plant? Yeah, just going to be a default open plant here on A and a retake game for the Winners. Advantage by 1 player.
It's planted for defenders. All 4 players going to be looking to stuff things into the spawn of the Winners. You see Scrubby's here with the op on the inside of the smoke. There's going to be one as Shallow to strike. Kane's going to equalize as Scrubby doubles down with the op. Things suddenly going to heat up a little bit on the inside of the side as the retake. It is needed right now from the Winners. They're going to invest the Cosmic Divide too. If you are trying to retake the site, although not really following up with it. Whiter trying to salvage anything that you can with a kill into Scrubby though, tapping and Q working together to shut it down. 5 rounds now for the Saints.
Impeccably played in that post plant as well. I really like how Saints, they flip site on A, right? You know, they played for CT side, played for the CT chokes instead, anticipating that potential mid lurk to come back to bite them. And it's really what allowed them to just carry through in such a clean fashion. And what feels like maybe a little bit late for a timeout will be called by Shimmy.
I mean, they need to figure out something soon. It is slowly and slowly just slipping out of their grasp, Ash. And I mean, Haven was all fun and games for this team, but you know, you look at Bind, now you look at Pearl, and you can see that there's gaps in this team. You know, and St. Clair doing such a good job at exploiting those gaps. And it was a good call to, you know, stack mid, but if Saints don't want to go mid, you don't really have to worry about those 3 players on the inside. And it was a bold call too from the winners, because the only player we've ever seen go mid for Saints is 4-tapping, just lurking.
At the same time, though, I mean, I think it was a good call. It just unfortunately didn't play out in their favor. They expected St. Clair's to maybe make noise and spawn on the rotate. Instead, completely slow walked it, played super quiet, and didn't manage to get the information that they were looking for. Still nice adaptation, but St. Clair's just seemed to be ahead by 1 step every single time.
And that's what you need from a team in the semifinals now, looking for that grand final spot just to see, you know, what level they can hit to represent Canada.
Ooh.
Again, we get a first blood. Cello onto Nabil. Nabil 0-3 for first bloods.
Okay.
Honestly, getting caught, but Kane getting aggressive, gonna find tapping button, or 4-tapping a little bit out in the open in Astral form. Doesn't seem like it's gonna matter though, as the rest fall soon after.
No, at the same time, it was an eco round there for the winners. But man, it's just a different game, is what it feels like. St. Clair's I was gonna say varsity, and then I was gonna say college, and then it just went like turned into varsity, but it's all good. But St. Clair's, they're really riding off the momentum on Haven. Both maps previously felt a lot closer, but St. Clair's are owning this one.
Yeah, they look so comfortable on Pearl. I think this is an auto beetle for any team looking to go up against this team.
You want to play?
6-1,
play.
0-4 is going to be out from Scrubby.
Satchel out.
Satchel out through that, Nabil just barely missing the mark on that headshot. And automatically just forces winners off of that B site, already backed up towards Heaven.
I think that's been a big difference maker for the winners, right? You know, Nabil has had really insane pop-off moments on Haven, just not really finding any impact for the winners team in this particular matchup. Not finding the kills that you want to see coming out from a chamber, and having to, you know, now fall back all the way deep here towards B-side halls with the op in hand.
Trap destroyed.
Sliver to work with, though.
Nabil, nice angle there. Scrubby going down is going to spell trouble to the Saints. Automatically have to decide if they really want to invest in this B side or if they want to take themselves elsewhere. They only have 50 seconds. Cosmic Divide is going to split this one out. It seems like they want to get a little bit of a plant for B long.
Just creeping through. Not much vision to work with all of the cover provided.
Oh my goodness.
I don't even know where I am anymore. Like, I feel like we're just in the sauce right now.
Feels like we're literally in Astral form permanently, no matter what character you are. As the Showstopper's going to take down Mzuo over towards B, but this was all a bait to get Saints back to that A site in a 3v5. Let's see if they can recover this round. Look for number 7. It's beautiful right there from Q to start to bring things back, but now you have to deal with Kane. The Nightfall into the backline. They will know where the Cypher is. Excellent tripwire is going to give away the information for one at least. Kane, beautiful shots there on the Q. Ultimately, those Saints, they get the spike down. Quick rotation here from winners, looking to not give Saints any time for this post play. It's Cello to stand tall, but not tall enough.
Second round into the pockets finally here for the winner's investment going into the Tour de Force as well. We've got 4 more rounds left in this half. I just want to take a quick look at the economy situation once this round does end, because on the side of the winners, they're still hurting, right? Every single round has been so close or they've lost it, so it's going to be difficult to buy up alongside that op.
It will be, and I think right now, if you're thinking that in the perspective of the winners for that round, at least you stop the bleeding for now. You kind of get to dictate what happens next. That should put a little bit more respect towards St. Clair for the coming round. And I don't want to see them slow down. I don't want to see them back up. I want to see the winners see if they can double down here and really give it to the Saints.
Four tapping's waiting and lurking again. I like how Nabil is switching at the location with the op in hand, though, this time watching towards mid.
It should read this leak, this lurk. It's not the first time Four tapping has done this, so I expect Nabil to watch this like a hawk.
Oh, look at that aggressive cam towards a lobby as well. You've got Kane with so much info to be given, stacking towards mid here, playing offside that retake here towards the extremities. Cam will go down, and here comes the null command for the execution.
It's off to the races with the Boomba to lead. Saints trying to get control before those rotations can come through. There's a gap in the smoke, and Kane almost finding the first. Gravity Well's gonna hold him still. The Prowlers traded back and forth to shake things up a little bit. Ultimately, 5 versus 5 for the spike to hopefully go down. They're gonna plan for the defender's side. Whiter, good for one, but that's gonna be it. Nightfall invested here for the retake immediately from the winners. Nabil gonna find Four tapping, but Q immediately bringing this to a 3 versus 2. Shimmy's going for the 1. He's gonna be alone though, and Scrummy with the operator. St. Clair, I mean, this team, when they get going, they are electric.
That was through the cyber cage, right? I don't know if Scrubby even necessarily had the angle there. Could have maybe seen just like just a smidge over top the cyber cage because of that slight incline, but it doesn't seem like the winners are able to turn that last round win into any sort of momentum for themselves. St. Clair's just quick to steal it back, push them onto another eco.
Bounce back from this team is just, it's hard to work with, heartbreaking almost if you're the winners, is the instant rendezvous, just looking for the information down B long. Heavy stack towards B for the winners. Another flank play coming through from your fade. They need to hold time, allow for this fade to really come into fruition. You got Mar holding the front line. The Boomba not gonna feed off of anything for them. St. Clair really don't know anything on the inside of this B. Even though there's 4 players, they haven't seen them until Nabil gonna bite off a little bit too much that you can choose the first blood coming through by way of operator. St. Clair still dominated that chamber duel.
Look at Shimmy's positioning though. This actually allows the winners to continue to stack so heavily towards B, right? They know that they've got St. Clair's in a pinch at the moment, looking to just run down the clock with 40 seconds left.
Mars still holding this around the corner. Satchel should slow him down, but the Stinger, so dangerous when it's so close. Mars gonna find 2. Whiter with the Marshall gonna shine on the inside now. It's going to be Four tapping trapped. Shimmy working this flank, delaying this time. Both players of St. Clair together, side by side, but they're not gonna be able to have the numbers. They're not gonna come out on top, and the winners still finding some rounds here on their defense.
Incredibly played, thrifty round to come out from the winners. Shimmy with that positioning in their spawn, just being a total nuisance in the back, right? And then you have the rest of the winners, they're set up in those crossfires on the B side, just so confidently stacked.
I think, you know, this is a moment where you need to find your second in a row for the winners. They've found these rounds 3 times now, but immediately St. Clair have an answer. The adaptations that we get out of Saints Green has always been one step ahead of the winners. Now, Nabil, can you start things off strong? Well, the peak for Q a little bit too wide.
Man. It didn't get caught out by the haunt, but will get caught out by their own haunt trying to throw that one out, right? But
yeah.
Now with the first blood in hands here for the winners, they're probably feeling a little bit more confident. There was a trip now being set here towards Art. Just wait for that piece of utility.
Ooh, with the angle, Prowler's gonna give away so much. And immediately, the respect being shown from the winners. Rappiwell holds them still. The tripwire gets destroyed. So Saints, they want to take Art slowly but surely, just piercing their way through.
Hiding here for Mzuu. Prowler will be sought out though. A smoke to cover up Art, make the push in more daunting. Seems like St. Clair's College are struggling to find space in this round.
This is what I was asking for. I mean, winners are using their utility, finally slowing the Saints down.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left on the clock, and we've talked about how long the rotations can take, right? At least with mid control, rotating towards B shouldn't be too daunting, shouldn't take too long, but it won't give them much time to clear out site to get a safe plant.
4 players going to be here. Winners, they have the numbers advantage for the inside. Nabil strikes first. The operator is going to lead the way. Not going to hit the second one, but you got Whiter and Shimmy to back you up. Now one last player for the Saints is 4 tapping on the flank, and Kane is going to sweep them under the rug. A 4th round for the Winners, now starting to get a little bit of footing here in Pearl, only down by 3. They get 2 in a row. We haven't yet seen that just yet.
The flawless round was the perfect way for them to close out that last one, because we're heading into the last round before we swap sides now. And a bit of an awkward buy on the side of St. Clair's College for this last round as well. You've got 2 Stingers alongside these rifles. At the very least, you do have a Cosmic Divide and Nightfall to work with here for St. Clair's. Really nice combination, because you can continue to push past that Cosmic Divide if you desire to, if you use that Nightfall to get the trails.
And the Rolling Thunder is going to be invested here. Mzuu wants it with the showstopper, leading St. Clair into the A site. Flash on through, and Mzuu just trying to find anything, going to shoot the fade away all the way into the back. Tripwire Mzuu, we gotta be so careful, Kane. He wishes he could shoot that.
Unfortunately, it's a hard wall to deal with. Another Cosmic Divide to come through though, and that's tough because there's a paint shell to get you towards half very early on now in the post plant.
They're just gonna stick this one through. I don't know if Saints are gonna be ready for them to just hold this down. Scrubby is gonna check, but 2 to trade it out. It's a 1 for 2 to keep numbers in the favor of the Winners. They're not gonna be on this just yet. Hugh's got the cross. Still out in the open, Cosmic Divide forcing St. Clair to take these gunfights. Whiter just running it down with that Vandal. 2 versus 1, and Mzuu only has a Stinger. Margie's gonna get away with it.
5 to 7, Whiter closing things out here before we swap sides. And I mean, it looks like St. Clair's College has an advantage, right, by these 2 rounds, but at the same time, Pistol into the pockets of the Winners could tie things up 7 to 7.
You see how hard the Winners are fighting for these rounds, though. So many ultimates invested in that round alone. From the Winners, look, they use the Nightfall, they use the Tour de Force, they use the Cypher ultimate as well as the Cosmic Divide to hold that through. It's crazy. There's so much needing to come through from the Winners just to shut down the Saints alone. But finally, I'm glad we're seeing those investments come through from the Winners, because they can't allow anything more to slip through.
No. Q's been marked up here as well by the Haunt, right? Nice gravity well to slow down any push. Keep Q alive a little bit longer. The Prowler will come through, and that Haunt was big. I believe that was 3 or 4 trails right off the back of it.
Q, he's gonna know. Shimmy still wants to dance, and Frenzy versus Classic. That one's gonna go the way of Frenzy this time around. It's an opening for Saints to slow the roll here from Winners. Now banking on this A site to be a little bit empty. All alone here, 4 tapping a 1v3. Only having the Astra, it's not like you have the Cypher to slow down the oncoming traffic. 4 tapping's got a lot on his plate. Let's see if he can eat. Mara's gonna go for the plan. 4 tapping is gonna not really be able to do too much. The cam's gonna give away that somebody's in the way in the backline, but on the outside is where the gunfight's gonna be shown. Kane striking back. Can you find a second one? You can. Q now down, leaving us in a 3v3 for this post plan. 4 tapping still has yet to get anything going.
Crossfire being held here is going to be a tough retake for Saints. No smokes available, turning it into 2v2 situation. You've got Scrubby now all alone, looking to isolate 1.
If somebody can do it, it's going to be Scrubby. 1v2, oh my word! The second one there to Kane and Scrubby! Round number 8, he does it himself. The Coast, lethal for those headshots.
And Pistol into the pockets, and a clutch round here for St. Clair's varsity team. The potential tie-up early on in the second half will be staved off a smidge longer.
I mean, now where we see this lie, actually, both teams even in pistols across the series, 3-3. The only thing is, where the Winners, they find those 2 pistols in the first map, and it leads to a game win. Now St. Clair have turned things around in the back half. 2 pistol rounds here on Pearl, and this is where they can start putting it away.
Do you see that buy-up from the winners? They've got like 4 stingers across the board right now, looking to contest this anti-eco here from St. Clair's College. You've got a potential gravity well to come through alongside that smoke from the Astra on side of St. Clair's. Looking to peek with the cam, but elect not to do that to start things off.
Zuo, so much damage through the cyber cage.
Oh, the pink shell.
Or tapping too for the crossfire. He's gonna raid at this player inside. Artis Mar, a little bit late to the action. Q is able to punish this one out with the judge. Gonna find 2. Now it's all up to Shimmy to try to hold strong for the team. Can't recover the Bulldog in time. And Q, 3 kills in the round brings Saints to 9.
Q goes big with the 3K, right? But you also have to give that credit over towards Mzuu, who did the initial poke damage. That's why the judge worked so well from a distance. They were already so low that just a few bullets did them in.
I think that this is starting to get a little bit frightening. Another force
stinger
buy.
buy.
Yeah, another stinger buy.
I mean,
if it works, it works, but
it's also a risk, right? You know, you go for a stinger buy here. This is normally already supposed to be your rifling round. So now you're putting yourself in a danger zone for round number 4.
yeah, and the Saints, I mean, they're not stacked to the brim with rifles. I mean, they got Judge, Stinger. I mean, they have their bonus weapons. So right now, they're okay to take these fights on even ground. They're looking for double digits here, looking to double the amount of points that winners have inside this. What is this? What is this? Is this the new Pearl strat that I haven't been seeing? Just stack a corner through mid?
One paint gelatin is all over.
Just to fade and a raise can end your whole show. But it is going to be the raise to find that opening information. Mzuu immediately going to back off right into the sights of Kane. Beautiful first blood there from the Stingers. Now looking to run it down. Forward tapping, overwhelmed on sight.
Out of charges.
Nightfall going to be called in from Saints. They don't want to allow this plant to go for free. Shimmy now with the upgrade to the Phantom can deal so much damage to the backline. Q, little fadeaway there, jump shot with the judge, but ultimately, in fact, these Stingers from the winners, man, they make miracles happen.
Seems to be just what they needed. I mean, they do well with their thrifty rounds, right? But again, it was a danger zone, so Scrubby clutches this up. This is tough for round number 4 to come through of this half.
Oh, Scrubby should know somebody's going to be in that Nebula, opting to go a different route through this one. Headshot from the sights. Now the flank from both, and Nabo won't allow him to go any farther than that. 9-6 we lay. Winners finally stop the bleeding here on their offense.
A round that was a must-win for the winners as well to avoid a disastrous economy for the remainder of the game, as St. Clair's are the one pushed onto a half bye here. And that happened because of the fact that St. Clair's, they bought up in that last round to have an even stronger bonus to go through because they weren't expecting the winners to be on anything but pistols.
No, and Saints, I'm sure, don't want to make that same mistake twice going into the future, so noted on Pro. And going into this next round, you see the aggression coming through from Scrubby with that Hunter. Wants to go for seconds and actually takes out Nabil, so at least 1-for-1 trade there from your chamber. And now for the Cavalry to show up towards B. 3 players for the Saints. Kane just looking to feed. Flash on out from Cello. Still the anti-flash from Shimmy to back up Kane. Things looking good for the winners here in their next round. Looking for number 7, 1v3, tapping.
Oh, it's a Bucky.
Only got a Bucky. I didn't even notice. When we swapped to it, I was like, what does he have? Maybe Vandal can get it done, but a Bucky on the B site?
Drawing out some util at the very least, expending those paint shells early, expecting that push into the smoke, looking to find something. There are Vandals down. We'll recover 1 and might just be a save the gun situation with that full shield online here for 4 tap and carry that over into the next one.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out. I mean, things have been solid for Saints here in Pro, but it hasn't been perfect for the Saints, so still they have to worry about that economy. And it looks like winners, they don't want to let this rifle go for free. Shimmy's going to be looking to hunt this down. 4 tapping, just trying to take it over, but that is such an important kill to get.
And I'm not sure, but that might have been the kill to put the Nightfall online for this round now here. But St. Clair's College calling a time out as the winners start to close this gap.
Yeah, and I'm liking this new site for the winners. I was a little bit scared for them, going into this attacking side because although they looked more comfortable on bind, it didn't take St. Clair too long to figure it out for their own defensive side on bind. Now on Pearl, I'm seeing a new dynamic to winners. Having Kane on this Cypher has allowed so much more post-plant strategy. They're slower, they're more patient. It seems like they're communicating a little bit more on what they want to have happen.
Yeah, I'm loving the adaptations coming out from both sides, but what else I'm loving is also the watch party that we have going over here at the Red Bull studio down in Toronto. If you guys aren't here right now, you guys might want to check out the Eventbrite page because I have a big thanks to give over to our AOC partner for the Red Bull Campus Clutch. They provided their G2 24-inch monitor that you can see in front of us for the stations set up here in the studio. Monitor being 144 Hertz IPS and 1 millisecond of delay. So come on over, check out the setups if you're not already down.
Yeah, and check out some neat tech provided from AOC. Huge shout out to them. Going into next round, off of the timeout, Saints want change. What did they talk about? Looks like immediately the aggression is what they want to show over towards B long.
Okay, aggressive arc control this time. Actually expending that Nightfall there, but it's not going to find anyone.
Nobody. Saints actually kind of get away with something right there. The ultimate comes up flat. Now Scrappy on the inside. Prowler should see him, but it doesn't. Now Kane's gonna check it first. Luckily, that didn't go the way of Saints for the winners because they kind of left it unchecked.
I do like the idea of the Nightfall being expended for art because normally you would expect the team to be playing off-site, waiting for it to come out towards main. It was just unlucky in that situation, but now 4v5 post-plant here.
Before tapping, big heal coming through from the middle, and Shimmy goes down. It's gonna explode onto the A site from the back. Kane sprays down too. That's 3K out of your Cypher for the winners. Now 3v2. We're gonna put this one away now. Bring this one closer to a tie game. Jello keeping Saints alive. 2v2, the retake. Pinch moment happening now as both players disconnected for the winners. Two isolated 1v1s though. Whiter, he's gonna stand tall in this situation, and not one but two. For it to be now a 1-point game on Pearl.
Coming straight down to the wire, the winners have found their footing with 3 rounds in a row. And the opportunity to equalize here, tie things up 9-9 as St. Clair's varsity team gets pushed onto a half bye. At the very least, they do have a tool to fall back on here. I'm really interested to see where Scrubby will be positioned with that ultimate, most likely watching towards B long. Keep that down on lock, and then you also have the Cosmic Divide to try and close down distance on any retake situation, get those closer angles for a better favored fight for your guns.
Oh, Jello giving his life away through mid, getting a little bold. That's gonna render the A site completely open. I mean, Saints, they are already in a rough buy for this round. A retake with a 4v5, that's not where you want to be.
Such interesting positioning over on the left side of the map, too. We're going to see a Prowler invested here to clear out backside of A by the winners. C's to go out towards dugout as well. There's just one, Mzu looking for info. Oh, the cam.
Well, Stinger is going to actually find a kill. It's a big win there from Mzu to at least even things up. Now for the collapse of the team, Shimmy denying 4-tapping off that art control and doesn't even give away the Astra of their own through the wall.
Showstopper is available for the defenders on this retake as well, on this Thrifty.
On gives him away. Now they know Showstopper for Whiter through the window.
What?
The knowledge from Whiter being absolutely 200 IQ. Now Scrubby with a 2 to force 1v3. Time ticking away and only 18 health to get him through this one. Nobody's going to be showing anything at all for this chamber, and Whiter's gonna even this up.
9-9 as the winners make a comeback on the attacking half. A bye round to come through here for St. Clair's College. They've got that op in hand now, but consistently in the danger zone. If you look at the money on the side of the winners, they have so much to work with now that they're tied up, now that they got those 4 rounds in a row. Meanwhile, St. Greens are in danger of losing any potential lead.
Yeah, I mean, winners off of these 4 rounds in a row have completely crippled the Saints' economy. And that is worrisome now. We turn the tables in favor of the winners for Pearl. This is a face that we have yet to see. The Prowler, not sure if it saw Scrabby in this positioning and not able to get the rendezvous out in time. Cosmic Divide's gonna be brought through. That's gonna be the winners looking to block off the B site.
It's a bait. Look at the spike. It's towards A.
You need Saints to read this soon. They have no idea. They are completely unaware.
Kane has so much space here for the team as well. Easy backside control into the hands of the attacking side as looks to meet one here in spawn.
Unaware, Kane strikes again. Spike gets killed.
Spike
Q,
down
what an
A.
important kill there to slow things down and trample right over the thoughts and strategy of the winners. It's only a 3v3 too.
Yep.
The
Oh, big
Fade's
con.
completely out of the equation here for the winners. Going to be late to the party, and Mzuo is going to take down Kane. So now for the inside, it should be life advantage to the Saints. Showstopper, Nightfall clearing the site, allowing a way in, but here comes the flank. Nobody knows from the Saints, and this could be so impactful. Shimmy here to end it all. Q brings it to a 1v1. Spike brought to half a Nabil, trying to keep this going for the winners, but it's not going to happen. 1 HP and a dream. Q finally stopping the winners, and that's double digits for the Saints.
But again, back to the money situation, right? St. Clair's College secure the rounds in pocket, but don't have the money for that full buy to come through either. I was talking about how the winners, even if they lose a round after the momentum they'd gained, they have a lot more to work with. So, I mean, I don't know. That one was just right down to the wire.
A lot of these rounds have been right down to the wire. I mean, I said it before, it almost seems, Ash, like these two teams, it's a match made in heaven. Like both of their play styles completely counteract each other, and Pearl has just been such a good showcase of what both can do on either end. Scrubby, a lot of information through B long. You can see the rotation out from the KO now. Boomba into the backline, satchel charge for Whiter. Judge though is what you're going up against. Are you going to be ready for it? Oh no, the Boomba's not going to be able to deny anything, and Whiter almost taking down the Rays.
Whoever goes into halls is dead.
Jello and 4-tapping now going to be down. You know where Scrubby is, the plan here, but it only being a Judge, you're not too worried about that from range. So the Spike's going to go down quite simply for the winners. Real angle here for the quick retake. The C's not going to be able to lock anything down, though. Heroics coming out from the Saints. 2 down and a third of the Headhunter. Scrubby again bringing things back for the team. 3 versus 1, Kane 7 HP, and Headhunter is going to steal the deal there. 11 rounds for the Saints. Ash, they find it again. Now a 2, make it a 3-round lead.
Huge round for St. Clair's to win right off the back of that last one. This means that, okay, money-wise, the winners, not looking too bad. I mean, they'll have a bit of an awkward buy if they can't secure this next round, but with the game so close, we're seeing the attackers calling another timeout.
It's expected. I mean, this is it. This is it for the winners. You have a buy for, you know, this round, but Ash, if you lose it, that's map point, and I don't think there's any coming back from this if the winners. It's now or never.
We've also seen how good their thrifties are, though.
Yeah,
to give them credit.
You can't count them out because they are quite miracle workers. But even still, you have to be thinking about that if you're the team. That's why the timeout's coming out. This is such an important round for them.
Yeah, it's really interesting, too, because the winners in the early round, you can tell that the conditioning's been done with a 0 point from the KO on St. Clair's. They're waiting. You know, no one's being caught out by the suppress, but regardless, with the positioning that St. Clair's has been taking on the defender side, have been doing really well on the retake, or even just like through gunfights on site to stall. Into this next round, we've got 2 big ultimates here from St. Clair's to potentially seal the deal. You've got that null command, you've got that cosmic divide, a recipe for a perfect retake situation.
Well, here we go. Semifinals might be all down to this. The winners, can they hold on to the ride to trying to represent Canada in the Red Bull Campus Clutch? It's comeback time for them. We've seen them make something out of nothing oftentimes here in these rounds, but inside this crunch time, Kane's actually gonna get spotted out. Shots through the wall, not gonna hit the mark. Both players walking out of that unscathed. Looks like we are executing quite quickly over to the A site. I love that. Gravity Well is actually gonna slow everything down.
It just completely counteracts the zoning they were looking to do on that player towards our
no!
A side, but Kane gonna punish that push out towards a lobby now. First blood in hand to the winners.
There's a chance now for them to roll over the Saints. You get a little bit of reinforcement from Mzuo. Both gonna swing this one out, Nabil, and it's gonna be Kiyu for 2. Evening up the lives from both ends, but you give up the A site in turn. Nightfall is gonna give away all this information. The Whiter comes out on top for the gunfight. That should be spiked down here, although Jello, how did that, what a play right there.
30 seconds left, null command still available. The flashpoint there to deny vision for Shimmy. Spike back in hand and a pinch retake situation on the side of St. Clair's will be initiated here towards default. Null command already expended.
We gotta time this right. It's 2 steps right now for the Saints, and there's step 1, there's step 2. Jello, match point for the Saints, and he hands it to him on a silver platter.
Defuse to go into the hands of Scrubby as well for that tool, the false potential. And the winners, I mean, damn, the adjustments are just so nice on both sides. St. Clair's College is playing really well reactively, just based off of the utility that the winners are throwing out, doing their most and their damnedest to counteract that whenever possible.
Look at the scoreboard. I mean, we haven't talked about it just yet. Kiyu 23 and 13. Top fragging the whole lobby. Kane close to it, 19 and 17, but I mean, what an outstanding performance from your Fade. If you're Saints, I mean, Kiyu has been on fire since Haven and hasn't slowed down. Now Saints looking to put this one away, cement themselves a grand final spot here at the Red Bull Campus Clutch for your Canadian National Finals. One round stands in their way.
Look at the positioning too. You've got a heavy lean towards the A side coming out from St. Clair's, playing very passive B, knowing that that choke is really difficult to stall out. A missed shot will force out a rendezvous, and the spike covering here towards Art here for the winners. Not much space has been taken thus far, aside from Belong.
Oh, Scrubby.
Scrubby might get caught out.
Timing, Mar! That is perfect now for winners to rotate things out. The only thing is they're rotating St. Clair and their whole hook, line, and sinker right into their plan.
We've seen this before too. On Haven, the winners saved their fakes to really late game. But I think St. Clair's, they have the inkling that's come through. The Nightfall to come out, not gonna catch anyone on site. They're looking towards A.
If 4 tapping holds strong, there's the trade to equalize. Spike getting planted now. It's equal gunfights for both sides. The C's right inside of it, and Q's gonna hold Jimmy right in front of him. Through the wall, he's gonna spray down that opposing Fade, and now life advantage to the Saints for this retake. The Cosmic Divide's gonna split things. You gotta get aggressive here for the winners. You cannot afford the spike to get diffused. Jello throws down the fragment. That's Kane off the board. Jello finds a second one. This could be it. Mar last alive for the winners. Now the whole thing's still alive for them, for the life, for the Red Bull Campus Clutch run. Here and now, everybody's gonna be here. There's the first one, but he's not gonna look out in time, and the defuse is gonna come through. St. Clair College paved their way into the grand finals.
Perfectly played in conjunction with that Cosmic Divide, right? You had utility coming out from the KO, just completely stalling any potential to even peek through that wall.
Unbelievable plays from both teams. It was almost like a chess game at the end of Pearl.
Yeah.
Ash, it was just one team would make an adjustment. A few rounds later, they're used to it. And then all of a sudden, you have to work around it again. It's just step by step, each team trying to get one step ahead of the other. And what a series we get. We got all the way to a map number 3, and it goes down to the wire in so many rounds.
Man, I feel like this just sets the tone for the remainder of the finals today, right?
Yeah.
You can see how quick each of these teams are thinking on their feet. They all want it, but unfortunately, the winner is knocked down to that bronze match.
Yeah, and now they got to settle for hopefully a 3rd place finish here inside of your Canadian National Finals, folks. That was our first semifinals. St. Clair, you're going to be in the grand finals. We're going to have to wait to see them a little bit later. Coming up next, we got our second semifinals of the day. It's going to be Laurier versus Big Pizza. We'll see you there.
Welcome back to the Red Bull Campus Clutch Canada Finals. Now, we saw it. Saints heard that. They heard you cheering on, and they came back. Congratulations to them. Now, next up, we have Laurier and Pizza that are going to go head-to-head. But first, I want to point out the fact we are live right here in the Red Bull Gaming Studio in downtown Toronto, Canada. And look at all these wonderful people enjoying today's matches, as well as the food, the Red Bull, and even hopping on and testing their aim on some AOC monitors as well. So we love to see it. We love to bring the community together. And I know they want to see the next game go ahead and see who's going to face off against St. Clair College varsity. Marks, Ash, take it away.
Thanks so much, Camille. Hello, everybody. My name is Marks. This is Ash, and like Camille said, we do have Laurier going up against a big pizza. Not just small pizza. This is big pizza now.
It's, you know what, big games, big times. We got big things on
Big
the
Zop?
line.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Thank you, Dr. Seuss.
Oh, no problem.
But yeah, this is going to be an exciting matchup. We are still in the semis. The winner of this is going to be going ahead to the finals, and that should be a pretty exciting match, honestly.
I'm really looking forward to it. I imagine that you're super excited considering the fact that you ran a whole half marathon to get here. But Marks, I mean, you missed out on the first one. To those who maybe didn't tune in until now, that was a 2-1 win there for St. Clair's. And man, Laurier versus Big Pizza. I believe we're taking it over towards Big Pizza's map pick on Bind first.
Ooh, Bind is kind of an interesting map. Personally, I am not a fan of it. Obviously, you do have your teleporters and things like that, but I'm curious to see what this big wheel could potentially just bust out here.
You really called it the big wheel?
Yeah, you know, muck some wheels, it's fine. If you know, you know.
How many wheels can Marks muck? That would
Depends
be
on
a
the
ton.
size. Depends on the size. Are we talking like small wheels, big wheels? You know.
I
If
mean,
it's
we
the
got
biggest
Big
wheels,
Pizza here.
Probably just one, if I'm being completely honest with you.
Okay.
Because it seems like Big Pizza's bringing a pretty big game.
Hey, you said it first, right? We already saw Bind today in the other semifinals, but we didn't get to see these two teams on that map, right? And Laurier looks like to be starting out on the defensive side as first. How are you feeling about that?
It's going to be interesting. When you talk about defense on Bind, personally, I think that Bind works a lot better on the offense, specifically because of the teleporter that does exist on that beast site. It allows for a little bit more opportunity to try and play things a little bit more differently. And so I'm more of a fan of the attacking on Bind side. But if Laurier does scoop up quite a few rounds and, you know, they look a little bit better on the defense, then I think they've got a really good shot at maybe sending that pizza home.
They got
Every time I say that, you just smile at me, and I can't tell if it's disappointment or like you're giving me a pity laugh or something like that.
I think it's a mix of both. Like, it's comedic, but also disappointing.
You know what?
But
That's
I
fair.
also
I'll take that.
I knew what I was getting into when we were going to work together, right? But when it comes down to it, again, a lot on the line here. Not only are they trying to head over to finals, trying to get those prizes for today for nationals, but they want to represent Canada over down in Brazil. Who wouldn't want a free trip at LAN?
Oh, absolutely. And honestly, this is such a cool thing that like the Red Bull Campus Clutch allows some of these students to do. Given the fact that, you know, you're allowed to, first of all, compete in these tournaments, but also an opportunity to go up against some of the best in the world as well. Like, I wish I had that experience when I was in school. Not to date myself too much.
Well, we'll see.
Disappointment. That's what that was, Ash.
No, it wasn't disappointment. It wasn't disappointment. You know what? Never mind. I was going to throw you a bone there, but I take that back now. When it comes down to it, though, I'm just taking a quick look at the other maps that we have online. It looks like we're going to see Ascent for map number 2, Fracture as the decider.
And I think Fracture is actually going to be a really interesting map if that third map does come out here, because as you probably know, Fracture has changed up a little bit. And honestly,
a little bit.
Okay, well, like a lot. But like I do think that these changes are really helpful in kind of allowing the flow of Fracture to be a little bit more dynamic. When we talk about Fracture as its base map, especially too on moving in from that satellite side, things were a little bit tricky. But now that some changes have been made, it allows for a little bit more variety in being able to enter in here. But we are going to be loading into our very first map of this semifinals, and it is going to be Bind.
Okay, so far, couple locks, couple hovers. Goku actually gonna lock in the Sage for Laurier on the attacking side. I wonder if they're just gonna go for the, okay, they are just going for the single Sentinel, so no trip to watch their backs.
This is going to be really interesting. Based on Laurier's composition alone, to me, this reads that they're going to be playing a little bit more faster. They're going to be using a little bit more attack power. You know, get in as quick as possible. Use that Fade utility. Use that Sky utility. Get that Raise in there, and then allow the Barrier Orb to just really just lock things down in order to execute some of these fast hits. And it makes sense why they are also starting on attack for this. Interesting, Big Pizza, locking Arena.
You know what? I don't know. Reyna's having a little bit of resurgence since the bit of a buff that they got, right? You know, Reyna, her flash is, well, near sights, technically, the Leer. It doesn't have a limit now on the distance, but at the same time, a very solo kind of agent, and you can't really play with your team on that or set them up for anything.
And I'm wondering if you're just saying that because now your hair is purple, so you're like, oh yes, Reyna, I relate.
It is not the same purple. This is not the same purple whatsoever.
Well, like, you know.
If anything, like my previous hair was more akin to Reyna's hair.
You know, fair enough.
It.
Listen, I don't see colors. I'm actually colorblind, fun fact, so.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's a genetic thing.
How do you, just a little bit?
Yeah, like reds and greens are a little bit different.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Anyways, let's talk about
We're
Bind
learning a
here.
lot.
We are going to be loading into the map. Taking a look at Big Pizza's composition, they are actually going to be bringing in that double duelist. We talked about the Reyna already, but we're also seeing a Raze, which does say that they're going to be going a little bit faster as well. Interestingly, they do have a chamber instead of that Sage, which once again, that's pretty good to just watch your back, but Flinchy is really going to have to just kind of frag out here.
Already looking for like that aggressive positioning towards short, right? So probably looking to get one, maybe dismiss away, but playing very passive short instead, going for aggressive showers control right off the bat on the side of Laurier.
And they're able to scoop up the ultimate orb. Not sure if the assault is going to be happening on that A side just quite yet. Agents are getting into positions, but Soupy is going to be the first person to get any information. And it is this Reyna. The Trailblazer is going to be going in, gets that information, the swing comes through, and it's going to be good. It is a little bit of a trade, though, as Goku does go down in the chaos. Diabetic has made their way onto site, but has to play this super carefully. Finally, Kip going to be going down for the plant, but let's see where they want to set up on this post plant for these pistols.
Paint Shell's still in pocket there for Laurier as well in a 4v4 situation. Flinchy's about to find two, but with that util out, good for one, the rendezvous out.
And Kip still hanging out in here. It's a little bit bad. It's going to be tough here. Kip does find one before getting traded out. And just like that, it's going to be a 1v2 situation. Link just has to hold on for a little bit longer, but Finchy says not today. Cleans it up with a 4K, and that is going to be the very first round going to Big Pizza.
Hey, 4K and defuse in hand for Finchy now. Only, I believe, 3 away from that tool to fall. It's only round number 1. Oh, but as I say that, there's the buy-up round impending here from Big Pizza. KVK. Looks like we got a shotgun raise on our hands.
I miss those days, by the way. You know when you see the Rays like satchel all the way through, Bucky in hand, able to just find a couple of kills. Oh, it's so good. And actually, to me, this seems like we might be seeing KBK just go flying through mid, and they might be able to actually catch Kip off guard. Spike's still in the spawn. But let's see if Laurier can convert some of these kills to make their economic situation just a bit better.
Deep Haunt to go out towards Showers again, so already a lot of conditioning to start things off here for Laurier. You've got the Haunt, you've got them getting that info, always farming that Showers orb here on the Laurier side and investing into that Nightfall early.
And here we go, they scoop up the orb and actually are going to be backing out. This makes me a little bit worried. Once again, that Raze with the shotgun is just sitting in hookah. So if they do decide to execute there, KBK could come up massive. The rest of the team is swinging around to be long. They will get a little bit of distance, but there is inconsistent on that Astra pick. Just hanging out on the back, just watching for it.
Look at them crawling up towards B long right now. Not clearing out hookah though could definitely bite them in the back later on, but a shotgun looking to do a lot of work. Won't yield anything as the TP to Showers comes back through.
Zuby able to scoop up Diabetic. The smokes are now down. Anders in an excellent position. Might be able to come up with 2 or 3 kills here, but Laurier, as slow as ever. They're not sure whether or not they want to commit to this. They already took the teleporter, and now there's only 30 seconds left on the clock. Their hand might be getting forced here, Ash.
Just quiet so far. Anders not being sought out by the Prowler. Could be big for almost 3, probably. Yeah, okay. Flawless round to close things out. Couldn't quite get the 4th, but Finchy cleans up.
Yeah, Finchy was just like, hey, don't forget about me, I'm here too. And is able to just come in for the last one. Right now, Finchy sitting with 5 kills, but excellent defensive positioning from Big Pizza. Notably, they did not over-rotate based off of some of the sound that was given away at B. It seemed like for sure the B side was going to be the one that hit, especially too as that guiding light flew in there. You know, you got the flash on there, the agents sitting there are convinced that it's going to be a B side hit. They take the teleporter, but Big Pizza, they didn't move a muscle. They stayed exactly where they needed to be and were able to punish Laurier. Now Laurier are going to have better weapons in their hand. This is going to be their round to convert. Otherwise, Big Pizza might start rolling away with this, pun intended.
I really hope your pizza's not like rolling. Like if it's that tough and like hard, if the crust is that hard, like I don't really know if you want to be biting into that. But a big bite will be taken by Diabetic onto Anders for the first blood.
Here we go, Diabetic able to scoop up 2 kills. KBK is going to be coming in with the judge. But still, the spike is already down. Such a fast plant from the attackers. And already they're just kind of actually grouped up into the spawn. It's going to be very difficult for the defenders to be able to retake this.
Pinch retake at the very least, but like you said, I mean, Link is just watching here the heal to come through as well. A lot of work being done by the Stinger, but now KBK in a 1v4 situation. Haunt to go out, revealed at the last second.
Yeah, just gonna walk out there and the bull will come through. Goku scoops up the final kill. Once again, that was such an important round for Laurier to be able to win, to make sure that they keep themselves in this. And on top of that too, they didn't lose anybody except for Finchy, which is honestly a really good situation because they're able to carry their rifles into this next round. And Finchy, he's feeling it, gonna have that operator. Only needs 1 more kill before getting the tour de force online. Meanwhile, Laurier though, they've got weapons too, and this could be tough.
They've also got money to spare on the side of Big Pizza, right? You've got the potential of, you know, still being able to buy up next round if you can't equalize here. Boombots will kiss outside of Hookah. Not much info gleaned other than the presence of the raises.
Once again, KBK just holding it down for the underground, really. Has that judge in hand. The Trailblazer doesn't get any information. KBK goes for a little bit of repositioning here. Toasty is able to spot out the gun barrel, but Soupy comes through with a headshot. Shuts Toasty down, and now that's going to make this attack a little bit more fragile. Link, though, clapping back, finds Soupy's head. Now it's a 4v4 situation.
Falling off of that Shower's presence that was conditioned previously by the attackers. Guiding Light to come out won't actually catch anyone off guard here. That's KBK holding it down in Hookah, but they're still not pushing in. They're wary of his presence.
And once again, we're seeing them start to move up B long again. I wonder if this is going to be a fake this time. Finchy just watching it with this operator in hand, goes for the swing, finds Goku with the barrier orb in hand. The attackers will be able to move in onto the site, but at what cost? Turns out Diabetic's life as KBK makes that judge, puts it to good use. It is now 2v4, sorry.
Tough post-plant situation, but Cosmic Divide available here now, right? Unlikely to see that come to fruition considering their disadvantage. Just hiding in Tube. It's gonna be interesting because that's the attackers now funneled into one space together.
Here we go, we're gonna see the Haunt come in first. Finchy just finds the head of Link. Kip tries to hold it, but inconsistent, gonna be walking through. Just a little bit of a numbers advantage going in hand for Laurier. They're now able to get that 3rd round, but it was a very expensive one. The 2 last remaining agents, just a sliver of HP left.
Oh, damn. Okay. This is Big Pizza's map pick too, right?
Yep.
You know, to be down 2 rounds, it's tough. You know, you said that you favor the attacking side here on Bind, but overall, I would feel like the more common iteration of it would be to say Bind is more so like that defender-sided map, right? But we're not seeing the TPs being utilized the same way that you were looking forward to.
Yeah, and actually one thing I want to point out from this defense is Soupy. You talked about Reyna just really relying on being able to frag out, and we're actually seeing Soupy play a very aggressive defense, is always looking for opportunities to get a couple of kills, and that has been a really big thorn in Big Pizza's side. Now it's going to be a very fast execute. The Seekers are online, and the Trailblazer is already in.
Paint shells out towards back sight. the slow as well, but not laning too much damage. Instead, inconsistent, able to take 2 down with little health. Now a 3v3 situation through the box there for Soupy. And Spike still not initiated. The defenders hot on the tails of Big Pizza and CT.
2v3 Spike is now down. Already, that Prowler got a lot of information. The Seize is in hand, and another Prowler is extended as Soupy's going around from the other side. Already the barrier orb is down, crosses out the Leer, looking for a head, can't find anything. Once again, they're just kind of hiding in the tube. How does Laurier approach this? I'm now taking down Link, able to find Andrew's head. Vinci just goes for the swing. Goku just ducks down in time, but Link comes through with a nice little 3K. Goku finding Vinci, and that is going to be Big Pizza winning yet another round, taking our scoreline 2-3.
So close to equalizing now as Laurier's pushed onto an eco, but they do have 4 ultimates to work with as well. You've got the Tour de Force now in play, huge retake potential with the Nightfall and the Cosmic Divide as well, if Vinci can get impact out of his ultimate.
And let's see how this works, because since this is a little bit more of a save buy, you know, that Tour de Force really has to come online. They have to be able to find it, and unfortunately, Laurier are setting that one up on that B side. But Big Pizza, they've got their sights set on that A site. The Cosmic Divide is going to be down, and now the Execute might come through.
Guiding Light out towards front, won't find anyone. Prowler to re-clear towards Showers as they didn't aggress that location. So knowing it's safe, no lurking defender will be there in that retake situation. Completely falling off the site now as the defenders do funnel in with their eco weapons.
And they've taken a lot of space with it. Soupy's already on the spike, gets it to half, might actually stick it, never mind. A little bit of, okay! It's gonna be a satchel that flies through, but Toasty Unicorn finds 2 actually. Inconsistent goes in for the tap, decides to walk through the wall, finds them all looking the wrong way, but can only find one. Vinci with the Tour de Force finds Link here, but now it's a 1v2 scenario. Cosmic Divide still blocking out a lot of sight. Might decide to just stick it. Oh, walks in, walks out, hello, goodbye. Kip comes through, and Vinci is down. Big Pizza tie it up 3-3.
Even Stevens across the board now, and a tighter series compared to how the game first started off. And danger zone on the side of Laurier as on this last buy round on the back of the eco. They're in that ping pong economy situation, right? And they expended 2 ultimates there. The Cosmic Divide did come out, but at the very least, you do have a Nightfall to fall back on for that retake. And you know, investment could be put into KVK as well. I really like using the trails to find out those players for the showstopper.
Yeah, let's see how that showstopper works. Unfortunately, because of the nerf, it's not been getting as much value.
Yeah.
Vinci tries to go for a cheeky little shot. The Nightfall is going to be activated. He's only, nope, never mind, doesn't find anybody, unfortunately, and massive paint shells coming through. Just deny all of that space. Speaking of a nice day, Diabetic comes up big with 1. Showstopper now online, and it's going to be a party in the back. As that's KBK now down, Soupy trying to tie that one up, finds Toasty Unicorns, is pushing hard through Hookah, but the spike goes down.
So much pressure being put on towards Hookah as well, and you can see Soupy's waiting for the reflank to come in through long, right? But the timing, Link might just have that down pat.
Playing it nice and slow, Soupy. Walking forwards has that over health, but it is going to be starting to run out soon. Kip just watching that angle. Once again, they're playing in 2. They like hanging out in 2, but you don't expect Link to come from behind. And just like that, the call is made. Laurier are going to try and get out of there. But Vinci, unfortunately, last person left standing, spots one out, pulls out the operator, goes for a nice little double, and might just actually teleport around. That's a creative way to get around that. And Guiding Light comes through. Kip looking for it. Kip able to make sure that they can't carry that operator into the next round. And Big Pizza, they're rolling.
I'm out of stuff.
You can't see our faces. That was disappointment. I'm confident in saying that one, Ash.
But why are they always rolling? Why is the pizza rolling?
Because pizzas are circles.
Yeah,
and
but
circles
like,
are wheels.
Man, you would break your teeth on a pizza that could roll.
I mean, you just have
Mercs.
to give it enough oomph, and you know, downhill and it'd be fine. No matter how hard the pizza is.
Okay, true. You know, you've got that physics down pat, right?
I got you.
I did physics in high school.
Need for speed out here for the side of Big Pizza, but I mean, the gap still needs to be widened between the 2 of them. Trailblazer. Okay, that's interesting. I feel like that is really odd to expend both the Trailblazer and the Prowler so early on in the round. That's tough.
Yeah, that's unfortunately not a lot of information gained. Honestly, with the Trailblazer alone, you'd be able to get anything that you could out of that, but it's going to be a trade on site here. Already, Laurier, despite the weapon disadvantage, make it a little bit more expensive here. Finchi tries, stays alive with 5 HP, but Toasty Unicorn's there for the punish.
Okay, well, despite the waste of util towards B long, they're still able to secure that plant down. And okay, wait, wall bang,
No way.
Soupy's just a knower, I guess. But now whittled down to just a few HP. Laurier looking like they have potential in this retake situation.
Soupy is walking through there, has this Guardian. Could potentially find a couple of heads, make that a little bit easier, but I love the positioning from Big Pizza. They're holding these angles from different scenarios, and that will give the information as soon as they go through. Toasty Unicorn's good with one, Diabetic good with the other, and Big Pizza, they're making that score gap just a little bit bigger, as now it's 5-3, Ash.
5-3, but another buy round in hand for Laurier, right? That was on their kind of half buy situation. Now you've got 3 ultimates online for this team. Interesting that we've seen the Empress kind of available for Soupy for a while now. Hasn't been popped, which is usually a pretty big difference maker, especially in clutch situations where that dismiss comes in so nicely to reposition yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. You find a little cheeky kill, go for a little bit more, but if it gets hairy, you can always just disappear, and no one is going to be the wiser. This time, though, Big Pizza, they're taking a little bit of slower pace here. Once again, very consistent at picking up this ultimate orb
Seekers
in
online.
showers, and that's going to, like you said, bring the Seekers online.
Resurrection available for Goku as well. But they're just playing a really slow default this time around from Big Pizza. Actually not looking for too much presence through any of the choke points thus far. Waiting to see if Laurier is going for that aggression towards B long that we've seen previously. And as we say that, Soupy will be inching up alongside the op.
He's so careful there, but is rewarded with 1 pick, but Toasty Unicorns trades that back.
I've
A
got
little bit
your
different than
trail.
how we saw Soupy starting out this map. Very aggressive in moving out there, but now the Seekers are going to be
You
popped
will
to
not
give a little
kill
bit of
my
information.
ally.
Goku, though, gets the res off onto Diabetics, make sure that the numbers advantage is in Big Pizza's favor.
The Seekers came out really early, though. I mean, not too much space was gleaned from it, but Link does have control of bench. Will fall, though, and with the Nightfall down, not too much to work with there for Big Pizza. They can secure the plant still, but that blast pack, the showstopper, to whittle down the numbers, and the retake is clean for Laurier to stop the bleeding.
You can just tell when the gravity well got popped, all the players were hopping around with their knives out like, please, we need to go away. We hear the showstopper coming, please. But that was excellent utility combinations coming out from Laurier in order to play that retake. Sure, they did use 1 ultimate in order to make it a lot more cleaner, but still great communication coming in between Inconsistent as well as KBK to make sure that that combination worked perfectly.
Staggering the ults too, so you still have something to work with in the next round, right? The Cosmic Divide still available here for Laurier. Then on the side of Big Pizza, looking to make money moves there with the Nightfall in hand for Toasty Unicorns. And one thing I do want to say, Toasty Unicorns is actually on one of the teams that I believe made it to finals last year in 2021 for Canada as well, so definitely a player to look out for.
Toasty Unicorns wants it.
Face your fear!
Looking at this as an opportunity, it's a good guiding light. Finchi doesn't move a muscle.
It's like the slow fade away. That's like,
I'll make it there, it's fine. But now, the Nightfall was expended by the attackers. Did get 1 person, but they didn't really capitalize onto it. Link goes in and is actually able to take KBK out there. Inconsistent, though, pops up onto boxes, looking to add a little bit more, pressing fire. But now Big Pizza have decided that they're actually going to be taking their talents to the A side instead of B. And it is wide open, so they should be able to get that spike down pretty easily.
The shots fired in Hookah, though, also just like made note of more presence towards B. Big Pizza should have that inkling that A is wide open. You'll see the double smoke cutting off towards backside, really just looking for that front sight control thus far. Gonna reposition towards bench as well to have a nice crossfire, but that also is a danger zone for the Sage player towards U-Haul that could be walked up behind.
And let's see this. It's going to be 3 people coming in from the spawn. Anders already in heaven. Going to toss out the Prowler to get a little bit of information there. Just looks away at the wrong second. Doesn't actually scout out the sky hanging out in the back of the site. Consistent, dropping the stars. Going to be an operator bullet flying by. Doesn't meet anybody. And now this is going to be going in fast and furious. Kip able to take Finchi out. Inconsistent trades it back. It's going back and forth, but Link comes out on top victorious. And that is Big Pizza earning their 6th round now, Ash.
It was a bit of a slow start for them, but the second that they found their footing, they've just been scaling with that momentum. And yeah, the thing is though, these rounds have just been so close that the money's still tight for either side. I believe Big Pizza, they obviously have a little bit more to work with, but with Laurier in that danger zone once again, we'll be calling this timeout.
Yeah, and actually, like, Big Pizza right now, every single time they attack a site, they look very well rehearsed. And I'm not just talking about the actual execution itself, but also in their post-plant positioning. We've been treated to a lot of that from the B side just because they've been more successful in getting the spike down there. But even on that A, they're splitting themselves up. They're watching all the different angles with the number of players that they have alive and setting up those crossfires, making it so difficult for Laurier to be able to even enter in onto the site.
Laurier's also been a little bit baited by the fact that they don't have a sentinel with a trip as well. You know, you see the aggression always coming out towards usually short or be long, and they're just punished for it time and time again by Big Pizza, who anticipate them trying to take advantage of that lack of utility.
Sorry, you said time and time again, and
oh my God, that's a Mark's moment.
Put that on the bingo card. Yeah, I didn't say it this time. You said it this time.
I know, but man, I don't know. I've heard the tales of Marks. You know? I've heard the tales. I rarely say that phrase too. It's probably because I'm on the desk with you that you've cursed me.
Oh, so this is my fault. Gotcha.
Yes.
Great.
Clearly.
All right, well, we're coming back from the timeout now. Laurier hopefully had a couple of seconds to be able to recollect their thoughts, calm things down a little bit, and potentially take us to that 6-6 hat. 2 rounds left. Let's see if they can do it. Once again, we're seeing Big Pizza play this one a little bit more slowly.
Oh, but you've got the trademark there, you've got the crossfire, just waiting for a double swing to come through. I like that early slow orb to just deny any possibility of Laurier trying to grab the alt orb from themselves, but with the piece of information that they did give over, they look to back off, maybe see if someone's pushed out to gather more info, just playing it slow for now.
And I actually think that because Big Pizza has been playing a little bit more consistently in this strategy, where they just slow things down before executing, Laurier are starting to catch on. They're not dumping their utility out so early in the round, besides a couple of things just to get that information there. But now the execute is going to be happening from Big Pizza. Right now, Laurier just have to focus on getting out of here alive, unless Inconsistent and Finchy are able to take 2 people out. Kip does trade it back. But still, it's going to be 3v3. Diabetic tosses the paint shells into the back of site, trying to clear things out. Is now looking forwards here. Tosses the satchel as well, as Kip does come in, but is marked up.
30 seconds left.
Three members hanging out in the back, make it only 2 because Kip finds a headshot with that. Link goes in, doesn't even need to see to find Supi's head. And now Diabetic, unfortunately, stuck with option paralysis. The spike is down, but Link is the last member alive.
No health, but the spray down does come through for Link for a 3K clutch here for Big Pizza. It was a 50-50 shot there because both teams were so low when it comes down to HP. But Marks, I do want to point out one thing. You can see adjustments coming out from Big Pizza, the way they play towards Hookah, because they're consistently waiting for Supi to come in on that late flank.
Yeah, and actually that's really smart, you know, because we had seen that Reyna start to move out, and like you said, Reyna has to play aggressive in order to use the utility even. It just makes it so much easier to just shut that down and really punish it, because usually Supi is also running alone, and so that is just a free kill to make sure that the numbers are in your favor. Now this time Big Pizza are looking at that A site. They've got the Cosmic Divide already down, tossing in the Prowler as well as the Trailblazer. Spotted Sue out in showers, which is really good information. Supi unfortunately gets chomped on by the Prowler. KBK goes for the swing, but Toasty Unicorns with an Ares is able to take one down.
Really interesting barrier orb to come through from Goku as well, just completely shutting down any potential for a U-Haul player to play that crossfire. And now things are getting really scrappy here on the A site. Spike in the hands of the defenders.
Big Pizza are looking for an opportunity to be able to move in here. Pinchy just tosses out the rifle. I'm not calling that necessarily BM, but now the Astral Stars are up, so Kip is able to walk in there and pick up the spike. But already Laurier are starting to advance themselves. It does look like Big Pizza might actually call for rotate. Never mind, they're going to be sticking onto this A site. Kip gets the spike plant down, but that's going to be both of the smokes now dissipated.
It's a tough 50-50 angle to hold in a crossfire as well, just due to the ledge here on bench, right? Just waiting for one to peek out. Link positioning revealed. They already knew where Kip was playing as well in a 1v2. Kip can't close things out. The cleanup crew again here for Laurier as they take it 5-7.
Looking like you're in the lobby. That Stinger got a lot of value there. I've seen those plays. I know. But also too, the Stinger lately has actually been utilized quite a bit. And it works really well in some of those more closer quarter situations. On top of that too, Finchy just kind of going for that swing. You could tell too many different directions to peek on. So that is going to be Big Pizza taking our half 7-5 now.
Big Pizza's map pick. They're looking to secure the pistol round for themselves as they did in the first half of this matchup. Otherwise, if Laurier can do so, likely going to see that tie coming through early on in half number 2 of this matchup. But just look. Okay, I just want to say, Big Pizza, Link is the only one with double digits right now. 16-6 on an Astra pick. Your controller, not usually the one that you'd see at the top of the leaderboard.
No, not at all. Link has been very consistent in being able to frag out and really just swing the rounds back into Big Pizza, specifically on those coast plants. This time around, Laurier, they're poking and prodding. They've got Soupy walking in onto Showers, but it's very spread out. KBK is also making an entrance onto that B site, so they've split their duelists to see what type of space that they can get on the map.
Look at the way the Sage is playing. Goku towards B long as well, just jump spotting. Soupy will be sought out by that boom bot though. Actually fall off of the space taken here towards A. Spike hovering over towards the B side, but Big Pizza haven't bitten on anything quite yet. They're just holding steady on this default to defensive positioning.
I'd agree. It's very scary if the Pizza does fight back. The
Man.
barrier orb is going to be
I walked into
invested.
that.
Yeah, you did. Onto that B long. As a result, you can tell that Laurier are now looking to completely just push into Hookah instead. There is still a star set up there, which really could slow them down.
Look at the positioning in market as well. Pushed up all the way through short there. Toasty Unicorns having all of that market control, now allowing Big Pizza to completely invest the rest of the team here on the B side.
Yeah, KBK doesn't care, goes in, and actually it's going to be a gravity
Oh my God.
stuck inside.
No.
It's an astronomical phenomenon coming in here, and now it's all up to Finchy inside of it, is able to pick up one, but they know where he is, and Link is going to be able to take that one. No comeback today. That is going to be the pistol round going to Big Pizza once again.
I saw what you did there.
Yeah, you did.
Astronomical phenomenon, my God.
That's not disappointment. Woo, we take those.
You're keeping tally now? We should have like a counter on stream. But anyways, when it comes down to it, we're going to see Laurier actually considering maybe a slight buy up into the hands of Soupy. Just a bit of a Hail Mary with that Stinger positioning, able to reposition because of the Reyna dismiss, but could also be punished heavily if not able to afford a rifle in the next round.
Here we go. It's going to be Laurier creeping and crawling their way towards that A site. Prowler doesn't get any information, so Big Pizza's still left into the dark. However, they've got a Sage just watching down B long, and that could be enough information to give the signal that they aren't necessarily coming on B. Also, too, the Sky is there as well, and that can really just suss things out if nothing gets kind of found.
It's also Big Pizza, just like on their attacking side, just opt so heavily for Showers control if possible, just trying to ward off the attackers or the defenders. And as I say, that Link with an opening pick onto Soupy sets the tone for the round.
Yeah, the Stingers might be good, but unfortunately, it's not going to win you a long-range battle against a Bulldog. That one's always going to come out on top, even contests with a Vandal at that range. Now, it's going to be Laurier. They're going to be speeding their way over to that B site, but still 2 agents from Big Pizza are watching the back. Vinci trying to come up with one. Actually does get a ping onto Kip, but the shields are going to be good enough to make sure that Kip stays alive here, as the plant should be able to go down.
Trailblazer finds info towards front site of B, and that's the other thing that we haven't really talked about yet. Sustain on the side of Big Pizza. They've got 2 healers on their side, the Sky, not having to worry so much because the Sage has their back, and they can focus on healing up the rest of the team.
Running late to enter. Kip caught off guard, but Link once again coming up absolutely massive. Diabetic finds one, but who else but Link? I think that is now going to be 20 kills for Link, as that's going to be the defuse. Big Pizza scooping up that second round, only losing 1 member this time.
It's also just like, do you not expect it, but that's the kills into Link's pocket means more Cosmic Divides around and around again, right? A really important piece of utility to be able to have online for your team in massive frequency.
Yeah, and on top of that too, that Cosmic Divide has been so difficult for Laurier to try to deal with, especially too when they get the spike down and they're kind of playing the defense on the offense, if you know what I mean. So the fact that they have that tool available, that can really help the retakes as well. Let's see how this round goes here. That Cosmic Divide is going to be the only ultimate online across the board. Laurier looking for their first round in this half, and now they've got the guns to potentially do it.
Boombot to clear out towards Hookah. Won't find anyone, but the guiding light through will give info that at least one player is in there. Smoke to come up and a slow as well. So already a lot of utility being invested towards Hookah alone. And look at the positioning already from the defenders. They've got the spike in hand in Market here. What is going on, Marks?
It's okay, Link is down. This is winnable for Laurier. They've defeated the raid boss. Now, they just have to deal with the rest. Already a lot of them are pretty pinged up though.
They gotta get the spike though.
Massive health pools, and yeah, you're correct. The fact that Big Pizza have that information on that spike is going to be absolutely devastating, even if KBK can find one with those shells.
It's just that now Big Pizza know that Laurier are unable to commit to any presence being shown and so little health, but Vinci still comes on top, out on top. Toasty Unicorn's not able to trade back. Hunt to stall as he falls back towards A site.
Yeah, Toasty Unicorns just has to get set up. Honestly, this round, if they can get a couple more picks, it's going to be absolutely good for their economy. And Toasty Unicorns punishes Anders for walking through. Everybody's still pretty low on Laurier, but now it's a 4v2 situation. Toasty Unicorns up in Hookah, as Goku's in heaven.
Regardless of round win or not, this is already a huge bonus to come out from Big Pizza, right? Look at all of the damage being done. No shields on all of the members. Picks going down as well, but with a Marshall in hand, Soupy comes out on top with the 2K to close things out, putting the first round on the board here for Laurier in half number 2.
I can already hear Big Pizza's comms there. Who hides there? Just underneath that. Who hides there? Well, turns out it's going to be Soupy, and because they weren't expecting that at all, a very easy double kill to just be able to come through and clean up that round, really just punishing Big Pizza for trying to play that defense. So, great round coming out from Laurier. This time around, though, Big Pizza are going to be the ones who are able to buy up their rifles. Laurier have to convert this round as well if they want to make sure that their economy is still going to be looking solid. Otherwise, Big Pizza could start to pull things together, but this is a very aggressive mid push coming in from Big Pizza.
But the market control has done really well for them. You know, on that bonus round, gave them a little bit of that edge up, allowed to whittle down the economy of Laurier just a little bit, despite not getting that round win. And Soupy's always been really consistent with garnering the showers control here for Laurier, despite the fact that not often do Laurier actually make a play off of it. Usually go for that showers control, get the orb in pocket, but rotate back towards B.
Let's see how Laurier want to play this now. They're burning down the clock. Still a minute left. They could decide to go either side. However, the spike is starting to make its way over to B. Do have to be careful. Goku is holding such a precarious angle. I don't think you expect to see a Sage here either, but Anders, a little bit wise to it, is actually going to be backing off. We do see Laurier start to ferry that spike over to that B side, and it's because Soupy's gotten quite a bit of space into showers. Trading a couple bullets with Link, neither nearly going down. Still, if Soupy can find Link, that's going to be a massive pick for this team.
Link is feeling so cheeky. Just to like go for a swing again before even popping any of that Astra utility. No heal in sight quite yet either, but with 30 seconds on the clock, you've got Goku slowing things down in Hookah here. Good for one, not a second, but 15 seconds to clear out B side, get that spike initiated. This round is into the pocket of Big Pizza.
Yeah, this is going to be so tough for them to do that. The Cosmic Divide is invested as well with how often Link has been fragging. I'm sure he'll be back online in a couple of rounds with Laurier. They're just completely shut out, can't even get the spike down, and that is going to be a round win for Big Pizza. Using a little bit of a cheesy strat there, but you know what? It works out.
Hey, I mean, it's also on Laurier for just not having enough time in the late round to not clear out sight, not having the chance to actually check those corners, make that push in. I do like that they did decide to just stay behind the Cosmic Divide. You know, let's not risk going for those duels. Let's at least carry our guns over to the next round when our money is hurting.
Yeah, the Cosmic Divide, you mentioned it earlier, how impactful it is against Laurier, and we saw that there. And, you know, it's so hard to want to push through that if you know that there's going to be 4 agents with their gun barrels just looking directly at you. Already, it's going to be a barrier orb invested onto Shower, slowing Soupy down. But the double duelists this time are going to be taking Shower's control as Diabetic actually finds Inconsistent. That's going to be tough for Laurier because now they're not going to have smokes in order to enter in on any of these sites.
A really interesting iteration come out from Big Pizza as well, with the earliest barrier orb we've seen on their defensive side. Normally, Goku's saving that for any early presence towards B, going to throw up a late wall, but instead contesting Showers where Soupy has been consistently lurking and relaying information back over towards Laurier. Regardless, they're able to give it up, and a stack on A might not be enough to hold things off, and as I say that, we're down to a 1v4.
Yeah, it's all up to Finchy, just kind of hanging out in the back. A little bit difficult, can't even really cross. The rendezvous is still 10 seconds away for being able to use that, and who else but Link is just on the other side.
Okay.
Goes for one, but Link is able to scoop that one up. Smart idea, try and isolate the 1v1s, but of course, if you're going up against Link, you're probably gonna have a bad time.
A raid boss for days, now 25-7.
That's insane.
That's just like, man, to still only have... It's one thing to be fragging out that hard, but to also just not have as many deaths, the fewest by a large margin of deaths, being the controller as well is so important because your smokes player is essentially one of those players that you want alive at the late round as much as possible.
Yeah, that's how you're able to stall things out, whether or not you're on the attack
You
or
want
the
to play?
defense.
Let's
This
play.
time around, Laurier, they're going to be shifting gears into 3 as they're going a little bit faster onto this. It was a very aggressive defense once again from Big Pizza. They love using these 3-man pushes there. Showstopper actually just misses everybody, but KBK is able to still take Diabetic out. Kip, though, trades that one back. Information is given off of the haunt. The Leer is immediately shot down, and Soupy, though, still with it, looking for this swing, gets tethered here, is able to find Toasty Unicorns through it, but now Kip goes for the swing as well and is able to find 2. Somebody stop Kip, goes to the glass, it doesn't matter. Link is in the back looking down his barrel, and Goku cleans it all up. Big Pizza are now on map point.
Man, that,
Match point.
I just,
Take a breath. It is okay, Ash.
the stall, the bait was big.
Yes.
To come out from Kip. That was just a huge difference maker as well. Like, unfortunate for Toasty to fall in that situation, but Kip made it all worth it at the end. And now on match point, we're actually seeing that attacking sided operator being invested here for Finchy. It'll be really important to glean impact from that early all for naught.
Here we go. Laurier on their last legs for this map. Still was Big Pizza's pick, though, so things are looking good for them. Laurier will have another one in the next map here if they do lose this point. This time, though, Big Pizza, uncharacteristically, are not pushing out with 3 of their agents and then immediately coming back there. They're just deciding to stand their ground and really just make Laurier doubt where they could be set up.
That's the thing, that's with the conditioning, right? Saving that for such a pivotal round in this matchup where they can just end it here on their map pick. Soupy, instead of leaning towards Showers as per usual, trying to show presence over towards Short, just crouched on top of this box. Diabetic, good for one, a paint shell to try and close things up, but Soupy, 45 HP, a blast pack to go out. Cannot get that last kill down, but 3 HP here for Soupy.
Still alive, though. If Soupy can find one more kill, can just take that HP away, could make it a lot more possible for that Reyna. Paint shells are going to be tossed out by KBK, looking for some information as the tether gets used as well, but doesn't find anything. Some good discipline from Big Pizza. Still, a showstopper online for them as well.
30
This is
seconds
going to be tough.
Okay, off in hand here for Goku. Does get smoked out and a slow to come out towards Short. You've got the showstopper open here for Diabetic as well. Looking for one, will secure. And all of a sudden, things are falling apart here for Laurier.
Or 12 seconds left on the clock, looking to get that
10
plant down. A
seconds
1v2
left. Not like
situation, inconsistent. Decides to go for the swing instead, but Link doesn't care. Link yet again finds all of the heads. And just like that, Big Pizza are going to be winning it out 13-6.
Hey, is their map pick, and Link, the hero of the team, really here for Big Pizza. I mean, you can't deny the fact that Big Pizza, they had great synergy as well, but I mean, how much do you really need that when Link's just popping off?
I actually think that Link was doing really clever things with the smokes as well, playing around them in order to isolate some of these kills and be able to bolster that kill count. It was unbelievable stuff coming out from that player. But Big Pizza, we were a little bit skeptical at first, and look at that. They were able to win out map number 1. So we're going to be throwing to a quick break, but when we get back, we're going to be coming with map number 2. So don't go anywhere. Will Big Pizza be able to close it out 2-0, or are Laurier going to force out that third map? We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back to Red Bull Campus Clutch Canada Finals. Now, we saw it there. Big Pizza took a slice out of Laurier. Don't you love what we're doing here? We are having fans obviously watching all that action and take it in and laughing at all the pizza puns that we could come up with. I do have to say, during the break, we found out that Seymour is not a fan of pineapple on pizza. And chat, I saw you dropping those pizzas with pineapple in chat, so we're gonna have to talk about it. What's your favorite topping? I wanna know. I wanna know from Ash and Marks what their favorite topping is, because Big Pizza is keeping it rolling. We're gonna see if they're gonna be able to top it off with another win. Take it away, Marks.
Welcome back, everybody. I would like to proudly report that we are Team Pineapple. At least I am. Yes?
I'm Team Pineapple as well.
Let's go.
Seymour, though, not part of the club.
How do you not have Pineapple?
That's why he's not on the desk right now, you know? All good.
He's gone.
Yeah, he's out.
Until the finals. He's coming back. But we'll get him some pizza
We'll
in the
forgive him
meantime.
later.
Yeah. We'll get him some pineapples, maybe some pizzas, but pineapples is what's important.
I agree. But this is very controversial because I feel like we're getting like the stink eye from some people in the audience right now.
Oh, probably. Worth it, honestly. We die for our pineapples on pizza.
Well, you know what else we would die for, though? We would die to find out who the match MVP will be for Steel Series, because they are picking out an MVP here for finals today based on their overall performance and gifting a nice little full suite of Steel Series products to that player.
That's actually really cool. Steel Series, honestly, I use a lot of Steel Series stuff on my home setup, and so like I am extremely jealous of whoever's gonna get MVP, because I love using their stuff. They're nice and great.
Hey, well, we'll find out later today, because there's still quite a few matches that we have to get through before we actually find out who that star player is gonna be. Right now, it's definitely looking like Link for me, and I've seen the last semifinals too. Just a standout player, like you said, not just fragging, but off the back of his utility.
Yeah, and on top of that too, just talking about Link's utility usage on that Astra on Bind, it was so smart where those smokes were going. We saw those nebulas being placed in such strategic positions, but even then as well, the gravity wells just working out so well, just using the big brain in order to make sure that it's maximizing all of the utility that could be used.
That's for sure. I'm looking forward to what Big Pizza can't pull out in the next map, though, because Bind was their map pick. And now we're going into the realm of Ascent here. Laurier's comfort pick when it comes down to it. And, okay, pretty typical comps so far on both ends. No double duelist this time around. But we're going to see the Jets now in favor of any sort of like Raze arena.
And this is actually really interesting because Jet, you always bring a Jet into your compositions if we're talking like old school Valorant, right? Nowadays, because of Fade being brought into the game and being able to use a lot of that utility to first get a lot of information, we've seen Sova pulled out and actually Raze come in because it just favors that Raze's explosiveness in order to enter in onto the site, but also comboing utility with the satchels or even the paint shells.
Plus, when it comes down to it, you've got 2 Prowlers in hand opposed to the 1 Owl Drone for Sova that also now has that reduced time of life, right? So it's a lot more impactful as far as being able to push ops off their angles, which is such a favored thing on Ascent where you're going to always see either a Jet or a Chamber on that op watching along.
And interestingly enough, when we were in the Agent Select, I saw that one of the teams was also bringing in a Killjoy. And I love Killjoy on Ascent. I know because Chamber came in and super powerful Frenchman just decided to take over every single meta ever. But regardless, now that Chamber has received a couple of nerfs, we're starting to see Killjoy come back into rotation. And I think that Killjoy is an excellent pick because those swarm grenades do such a good job at just focusing out some of the sites. But on top of that too, you know, you can set your KJ up to be a little bit more flank control if you're attacking. And that is a lot of useful information to prevent the defenders from retaking.
Plus, it also depends on playstyle, right? Chamber is going to favor a player who's a bit more aggressive, not afraid to be that first point of contact for the team, be able to rendezvous out with that get out of jail free card. Meanwhile, Killjoy, you play a bit farther back. You're a lot better at anchoring a site on your own, and just you often see now like the tree setup for Killjoy, right? Just completely taking control of that mid avenue towards A.
Yeah, and actually, see, as somebody who is not very good at aiming myself, I love Killjoy, playing Killjoy. I think that because the B side, you know exactly where things are going to be. Like you said, going on to A, adding a little bit more variety is just so important for this Killjoy, and because it keeps the attackers, especially when Killjoy is on defense, as Goku is, it just makes it so much more difficult to push in because you're always going to be second guessing whether or not you're going to be walking into an alarm bot, and then suddenly you've got a bunch of nanites just eating away at your body.
And to kick things off, it looks like we're going to have Laurier on the attack, Big Pizza on the defense here for Laurier's map pick. And map number 2 of the Canadian Red Bull Campus Clutch Finals for semifinals. I was like, because this is technically like considered finals day, but we're in the semifinals match. But the winner here of this best of 3 will be facing up against St. Clair's in Grands later on.
Yeah, so a lot on the line here. It's possible that Big Pizza could just completely shut Laurier out completely. Yeah, you don't hear that every day. A Big Pizza beating Laurier University. Sorry, Golden Hawks. But this is Laurier's map pick, so you know what? Maybe they will be able to just pull this back, force out that map number 3, which will be Fracture. But let's talk a little bit about this defensive setup that we could be seeing coming in here. KO also an excellent pick on Ascent, specifically because of the Fragment's ability to just stall down pushes.
Plus, with that change that came out a couple patches ago, the Fragment being able to pass through walls consistently as well, it's interesting because, I mean, we don't see a Killjoy on the other side of whatchamacallit. Okay, no. I was going to say something. I'm going to roll back on that. KBK could be a big difference maker in that sense. To just have that Molly try and melt the lockdown when it does come through in those very standard positionings by walls.
Yeah, and that's actually something that when you think about the impact that KO's Fragment can do, once again, it's not a bug, it's a feature. It's so impactful, and especially too for such a big ultimate like that lockdown. Such an amazing zoning tool on both of these sites. The fact that you can just use one fragment and potentially just get rid of it is devastating. So it's going to be really up to Goku to be able to come out with a little bit more creativity in where some of these setups are going to be in order to make sure that they're keeping Laurier consistently guessing and they don't just become a one trick and then they can just destroy all the utility and it's just easy pickings to move in onto the site.
That's for sure. As we wait for a player to reconnect, though, we're just going to see. I was like hoping. I know that it's a tech pause, so they can't actually get into position. But I was like, okay, what are we going to see coming out? Where are we going to see everyone being positioned to kick things off? Because when it comes down to it, Killjoy previously in the old meta was kind of like okay, you play B. You mostly just play B.
Yeah, it's
great. But now there's a lot more flexibility. You see that shift over time, and the alarm bot invested towards mid, watching towards Arch's Market Pizza area, and then oh yeah, there's a call named Pizza on this map.
They're gonna be like Big Pizza, Big Pizza. They'll be like, our team? What are you talking about? But also too, I wanted to point out actually, Toasty Unicorns locking in the Sova. So we might be looking more at some of those traditional strategies onto Ascent. But also, too, we might be seeing a little bit of Odin gaming come to life on this map.
Yes. I mean, Fade's like the Odin too, right?
That's true.
The hunt still like comes to fruition as far as being able to tag up those players, get the information on the other side of the wall. But it's really going to be a tale of old meta versus new meta as far as just looking at the rosters alone and the agents that they picked out.
And I'm actually really interested to see how the operators come in onto this map. Because as you know on Ascent, the whole middle section is more or less completely open, and that's usually where we see those operator duels come through. The fact that we're seeing one of these teams lock into chamber says they're a little bit more confident on that. But if the other team can't really contest that operator, then that's going to allow for a lot more space to just be opened up to that chamber, just kind of lurking around, because nobody's going to be really trying to push out unless they use some smokes or some utility to try and flush them away.
And I think it'll be interesting too, because you also have the flexibility of, you also see the op also moving over towards B garage very often. So just like drawing back to actually one of the teams that I see play pretty frequently, Xset's Purple's team, you've got Noya on that op, and the way that she tends to use it is she'll have her rendezvous set up towards mid arches, instead invest the trademark over towards garage, play that aggressive mid angle so that there's no splitting potential for the attacking sided team. So it's really nice to see the possibility of just like changing those up. And you got a Jet too on that team as well.
Yeah, I mean, Jet, the traditional opper, thanks to the escape utility, but of course, Chamber coming into the meta, Rendezvous, like you said, get a little bit creative with it, and you can be a really big impact maker with that sniper rifle in hand. Now, we are back into the match. You wanted to talk about some of these defensive setups? Hit me with it, Ash.
Okay, well, I mean, it's looking pretty standard right now, to be honest. This is
So much
literally
build-up for that?
This is literally just like a bread and butter defender-sided attack meta from like 2 months ago here on Ascent. But it's also just the pistol round, right? So if they're going to get cheeky, they'll be waiting to do it after they do some conditioning.
And actually, this is kind of interesting. Usually we do see that Jet up top, but this time is actually playing Hell. And unfortunately, that's not going to give as much sight lines of the actual map, but you could potentially catch people off guard if they do push onto A. We're already seeing that Laurier are doing a really good job of getting a lot of mid control, but it does seem like that A site is going to be the one that they are interested in executing on.
0 point to come in to check out close. Not going to yield in for quite yet. Inconsistent here. Looking for a pick or contact in tree. But just really slow pacing thus far. No contact to be made, no sounds either. And it's 40 seconds left on the clock as Laurier still lean towards the A side.
Here we go. Let's see where Inconsistent are going to be throwing these stars down. Decides to use one. Drops the smoke, and now the execute is going in. Soupy getting in onto the back. Doesn't expect Diabetic down there. As Diabetic's able to find one, make it two. Suddenly it's looking like a lot of...
Okay.
Okay. All right, that was pretty disgusting if I do say so myself. Anders caught from behind. And just like that, now it's all up to Finchy. Only 10 seconds left on the clock, and 3 members of Big Pizza stand between that and the spike.
Yeah, I mean, unless Big Pizza just give all these kills away to Finchy right now, there's no way they lose out this round. Kip does, in fact, clean things up, and a really clean start thus far from Big Pizza. Also from the player that we actually saw DC a little bit earlier, so glad they came back.
Yeah, just had to clear up all of that netcode, make sure that the ping is looking nice and pretty. But that's Big Pizza once again winning the pistol round. They haven't lost a pistol round against Laurier just yet. And if they're being that consistent on the pistols, then you know that we want to be able to see Laurier get to more of than just like a 7-5 half here. They need to get a little bit more because chances are Big Pizza will probably win that pistol round in the second half as well.
I think what's scary for Laurier too is if they consistently continue with what we saw in that pistol round with the very slow starts into an attempt at a burst execute late round, it's easily punishable by Big Pizza because of the fact that they have so much stalling utility in their kit.
Yeah, and actually, I just want to make a quick note. We are seeing that Chamber poke a little bit onto that B side, but thanks to that Killjoy turret, is not actually able to get in too deep. One of the biggest things that you see Chambers do on attacking sides is go for those flanks, get a lot of positioning on the other side of the map in order to just open things up. But look, one Killjoy turret is enough to completely shut that down.
Man, I feel like that turret always feels like it has so much more health than it actually does. But
it's durable.
Yeah, it's durable, and especially on, you know, these pistol rounds here for Laurier, it does a lot of work for the defending team, right? Investment going on early towards the Tour de Force, and just a solo pick to come out here from Soupy will be denied by Goku, punished, and there's no follow-up to that, just playing solo.
Yeah, now 30 seconds left on the clock. It still seems like Laurier not too sure what they want to do. They're still trying to feel things out. The Savile drone is going to get a lot of information if it does look left, and it is able to find Inconsistent. So Costa Unicorns looks like a little bit of a lineup is going to be going in there. It's going to be a Nano Swarm activated. Goku is able to find one. Diabetic comes up big onto KBK, and that's just going to be one left with the spike, and Anders just goes down. A flawless round for Big Pizza, and they wouldn't have it any other way.
I want to point out, Big Pizza on their anti-eco just there. We're playing pretty far back, all things considered, not wanting to allow any guns to go into the hands of Laurier in the early round. And the way that Goku was positioned towards backside boathouse, having that alarm bot to actually watch stairs, knowing that Laurier is probably just going to try and play slow, creep up, maybe be a little bit ratty to close any distance gaps, was really nicely done as far as that positioning, ensuring that they didn't really get too up close and personal and close the advantage as far as weapons.
And this is interesting. Big Pizza getting really aggressive on mid this time. Just completely trying to shut things down. Diabetic already got so much space and is just able to flush Laurier all the way back into their spawn. But Soupy opens it up onto Goku, trying to push in. Diabetic is able to find Soupy, picks up that Vandal, gun rewarded here, but it's going to be a fast execute for Laurier, moving in on site. Still one Astra just on the other side, and of course it is going to be Link. Link able to stay alive, but the spike is now down.
1 star to work with here will be invested as a smoke towards doors. So no gravity well available in the post plant for Laurier this time. They're holding the fort down on site for the most part, just playing these crossfires. Shock dart to come through. Toasty Unicorns also has the Owl drone to clear out Heaven. Will spot one. The Dink, though, does end up coming through in the end, and things are getting messy here on site.
Yeah, only 1v1 now. Anders up against Link. Link now on the defuse, taps it a couple of times, is actually repositioning around and completely catches Anders off guard. How did Link get all the way over there? Doesn't matter. Closes you out in more than enough time to get that defuse as Big Pizza shut down Laurier on their rifle round.
Tough, because having to go for the reload in that situation up against Link, who's been just so strong with his positioning in the last map that we saw. Big Pizza to take that bonus round in hand is going to put them in a really nice position as far as their money goes. Laurier now onto a half buy.
All right, Diabetic busting out the operator. I talked about this before. I thought that Laurier was going to be able to be coming out on top, especially too with Finchy playing that chamber. But Diabetic has really just been doing a good job at getting a lot of space, and this operator is going to allow Diabetic to get even more. Looking for a very early pick here as the Laurier only on a half buy.
Oh, really nice flash point, but turned away. Anti-flash there in logs. Won't be punished for the one and done position. Now gonna fall back here towards the stairs. And with Blade Storm online here from Soupy, looking for some sort of contact here on the A side. Look how heavily they are stacked here towards A, with util for days from the Killjoy as well.
Yeah, and this isn't your typical Killjoy setup, so you can tell that Soupy wasn't too sure what was going on, and Link just kind of swings through from tree and is able to scoop up that kill. Blade Storm completely denied. And now Laurier have to find something. Inconsistent has made a lot of room onto that mid presence, but honestly, right now, Big Pizza are giving up a lot of space onto B. This might be the hit, but that operator is still trained from Diabetic.
Yeah, just waiting for another, I believe that's a flashpoint in hand, but Diabetic's just been so good as far as avoiding them playing that anti-flash. Good for one once again. Denied the push in, and 30 seconds left. Big Pizza's running down the clock.
Inconsistent, a disgusting headshot, but now Diabetic is actually tethered in space. Still though, with that operator in hand, is looking for it, able to get the wall bang onto Inconsistent. Apparently that operator is enough in its own. Big Pizza still 3 of them alive, but a great round from Laurier thus far.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
1v1 situation. 3K for Finchy. Nice stall with the fragment to come through. Not quite having the angle.
No
Will
shot.
get half here. But expecting the push towards stairs is actually going to reward a thrifty here over towards Laurier for the first round on the board on their map pick.
And that's really good too, because Finchy's able to pick up the operator at the end of the round. So now that's a free operator that they're able to take. I think Big Pizza should have, never mind. Yeah, they don't have enough money to fully buy up here, so it's going to be a little bit of a save round, but Diabetic does have that Blade Storm. And I expect to see that same aggression that we see on mid that Diabetic showed us on that that third round in order to deny the gun advantage. So should be just flying through there. This time around though, it's going to be up to Goku to be able to walk through as well and potentially pick one up too.
I really like how it's paired with the KO as well. Flashpoint to come out to allow Diabetic to push in so aggressively towards tiles, but denied by that gravity well. Trade for trade. Things are getting messy here in mid, and Big Pizza still with an advantage. Spike nowhere near the last 2 members of Laurier. Finchy flashed off the angle, having to tuck back. Big Pizza's, they're just playing together right now.
And this is going to be a little bit of a game of cat and mouse. Big Pizza have completely just rotated over to A, while Laurier know that the spike is all the way back in B, but they're too scared because they don't know where the other team is. So they're just really carefully making their way over. Still more than enough time for Laurier to be able to move in here, and they do have a Nightfall available as well. That could be good information before they do decide to hit one of these sites.
Really nice conditioning, because on the side of Big Pizza, you got Kip, who's consistently pushed out towards mid alongside that being Diabetic when it does come to fruition. So the fear is completely understandable, and with the money situation on both sides, it doesn't seem like Laurier is looking to give up their guns.
Nope. And so Big Pizza, they've decided to just set up a nice chair, crack open a drink and just kick it back and chill with their Red Bull. Because they're not moving anywhere, and they'd rather play retake, honestly, than trying to deny the spike plant. Meanwhile, Laurier have actually made the call just to save. So they're just going to be hanging back, and that's going to be a free round for Big Pizza, only losing one. And keep in mind, Ash, this was a thrifty round from them.
Man. Big Pizza with the big answers. Defenders win, and still able to get a Vandal in hand despite those attackers being right around the corner. At the very least, you have those 2 hero weapons to carry on into the next round. What else is nice as well is Vinci has the Toll de False available, so if so desired, could still toss out the op in hand over towards Soupy and play that Eco ulti.
Let's see if that happens, though, because I don't know, we're already seeing some of the other members buy up weapons. So maybe Finchi is just going to be holding on to that operator instead. Save the tour de force for another round. Still, though, 4 ultimates online for Laurier, and honestly, that null command could be an excellent execution tool if they just decide to hard push off of it.
It's very true. The important part is also finding the Killjoy, right? Trying to deny any of that stall utility with the suppress. And they're leaning over towards the first time we're seeing a full stack here towards one extremity for 1 choke point.
Conga line is moving. See if they're going to keep that formation as they go in. I would not recommend it. Now, the execute going to come in. The Nightfall is going to be activated. Goku is going to get caught out in the bottom as the Prowler goes right for him.
Oh!
Soupy goes for the swing, but actually just shot through the Prowler. Anders able to trade out Link, and finally Goku does go down. It's an expensive fight, but it is 1-1. Laurier are able to get that spike down, only expending 1 ultimate, and they should be able to pick up a couple of guns for it.
Does have the null command now available for a post plant, right? All members though huddled around towards Hell and gonna drop here by Diabetic, good for 2, and everything's cleaned up though as Anders goes big with the 3K, 2-4 here for Laurier as they try to close this gap.
Felt like I almost went to a rave or something at the end of that round. Everybody just tossing out utility, lights flashing left, right, and center, guns are going off. It's insanity on the site, but Laurier are able to win that out, capitalize on that chaos, and turn it into their favor. So now Big Pizza are going to be the ones on the back foot. They should have enough money to scrape together some sort of buy, but it's not going to be ideal. They won't be able to pick up those rifles that they want, while Laurier, they're still a little bit precarious. If they do lose this round, then things are going to be looking a little bit iffy for their economy.
Find you.
Yeah, that has to do with every round win just being so tight regardless. Usually only having like 1 or 2 players left on either winning side has just kept that economy gap really tight. Very passive. Typical plays from Laurier, you know, pushing in towards one extremity, playing really passive lurks on the other, waiting for that aggression to come out from Big Pizza that's been so coveted towards mid from them. But this is the most passive play that we've seen from them since then, especially on this eco round.
Yeah, just really slowing things down. I'd like to remind everybody that that null command is still online, and everything I said last round still applies here. If they do decide to push off of it, that could get a lot of space, but they need to be able to pick up that spike first. All right, they're going to have to wait at least 5 seconds before they can pop anything.
Yeah, I believe that is probably around 2 players being sought out by that 0 point. Now null command online. Smoke to come up here towards B main, and nice gravity well to stall.
The gravity wells again from Link. So effective in what they do. Still though, it's all just a fake. It's all an elaborate ruse. Pull the blanket out from underneath you because that spike is all the way onto the A side. And Killjoy has recalled all of her utility. So that is just going to be a nice, clean, easy plant.
3 stars available here for Inconsistent as well. All Astra util online for this post-plant situation. But even then, I mean, Goku does have lockdown available. Unlikely to see it come out in a 5v5 situation. Look at this late lurk to come out from the other side. We've got Soupy just about to bite them in the back.
Soupy looking like the boogeyman, trying to take a little bit of inspiration from Halloween. Just around the corner, Inconsistent though, goes for this swing. Able to pick up 2 as Vinci finds Diabetic in the back. Link trying to keep this one alive. The KBK is going to shut that one down. The site execute, or sorry, not retake, but the defense from that post plant was perfect from Laurier, and they walk away with that round very confident.
Seem to now be finding their footing a little bit. A big win condition with that null command as well, but as we look into this next round, Big Pizza have 3 huge retake ultimates online here. This is a round that if played right, should easily fall into their hands, and it's a pivotal one as well, considering the money situation.
Here we go, we're getting that KJ back onto the B side. Usually, it's been on A except for the first couple of rounds, so let's see how Laurier are able to react against this. The KO is on B, which if they land that 0 point could be absolutely massive, because that would shut down everything, allow for a very clean entry. But so many members of Big Pizza are hanging out, and like you said, Ash, those ultimates, specifically the lockdown, could be really detrimental to any sort of push that Laurier conceive of.
And it's important too, because it's the factor that determines if Big Pizza can continue a lead forward, right? Otherwise, Laurier would tie things up 4-4, likely take that point advantage for themselves in the next one.
Oh, tease in the corner. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Diabetic unfortunately misses the shot there. 0 point goes in, and now Diabetic is going to be running from the hills, but Killjoy unaffected. Can pop the utility, the turret is down. Diabetic good for one. Toasty Unicorns coming from behind, but Soupy swings around, gets the 180, and wins that one out. Goku on site though, holds it down. And just like that, Big Pizza scoop up yet another round off of Goku's back. Great stuff coming out from him.
The exact one that they needed to maintain a lead over Laurier just a little bit longer. If you missed out, map number 1 was 13-6 in the favor of Big Pizza on their map pick, and Ascent is map number 2, Laurier's comfort pick to try and take this to a third one. Otherwise, Big Pizza would be running away with the 2-0 series here in the second semifinals.
I'm trying really hard to not say that Big Pizza are just rolling over them because of what happened on that first map. And so, you know what? That one is for you, Ash. I'm not going to say it at all. It's a map. But still, their lead is only getting bigger. The Total Force is going to be activated on Laurier's side. Those Unicorns, though, already shuts down Subi. KBK, unfortunately, doesn't find anything with the flash, and now a Prowler is tossed in, but nothing is found.
I really like that anti-play coming out from Toasty Unicorns, you know, knowing that Diabetic was going to be flashed off point and just going for the swing straight afterwards. And it's a play that Big Pizza haven't done before, so Laurier wasn't anticipating that double swing to come through. And as the spike is inching towards tree, look at all the Killjoy util that they've got to worry about. They're just going to get melted if they try to walk on through.
Yep. This is why you rotate your Killjoy around. And also, too, take a look at Big Pizza's ultimate economy. They've got all 5 of them online. You know, we talked about how impactful those ultimates could have been in previous rounds, but they haven't even needed to use them. It's just been so clean with this gunplay alone. One Swarm Grenade is going to be activated, but I think that's more than enough information for Laurier to be aware that this Killjoy setup is going to be very standard. Oh, maybe not. Okay, the Alarm Bot does go out here, but a Prowler is going to slow things down. Still, the Swarm Grenade does deny a lot of space, and a Fragment is tossed out as well. It's so hard for Laurier to move in, making a lockdown as well. Goku just standing on the other side, eventually does come down as the entire army is going to be walking through and shuts down that lockdown as the Nightfall gets activated. Running down the clock here. Oh, it's Diabetic coming in with the shorty plays. You'll love to see it, and eventually Big Pizza are able to come out on top of that one as Laurier, they burn the clock down and just can't get that spike down.
The utility discipline for Big Pizza, knowing that Laurier favors the slow default into a burst execution, is just what's allowing them to now make that adjustment to start accumulating rounds once again. Because you had, I really like how, you know, we saw on the side of, I believe that was, I'm losing my thought here. Goku. That was Goku on the Killjoy. Just using that first Nano Swarm, waiting for the Alarm Bot to activate to throw the second one out, and then the Fragment to come through. Perfectly done.
Yeah, and now Laurier back onto a little bit of a save. It's not looking too good for them. 3 more rounds in this half. They have the potential to turn this one around, but Soupy needs to be able to get into more positions on some of these sites, take a lot more space, but just allow those executes to come a little bit cleaner. Already the Fragment is tossed out, and yet again, look at this, the Killjoy utility is completely split around here, but inconsistent, pretty consistent with that aim, is able to find 2 on the entry. Diabetic, though, just on the other side, misses a shot, and now Finchy is aware. Finchy goes through the swing, but Diabetic comes out on top. Still though, the spike now moving over to B. Only a couple of stars in space as Soupy is able to find one. Cosmic Divide is now activated.
Pushing straight on through into the crosshair of Toasty Unicorns. a 3v2 situation. Diabetic popping the Blade Storm in favor instead of the Operator. Anders trying to delay with the Hunter's Fury, not expecting inconsistent on that late reflank towards Arches. Question is, will Diabetic just go for the save, or is he going to go for the picks? And based on how aggro Diabetic's been, this is no surprise.
I mean, the Blade Storm got activated. You know, that should be enough. Now, utility is being tossed out there, but take a look in market. It's inconsistent. Scooping up a nice little 4 kills that round. He's able to make sure that Laurier aren't out of this one yet. They're able to secure yet another round, and now only 2 away, and only 2 rounds left in this half from potentially Laurier tying us up.
Here comes the Odin, Marks.
Yes. Oh, is it?
Well, I mean, okay. Huh? What is going on right now? I'm like, Toasty Unicorns can buy the Odin and buy next round. I think they're just like debating, like, do I give my teammates some better guns or do I go for this on
Odin,
my own?
always just Odin. If you ever need an answer, Odin. Look at it, it's so strong.
It's also like the mental break potential too of like getting sprayed down, right? When it comes down to finals like this, it's stamina, it's mental games, it's just tilt factors galore, and with that recon pushing Laurier completely off of B main, they're not gonna expect Goku in this corner.
Oh, they go and actually clear that one out, so KBK is able to find Goku. But Blade Storm now activated for Subi. Laurier trying to make it in, catches the reload on Toasty Unicorns. Is taken out by Kip though. Now it's 2v2. Big Pizza should be able to make this one work, but they don't have the guns to do it.
1 star available here for Link, and all util in hand. Not gonna expect Anders popping up towards lane though. And Kip slowly on the retake, but it doesn't matter because Anders comes out on top with the Vandal. Now 1 round dividing a tie here before we swap sides.
All right, so maybe Odin isn't always the answer. I mean, it was pretty darn good. I enjoyed that. And Toasty Unicorns is bringing one out again. I mean, you know, you try and go for some of those cheekier plays, and to be fair, even just kind of spraying through that typical spot onto B can be a pretty big deterrence for anyone to move in there, and you don't really even have to use that much utility. You're not going to run out of bullets by the end of the round from your Odin. Like, you've got enough ammo in your back pocket, so it's a good way to just try and defer things. But I really like the variety that we are seeing from these Killjoy setups. You know, this is a very unconventional spot to put the turret as well. Well, okay, I guess the swarm grenades are a little bit more typical, but that turret has been really good at just deterring a lot of space and getting a lot of information.
Especially because Laurier like to play it slow, right? They don't like to give too much information in the early rounds, so they'll just fall off. They won't try to aggress, but I would like to see them break it early, and we are going to see that this time around towards B main, but Spike covering towards Link will be moving up towards Tree once again. Kip here has an inkling, throws out the fragment to continue to stall.
Yeah, now Finchy's caught. Oh, okay. The smoke is going to allow for that transference. Is able to rendezvous away just before the 0 point does go off. So that's going to be Laurier just completely shut down from moving in from main onto that A site. They're going to move forwards. The alarm bot gives the information there, as it is Toasty Unicorns just kind of spraying it down. Unfortunately, doesn't find anything. The market door is closed, but it's going to be shot down by Soupy. Now Null Command is finally activated. A Nightfall is tossed in as well. Goku just on the other side of this can't use any utility, as Inconsistent actually does come up big with 2. Diabetic, though, is able to find 1. Almost gets sprayed down, actually. Has to be careful walking through, and Anders just goes for a cheeky little headshot. Laurier looking like they are in control this round. Goku has to look forwards and backwards all at the same time. Going to do his best Sandra Oh impression to potentially just look into all of the different dimensions. Toasty Unicorns uses that owl drone, is able to tag one up, and is going to get the spray down with the Odin. A 1v1 scenario, but KBK comes out on top with the Vandal in hand. Laurier have tied it up in the half.
Equalized as we swap sides. Big Pizza now on the attack and Laurier on the defense. And it's going to be really interesting to see because Laurier, when it comes down to their team composition, you'll see a bit of a different hold to come out from them, right? You know, we're going to see more aggression, I think, from the defenders in this particular half, considering the fact that they do have that chamber online instead of the Killjoy.
Yeah, that chamber has... It's going to be interesting, because that is going to mean that Finchy is going to have to take a little bit more aggression usually what we were seeing from Big Pizza's defense is that they could set up their Killjoy utility and then push a little bit more aggressively onto the other side of the map to get information, and then just kind of play off what they could kind of find. Unfortunately, the only information that Chamber can really get you, besides obviously just the trip, is the information that Chamber gets when he walks out and looks down a corridor and sees somebody walking around as well, or gets a lot of utility in the face. And that can be a little bit more dangerous. So Vinci is going to have to be a really good fragger in order to make sure that this defense is solid and really just slowing down and shutting down some of these offenses that Big Pizza could have up their pocket.
Those are all really good points because it depends a lot more on performance now for the defenders, not having that as much stall potential. But then again, you can also argue that Fade makes up for that a little bit with what Sova was lacking on the defense for the other team. But we do just have a quick tech pause. Thank you guys so much for bearing through us with that one. But as we are on this little break, I just want to remind you guys that AOC is a partner of the Red Bull Campus Clutch. They provided their G2 24-inch monitor that you guys can see right in front of us here if you're at the watch party for the station set up in the studio. The monitor being 144 Hertz IPS and 1 millisecond of delay. So definitely check out the gear if you are joining us here today.
Honestly, you know what's funny? I used to be playing on a 75 Hertz monitor up until about a month ago.
Marks.
I know, when I saw one of these monitors here, I'm like, oh my goodness, I've looked into the next dimension, and so I went out and actually got one for myself.
That's solid. You know what? At the very least,
Maybe that's why I couldn't aim.
Hey, listen, my partner, he has like a 240 Hertz monitor at home, but he's been using it with HDMI. So like you don't, so you're not that bad for that case at the very least.
Okay, also too, kind of funny, my brother had a 240 Hertz monitor, not using an HDMI, but actually just had the monitor on 60 Hertz the entire time because he had to change the setting. And so I walked over and I'm like, this looks like what are you doing?
Why does it look like this?
And then I changed the setting, he's like, oh, that's what I paid a lot of money for.
Oh my God. No, not the playing at a disadvantage, but man.
It just makes you stronger. So that way when you do get all of the Hertz, then like you're just better because you know. It's like training weights. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess so. Playing at a disadvantage, trying to give yourself an edge up later, but seems like we are ready to load back into game now. So thanks again for bearing with us as we get started for match 2, the second half here in the second semifinals. Winner of this one, if Big Pizza will head over towards Grands Laurier, otherwise would be taking us to map number 3 over on Fracture. Marks, how are you feeling so far?
Honestly, I think that this is really close. Laurier looked very comfortable on their offense finally, but Soupy shuts down 2. So this is looking really good for Laurier. Toasty Unicorn still going to just stick things out. Could this be the round that Laurier are able to steal a pistol round away from Big Pizza? It's looking like that might be the case. Only 2 members left from Big Pizza alive.
Player standing.
Last
Spike
player standing
down
here. Goku, good for 1.
Ooh.
3 frag to come through. A little bit of chip damage done, but pistol into the hands of Laurier this time around. And gonna see the buy up come out. Big Pizza playing it safe. They didn't get that plant secured or nothing, so no extra money into their hands for any contention as far as guns go.
And this is really interesting. Take a look at where Goku is going around. We're seeing that Killjoy play a very Chamber-esque role, except personally, I don't think that it works just as well, because the problem with Killjoy's utility, besides the storm grenades, is that it does rely on you being within range of it. And so, unfortunately, that Killjoy just has to kind of go in there and, you know, get a little bit of information, but is going to be more or less bound there, not able to really move out. KBK, though, is able to pick up the first pick onto Kip, as that's not going to be an ultimate orb that they are able to pick up just quite yet, but they are able to walk away with it eventually.
Nice fragment to continue this stall as the pinch comes through. It's a huge sandwich here. Soupy able to get the wall bang on 1, spike in hand as well. A one-way with the cloudburst to contest.
Oh.
And things are already all over here for Big Pizza in round number 2 of this half.
Listen, I know that Persona 5 Royals coming to Xbox Game Pass, going to be on Steam soon, but man, Big Pizza did not see that one coming at all. Just the flank, just so good from Soupy, got so much position, but it was looking a little bit reminiscent on Bind. They get control of the spike because they just kind of leave it in their spawn, and as a result, it's just an easy round where they can just hold that spike and completely catch Big Pizza off guard.
Flawless being important too to carry over all guns into this next round, have that steady economy to work with, and then on the side of Big Pizza, I mean, it's tough. Like you said, there's a little bit less flexibility for Goku not being on that chamber roll. So what we really want to see coming out from Goku is going to be timing. You know, making sure that you're playing that lurk really, really passive. And then once your team's making so much noise on the other side, as long as they can get that plant down, then reflanking as the defenders try to retake.
Yeah, sometimes the Valorant timing giveth, sometimes it taketh away. But if you try to bend it in your favor, and like you said, that could allow that Killjoy to be just that much more impactful in this attacking round. Big Pizza, they're going to be on their guns. Already Laurier's defense getting super aggressive. Supi actually able to find one head there, but just gets caught out by Goku from that B side. Still though, the information is given. We have an inkling that there's going to be a lot of attack onto that B site shortly.
Nicely alarm bot placement to come out from Goku as well, just to ensure that no one on the defenders is encroaching towards B main with their Astra being super low. And now making a move back towards the A side, but you can see how passively Laurier are playing here. They're gonna play the retake, one anchoring towards B. They're anticipating this A hit.
The Astra Stars tossed down here. Diabetic is gonna be going in. That's a lot of room there. Recon Bolt just tossed in just in case, but KBK actually able to find one kill. Gonna be impactful. Kip, good for another, but Vinci up top with a Marshall in hand takes Goku out. Not gonna have any swarm grenades to stall this one out anytime soon. It's now 3v3 here. Still a really good scenario for Laurier.
Haunt ready and available just in a moment. Seize as well here for Anders, and the Prowler in hand as well. So low on the side of Big Pizza that Laurier has a huge opportunity to steal a 9th round away. Door closed. We'll have to break it before using the recon.
Playing the clock down, but Laurier have to move fast. The Haunt doesn't find any information, but all the players do. Big Pizza able to take out the frags, and they're gonna get their first round in this half. Only one round away from tying it up, but this is gonna be when Laurier can clap back.
Still no ultis online. I feel like this half is like the first one that we haven't seen just like some really important ultimate being that win condition thus far. Normally in round number 4, we've already seen one come online, like whether it's the Cosmic Divide, whether it's the Lockdown, having that potential, but nothing to glean yet here from either side. But both teams being pretty close to quite a pivotal few, so keeping contest. Just like looking at Laurier right now, they don't want the ult orbs into the hands of the attackers.
Yeah, they're just moving in there. They'll scoop. They'll take it for themselves. Especially too, the way that this Jett has been playing so aggressively in order just to get space so far from Laurier has been really good on this defense. Big Pizza have decided to just hold back as a result and just try and maybe take Supi out. But still, the impact of just knowing that that Jett could fly at you is making Big Pizza second guess their strategies before they even commit to any of the sites.
Man, Link walks away the second that we're seeing the push come out completely from Supi. Now having that top cat control, you've got to know that it's going to be this big B hit here coming up from Big Pizza as we go into the last minute.
Ooh, Prowler gets information. A lot of utility is now being used here. Inconsistent though, just kind of firing down, is able to find one. Vinny tries to go for it, but now it's going to be Big Pizza coming out on top with their rifles in hand. Toasty Unicorns in such a precarious situation, is able to spot one out, but actually it's Link from the other side to find Supi. Toasty Unicorns barely alive, and now Link just going to seal that one away. Big Pizza 8-8, they've tied things up, and 3 members still alive.
I'm surprised that, I mean, that round ended up being really scrappy at the end there, but I'm surprised that Laurier didn't put up a bit of a better fight considering all the information they gathered from Supi's push out towards A. You know, the read was down, but they just went for a lot of individual gun battles just to stave off that push and fell apart.
Yeah, and actually, it almost feels like they're relying on Supi to get so far into the flank in order to set up that back flanking pressure that they're able to capitalize off Big Pizza looking the other way.
Yeah.
Unfortunately though, if Supi doesn't get any other information and is just kind of there like, oh, hey guys, then unfortunately they're not able to actually get that, and then Big Pizza's executes can just come through exactly like they practiced, and it just makes it so easy for them to just seal away the round.
Speaking of pressure, For the first time, we're actually seeing the Astra polished out, but inconsistent will be punished by Link. And so early on in the round already, 2 first bloods to come out from Laurier. But again, it is their ego, right? You've got the big advantage here for Big Pizza as far as weaponry goes.
Big advantage, big weapons, big pizza indeed. Only Anders left on the back side is actually able to drop Toasty Unicorn, spot someone out, and Diabetic good for 4 kills that round. Just seemed like Diabetic was everywhere and able to find those kills. So Big Pizza take the lead 9-8.
At the very least, I will give credit over towards Soupy to switch up the positioning on those pushes out as well, right? You know, it's not as readable as it's been previously because they're swapping things up, going through different avenues, but at the same time, Big Pizza's still awaiting it from all angles, and it's going to force out a timeout here from Laurier's side.
Yeah, but look at Big Pizza's ultimates. You know, we talked about how scary these were on the defense, but I think that they work just as well on the offense as well. You know, you set up that Cosmic Divide, you can throw the lockdown in a pretty good spot, and you're going to more or less force the positioning from Laurier to abandon the site or go into very predictable positions, upon which then you can confidently go into the site and know where to look.
I would really like to see Laurier just maybe playing more passive overall. You know, the conditioning's been done so that Big Pizza's anticipating these flanks here and there, some lurks out, aggression from the defenders. So just sit back, chill a little bit on your rifle rounds, change up the pacing because, I mean, as much as you want to set the pacing as a defender, it's really the attacking side that does so, and it's your job to respond and shut that down.
Yep. See how it goes. Laurier, you need to pull this back if they want to force out that map number 3, give themselves an opportunity to take themselves to the finals up against St. Clair College. Fortunately, though, it's going to be an uphill battle. A lot of ultimates, and already the null command is executed. Big Pizza are going in, and they're going in fast.
Delayed by the... Oh, okay. No, never mind. Smoke comes out. I thought the grab wall did get popped there, but unfortunately not done. And Diabetic is just going to get those first 2 bloods as the spike is initiated here on the B side from Big Pizza. 0 point to go out towards CT. Will get information, but not quite stalled out as the suppressant doesn't pop.
Yeah, the Blade Storm is popped by Laurier. As soon as they're going to have an opportunity, they're going to move in here, but already Big Pizza have really dug their heels in on the actual site. Just have to watch that Killjoy. But now the lockdown is tossed in. Soupy has to go in. Actually gets the right click. Okay, shuts down the lockdown, gets a Vandal as well. And now this is looking a lot easier for this retake. But time is starting to tick down. That's going to be Diabetic good for 1, Kip good for 2. Okay, maybe you don't have to move. Maybe you can just hang out in the back of sight. Look down your gun barrel with that Phantom, and you're going to get 2 headshots because crosshair placement is good.
Thing is, when we just generally look at how Laurier's been faring on the defender side, I feel like it's the second that they allow Big Pizza to have that time to set up in their ideal post plant for that particular situation where what they have the crossfires, they're always playing contact off of each other, ensuring that trades are going through, and Laurier's just not winning the gunfight.
No. It's so tough for them to be able to do so up against Big Pizza where, honestly, Big Pizza, frag potential is through the roof. They're looking really strong. Laurier going to be using the tour de force. Unfortunately, their guns aren't as good this round, so this is going to help round things out. Looking like they're making a little bit of a human tower over there, but actually, 0 point is going to be able to shut that down, so Finchy has to respect that and back off, but instead it's going to go into a corner. I don't know if this is the right call here, but they don't actually clear that one out. Unfortunately, doesn't have the tour de force in hand. And so, just kind of gets sprayed down. It all goes bad, and now Big Pizza they should be able to move in onto site pretty easily. There's a Prowler on the other side there, but they are going to decide to back out.
Look at mid. Soupy's just down here by Sabrosa, but walked straight past him was Toasty Unicorn up towards tree. Refrag to come through the one way. Gonna do himself dirty, but Toasty Unicorn's already up towards CT, and Laurier had no idea.
Feeling like Jaws swimming around in the waters, looking for anybody, finds 1 KBK, and that is going to be enough information. The Recon Bolt also goes through to get any rotations coming through.
30 seconds left.
The Big Pizza, they should be able to get the spike down fairly easily onto that A side.
Shut the door, wait, regroup. I like how Toasty Unicorn did walk back down towards top mid to regather himself here in a main. Anders in a 1v3 situation, has the Nightfall in hand, but unlikely to see that come through unless they can manage to get one tick down. But it's probably just going to be a save here, right? Maybe exit frags? Oh, okay.
Skirt! Able to find it ahead of Kip. Honestly, I'm not even sure that Ender stopped walking there, but yeah, with the information revealed, I think this is just going to be a save here. It's going to allow Big Pizza to get themselves to 11 rounds. Things are starting to slip away from Laurier. Going to be tough for them, Ash.
Well, I mean, Marks, what would you like to see coming out from Laurier? What adjustments do you think they could make now that Big Pizza's found their footing and have just been rolling with this momentum?
I think they have to play a little bit more creatively. And usually when I say the word creatively, I mean do something completely wild and then come out on top of it. But right now, we're just seeing their defense feel a lot more stagnated than it should be. You know, maybe take a page out of Big Pizza's book, send 3 people together, get really aggressive with it, and then just kind of have the other 2 anchor back on site. They need to try something different because right now, like you said, Big Pizza are walking away with these frags, and you know what? If they're fragging out, then it's so difficult for Laurier to do anything.
Definitely true. Catch them off guard, but at this time with the null command here from Kip, that's not quite going to be able to come to fruition. At the very least, punished for pushing in towards lane all by his lonesome as Toasty Unicorn comes out here towards stairs, but damn, just walking straight through the smoke there in CT. Link?
What? The confidence coming out from Big Pizza to just be like, okay, hey, you threw a smoke in front of me? That's cute. I'm just going to walk through it anyways and find 2 kills. It's unbelievable how confident these players are playing, but it just works out so well for them because Laurier doesn't expect them to actually make some of these plays. And as a result, they're just getting caught off guard and completely shut down. This is looking like Big Pizza are going to be taking us to match point.
Yeah, mollies to just completely whittle down any chance of opportunity for Soupy, and the triple up there in back Boathouse. I don't think Soupy's going to expect all 3 players to have been there, and a quick swing from Link will earn them that match point, and I don't know, we're going to have to look at the money situation on Laurier, and it's not looking too hot.
They say that money talks, and this might be the round that really just proves it. Laurier fortunately lost that operator as well. Don't really have ultimates to try and pad things out. Finchy just used the tour de force. No Blade Storm online either, unless Soupy is able to pick up 2 ultimate orbs. And to be fair, Laurier have been pretty good at being able to pick them up on this defensive side. The Big Pizza are getting themselves set up to go aggressive onto A. They still have 3 ultimates of their own. That Cosmic Divide has been so terrifying for Laurier to try playing against. I can't imagine another situation where they don't use it.
This is kind of what Big Pizza did previously too. Maybe not like the fake and bait situation, but just completely switching up after doing that conditioning over so heavily towards tiles. First blood into the hand of Toasty Unicorn to shut any stall down here on the A side. But as a reminder, not only is this map point, it's also series point. If Big Pizza can win it out here, they'll be taking themselves to Grants.
Here we go. Cosmic Divide, blocking everything. It's gonna be the spike down as well. Laurier having such a hard time being able to enter here, but now they've got the Nightfall to walk into. Gonna be a Cloudburst tossed in on site. Diabetic can't see anything actually, but they just missed Soupy into the back. Hanging out, Mark decayed and eventually sprayed down. This is looking like Laurier might be able to come out on top. Cosmic Divide though does cut the noise. Link goes in for the swing, but Soupy's ready for the trade as they're going back and forth on both sides of this. It's a game of hide and go seek, but Goku comes out on top, and that is going to be Big Pizza winning it out against Laurier and going to the finals against St. Clair College.
Clean 2-0 sweep here for Big Pizza as they work their way over towards finals to earn themselves some real dough up against St. Clair's varsity team.
I'm leaving.
But I'm really looking forward to this. I mean, St. Clair's varsity team, they showed some grit in the first semifinals. I'm looking forward to you and Seymour taking on Grants.
Yeah, and honestly, the way that Big Pizza has been playing, I think that they play really smart around their utility, and on top of that too, are feeling pretty confident in being able to just walk in and frag out. So great stuff coming out from this team. Of course, big shout out to Laurier as well. They kept that one really close against Big Pizza, and we're trying to keep themselves dynamic, but when the pizza rolls, the pizza gonna roll.
I don't even know what that means.
You never had a pizza roll before?
No.
You thought, wait, oh my goodness me. Okay, where's Seymour? I want it back. I'll get him some pineapple on pizza.
I mean, you get him for grand finals. Like, I'm already getting booted off the desk. You don't got to kick me off early. Come on.
I'm sorry, Ash.
All good, all fun and games, but that's going to be enough for me for today. I'm going to be handing it over towards Marks, who's already here, and back to Seymour, who I was with earlier for Grand Finals. Stay tuned to see who's going to be representing Canada after that best of 3 between St. Clair's Varsity College team and Big Pizza on the other side of this break.
Hello and welcome back to Red Bull Campus Clutch Canada Finals. We are down to the grand finals. We're going to find out who is going to represent Canada at the World Finals in Brazil, plus a chance to compete for that 20,000 euro prize pool. There's a lot on the line here, and as you could see, we filled in quite a bit. Everyone's excited to see the action go down. If you're here joining us, make some noise if you're excited. I can't hear you. If you're here joining us, make some noise if you're excited. We're going into the grand line. Let's head it over to our casters, Seymour and Marks.
You hear the energy in the venue. Everybody's ready for a grand finals. We got St. Clair versus Laurier. I couldn't be more excited, Mark.
Yeah, I am super excited to see this matchup, of course, because this is the grand finals. One of these teams are going to be able to go to Brazil to go up against some of the other best talents in the world.
And not even that, you represent Canada too while you're at it. I mean, what's better than that? We got some pride on the line right now for a lot of these teams. And after we saw both of those semifinal matches, I mean, both of them look like they are primed to take that championship, or take the title, I guess, to represent Canada. Yeah, I mean, we just came off of Laurier up against Big Pizza, and Big Pizza was looking really good in the entire series. They were able to win it out against Laurier 2-0, but I really have to commend them on being really smart on how they use your utility and just honestly just playing as a team, which is pretty good in a team game like Valorant. Yeah, especially when you know you have to go play other teams in Brazil in a global setting. It's important to have that team chemistry, and I think that kind of sets up strong for going up against a team like St. Clair, where in the first semifinal, they were almost the exact same, you know, well-rounded, coordinated. They have a lot of trust for each other. And ultimately, you know, when we did see them come out with the win, it's because that teamwork was really thriving in that setting. Yeah, and so only one of these teams are going to be able to do it, able to take away our Red Bull Campus Clutch Canada edition title, and once again, make it to Brazil. But it's going to come down to yet another best of 3. So let's see. Let's call it now. Do you think there's going to be a 2-0 or is it going to be the 2-1? Look, you have to, as a caster, you have to hope that it's going to go all the way to a game number 3. So
of course.
I'm thinking we're going to see a game 3 today for the grand final. I hope so. I'm sure the crowd hopes so too, as they want that to go the distance between these two teams. And not to mention, you know, with these two teams fighting for, you know, that chance to represent Canada, they're also fighting for that MVP title. A lot of these players in there are going to be fighting for the MVP. Big shout out to Steel Series too, because, you know, they're ready. As soon as we crown an MVP, they're going to be giving that MVP, you know, a decked out set of Steel Series gear. So big shout out to Steel Series for giving that opportunity to one of these players who comes out on top. Yeah, and once again, I said this on the last set too, but I love Steel Series stuff, so it's like, man, you got to win. You got to get that MVP, because then that means you get all of the cool things from Steel Series, and that's going to be a good time. It is going to be a good time. Now, Mark, I'm not sure if you know, you're ready for this question or not, but hit me with it. It is the grand finals after all. Are you leaning anyway? Oh, I gotta support my boys, Big Pizza. I mean, I know that you haven't had pineapple on pizza, which is a whole other separate issue here, but Big Pizza all the way. I genuinely do like their play style. You look like you have a question for me first. I think I'm catching way too much flack for not having pineapple on pizza. How have you, okay, it's one thing if you don't like it, but it's another thing to have never tried it, Seymour. Okay, you know, just for you, I'm gonna try pineapple on pizza. Okay, I'll right let you know this. Too. I'll let you know when I do. I'm expecting that in my DMs. Right after this? No, we'll see. Maybe not right after this, but eventually. I am expecting this. Yes. I'll let you know when I try it. Sounds good. And I hope it lives up to the hype that you guys are giving it too. It's so good, dude. Well, but are the teams good enough though? Is the team good enough to get this one done? This is the thing with Big Pizza. Specifically, if you're looking for players on this team, Link is going to be the one that you're watching out for. Very comfortable on playing Astra, but on top of that too is getting maximum value out of all the utility that is popped. Whether or not it's the smokes, you know, those nebulas are doing such a good job of zoning things out, but also too the gravity wells as well. Yeah. They've been catching Laurier off guard so often that it's just kind of that intelligent play that you can expect from Link. And on top of that too, Link is really good at clicking heads. He really is. I mean, we got to see that all series long back in the semifinals. Not to mention, you know, St. Clair, even we got to see them flex over to the Astra on Pearl in map number 3 versus the winners. And when we saw, you know, the Astra come out from Fort Tapping, it was just, he was also not only utilizing that Astra to full potential, but he was also fragging out just like Link. So it's almost like you're looking at a little head-to-head forming between these two to see which controller is going to outperform the other. But it's not only that I'm going to be looking at too. When we were seeing the St. Clair match back in the first semifinal, all we saw were Rays for the duelist too. Do you expect that to continue?
I would imagine so. One thing especially too as you get to this level of competition is, yes, your compositions do matter in how you use certain utility pieces and things like that, but at the same time it comes down to feeling comfortable. And on top of that, just based on the series that in the very first semifinals that we watched, you could tell that there's just a comfort that comes in with that Rays pick. Obviously that is a little bit more map dependent as well, but the fact of the matter is that they look rehearsed with that Rays in that lineup, and so I do expect to see more of it.
Yeah, I do expect. And if you're just tuning in right now, you're watching the Red Bull Campus Clutch Canada National Finals. We got a grand finals coming up, a best of 3 to determine who's going to represent Canada in Brazil for that global championship. St. Clair is the team that made it here first, but now with a big match ahead of them versus Big Pizza. I think this one's going to be tough. I think it's going to go the distance. And I know the crowd out here is ready to see it as well. Going to get some hype in the crowd for this grand final, as it is just all matching up to be a grand finale for this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, if we want to look directly at the numbers, humor me for a second.
Okay.
St. Clair won 2-1, but Big Pizza 2-0.
I mean, you know, you can kind of swing that in both ways. In one end, you know that St. Clair is ready to go the distance. So they have that
look at you.
resilience towards them to make sure that when they get to a
busted out the resilience word on me, huh?
When they get to a map number 3, they're not known to just roll over and fold. Not to mention that they lost map number 1, so you know that this team is kind of backed into a corner. They do have some fight to them, and when you look at to the sense of Big Pizza, will that 2-0 kind of come to bite them? Like, if they lose that first map, do they have what it takes to bounce back from a loss?
Honestly, just taking a look at how Big Pizza was playing up against Laurier in that series, I would make the argument yes. And the reason why is because there were moments where Laurier were really pulling ahead and they looked like they were finally getting a handle on Big Pizza's strategies, but that really didn't deter Big Pizza that much. They were able to adapt themselves in order to continue to turn things into their favor, and were ultimately able to win out both of those maps. So, you know what? You never know. Yeah. I can't believe you said the word resilience against me. Okay, that's smart. That's very clever. We'll see how this goes, though.
Well, and it's on the same end. When you look at St. Clair, there's a couple, tough situations to look at from their side, because when they were going up against the winners in that semifinal number 1, the winners is a very pug-style team. I mean, they didn't have a lot of strategy behind them. They didn't really kind of go in depth in their play styles. There was a lot of aggressive plays that St. Clair had to counteract and shut down. Going up against a team like Big Pizza, who's going to match them now with the strategies, it's going to be a step up for St. Clair to see if they can stay one step ahead.
Yeah, and we actually do have our map picks and bans coming through now. So we're going to be starting things out with Big Pizza's pick onto Fracture. We're going to have St. Clair starting us out on our defense. Then we are going to be moving forwards into Ascent for our second map, which is St. Clair College's choice, with Pizza playing the defense on that one. And last but not least, if it comes down to it, Pearl.
Okay, so this is
when resilience comes in.
This was when I was talking about back in the first semifinal.
Yep.
St. Clair, they want to go to Pearl. I almost said to Asha, is this like one thing that you want to auto-veto against the Saints, because it seems like they're so comfortable on this map in so many situations. I was loving the play style out of Saints, so I am really surprised that it slipped through in this veto style. But a Fracture for map 1, we haven't seen Fracture for that map, so I'm not sure if St. Clair's going to be ready for that one. It didn't seem like they wanted to go to that in that first semifinal. I think Ascent is another situation where I think Saints will feel comfortable, because they did play that back in the quarterfinals. To get to that semifinal match, it was Pearl and Ascent that they played against TYWDDY. Quite the name. And that was a 2-0 win. So
I wonder if that's an acronym for something.
I was trying to piece it together, in the green room prior to this. What does that mean? But I had no luck.
You're just sitting there like, what could it potentially be? I don't know. But regardless.
So many.
I think that Pearl actually is a really interesting map pick. But dial things back to Fracture first, because Fracture has had a couple of changes onto this map, and I think that this is going to be really interesting to see how these teams want to play this.
Well, I personally haven't seen any comp on this new iteration of Fracture, so it's going to be a very new style for me to see for this one. I know in the past, it is going to be, that aggressive play style for the offensive teams, just trying to, maneuver the defense around, try to bait them through. Is there anything to kind of note for this change that you'd like to highlight?
The one thing that I really like, and maybe this is just me as a Valorant player, satellite. Oh, okay, thank goodness they just turned it down to one lane. The amount of times I'm like, all right, they're definitely going to be on the left. And then someone pokes out on the right, and I'm like, ah. And then I'm like, all right, this time it's going to be the right. And then they poke out on the left. I am so happy that they just kind of made it one lane.
It's like a guessing game. It's which door are they going to be through? Is it the left door or the right door?
This isn't Wipeout. Like, let's just go down the one lane. You don't have to do that. This is Valorant.
Yeah, and I'm glad that they finally did it, too. I mean, it took them long enough. I think it's going to make it a little bit easier for defensive teams, too, to handle.
Yeah, and honestly, when it comes to a lot of these map changes onto Fracture itself, I think that it allows for a little bit more better flow in the actual map itself. We were seeing some of those stagnated defenses or stagnated offenses, honestly, of being a little bit cautious and pushing in on one side or the other, but just allowing a little bit more openness is honestly a big plus for me. But like you, I haven't actually seen team comps on this new Fracture, so I'm curious to see whether or not these map changes really warrant an entire change in their composition.
Yeah, as am I. I know that, towards the end of, Fracture, what we were seeing was we were still seeing some Neon here and there. I know Phoenix started to come out a little bit more too on that one. I don't think we'll see a Phoenix on this map.
Never say never.
If I have to say, I think that we're going to continue to see that Raze mixed with the Fade, even though like you probably won't have the Astra for this map. There's so many methods that you can go into this map thinking with.
Yeah, and actually, we talk a lot about the Raze, but one agent I love seeing on Fracture is Neon. And so I'm curious whether or not Neon is still going to be viable in some of these map changes. Personally, I think that it definitely is, because the play style of that Neon is just to kind of go in, take space, set up the fast lane, throw out those relay bolts, use your team's utility, the smokes, the flashes, and then just kind of zip-zap your way in and find a couple of kills, and you've got the site. I don't imagine the changes are going to really dampen that ability.
No, I agree with you in that. The only thing that I don't expect, maybe we'll see Big Pizza go for that, but Saints on Pearl, Ash and I, we were talking about, the Neon could be a potential for a map like Pearl, but they stuck true to that Raze pick. So going into the Fracture, I would like to see the Neon alongside you. I don't know if we're going to get it, Mark.
And it comes down to that style and comfortability, I think. If you want to bring a Neon in on a map like Fracture, you really need to make sure you are practiced, especially too if you're coming into the finals, because it is so easy for a Neon to just fall apart if the team is not ready to play around that play style.
And I'm glad, we're getting these two teams to showcase that potential, because when you look at the two of them, in the four that we got for our finalists here in the Red Bull Campus Clutch Canada National Finals, I'm glad that we get these two teams, because they look so practiced with each other. I mean, you look at a program like St. Clair where they're there to build up their players, give them a comfortable space. They're playing in the arena too, which I was talking about, is that they're side by side with each other on the big stage back in Windsor. Yep. So, I mean, you look at these two teams, and they're almost similar to the case where you're expecting those deep strategies and those big counter picks to come through.
Yeah, and also too, there is something to say about just being in the same room with your players, because you pull off a clutch, then your buddy from like the computer all the way down there just stands up and yells, "Oh my goodness!" and then runs over to you and hypes you up a bunch. I think that that energy alone, it just really helps with the team synergy, and honestly, even just the communication.
Yeah, and not to mention even, on the desk side, it feels so good to be in
we
person.
Can high five.
Yeah, right next to you. It feels good to be in person here at the Red Bull Gaming Studio. The crowd, everybody that shows up, it's been nothing but love all around for this event. It's been such a fun time here for the finals here. And I'm ready to kick this one off, because I feel like this one is going to go the distance. I feel like we have a good matchup on the line. When you just get that feeling?
Yeah, it's just like the itch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the spider sense, except for Valorant series.
Peter tingle.
Watch out, Marvel might come for us now. And when Dr. Disney knocks on the door, you do answer. Okay, well, I also, too, have a sense that this is going to be a lot more of a closer matchup between these two teams. And then it comes down to resiliency, just like you said, right? Like, if you know, Big Pizza kind of start to fall apart, they get into their own heads a little bit, that we might see some of those site executes not be as clean. They start to feel a little bit out of place, and then St. Clair should be able to just kind of capitalize on that, and then they can very easily turn things around on them.
Yeah, and you know, as we draw closer to this grand final, as the teams are getting ready to get into Fracture as quick as possible, Mark, you just saw this Big Pizza team demolish that semifinal, I'd say. Talk to me a little bit about this team, you know, from what you've learned from them. When we're looking at the agent select, what do you want to see them stick with?
I want to see them stick to their guns. I think that they're very effective when they play off of each other, and they're just so coordinated in doing so. And I expect we're going to see a lot more of that as we do move into this. Interestingly, it does look like Big Pizza are going to be bringing in a Neon. Diabetic has previously played the Jet in the last series, but this time around is going to be on that Neon. And Link, the player that I said that we should watch out for, is going to be on the Brimstone. So not that Astra pick anymore, but this is a very standard Fracture composition coming in from Big Pizza.
It's very, similar to, what you would see in the past for this team too. Brim and Astra, even though they're completely different controllers, it's interchangeable for a player like Link. So you still expect to have the same impact from that player, just in a different capacity for Fracture. When you think about Fracture too, you don't think Astra, you think Brimstone. So I'm glad they're sticking to that too. But you wanted to see the Neon. We get to see it. I think for St. Clair, they're sticking to their guns. They're tried and true that we saw at the start. You get Jello on that KO. Mzuu sticking to the Raze. Kiyo's going to go back to that breach. We saw Kiyo on Fade, back on Pearl in that best of 3 versus the winners. And now going back to the breach. I'm looking at Kiyo. I said that this player was probably the most consistent player on St. Clair. I hope it stays true against this team versus Big Pizza, because it's going to be crucial for Saint's success.
And this is actually interesting too. We're seeing St. Clair College bring KO into the mix here, whereas we have Big Pizza opting to bring the Fade in instead. I'm not too sure which one I favor, but my inclination is that the Fade is going to be a little bit more useful, especially too on some of these closer quarters that Fracture kind of gives you. That Haunt, as well as those Prowlers, can get a lot of information. And sure, you might not be able to shut down a lot of utility, but you don't really have to worry too much about a crazy Sentinel, because it's only going to be that chamber.
I want to talk a little bit about this Big Pizza team too, now that I'm looking at it too, because Toasty Unicorn actually represented Canada at the Campus Clutch last year, so seeing if he can go back-to-back here, but here we see the Neon leading the charge. Canada gonna fight 2 with the recovered Frenzy.
What?
What a paint shell! Little fadeaway action from Mzuu.
From downtown, the paint shells are going to convert 2, and actually that Prowler gets a nice little chomp out of somebody as Goku is able to find one, but Scrimmy just trades it right back.
Yeah, a little 1v1 now between Mzuu. Such a big kill for Saints to keep their life alive now in this pistol rounds. Bait out the rotation heaven. Doesn't look like Link is gonna be fooled one bit.
Never doubt Link, man. Never doubt Link. So clean. And I really just want to comment on Big Pizza's execute there. Okay. This is textbook Fracture attack with the Neon. You saw the fast lane went up, the smokes went down, the flashes went in, Neon already all the way into tower within a matter of seconds. That's how you want to play it, and I am very confident in Big Pizza if they've got things like these strategies just set up and ready to go, because that means that they are very rehearsed and very practiced on this map.
And you look at, St. Clair, that round would not have been anywhere close to salvageable if Mzuu didn't get those paint shells. No. And that is an exceptional individual play that you don't expect to have happen every single round. So I think the Saints, they got a little bit of a wake-up call there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And now Big Pizza, they're going to be able to buy up weapons. Notably, Link does have this Bulldog in hand. Once again, never doubt Link, and I'm very excited to see what Link is going to be able to do here. But St. Clair College are going for a little bit more of a spread out this time. They do have that KO on that 8 site with the chamber. Going to rely on that fragment to really slow down any pushes coming through, but Big Pizza are slowly making their way forwards. A lot of information given.
Scrubby gonna back up just underneath sight. Headhunter for 1, Diabetic goes down, so no more with the Neon, but the running gun for the Spectre. Luckily for Saints, you got Jello still holding the close angle here with the Classic. Good for 1 before dropping, and these trades, St. Clair are doing a lot of damage to Big Pizza. The cleanup now from Link. Kid's gonna get the finisher, and that is a big round there from Big Pizza. I mean, Saints, they did a lot of damage, but the second one is solid.
It's like, how did Link get there? You know,
he just finds his way.
Yeah, like it seemed like St. Clair College had such a good read of where all of the members of Big Pizza were when they decided to move in for it, and they were confident in being able to retake the site. It looked like they were about to win that, and then, of course, Link just comes in from behind and is like, ho, ho, ho.
Link to the rescue.
I've got my big gun, and I'm going to make it work. And
the Master Sword just drops it on the table.
And then, yeah, St. Clair College had to just turn around, and when they did that, then the rest of the Big Pizza were more than happy to just spray the rest of their members down. This time, St. Clair College are trying to get a little bit more aggressive out of B. They're going to get information that nobody's there and be able to pick up that ultimate orb. But Big Pizza have just completely eased off the gas pedal, and they've slowed their momentum.
I like that already. We're seeing that different playstyle, the slow play now. Is it going to pay off? Scrubby sitting here. There's the flash. Has to rendezvous out, but now for the pinch through Satellite. Already on site, Big Pizza. Diabetic constantly taking map control. The wall goes down in the fast lane. Going to allow now an avenue for Big Pizza just to slay out. It's 2 down for the Saints. Looking to take control and get the spike down now. Big Pizza only losing out on Diabetic so far.
And Goku's now on site trying to look at maybe potentially picking that rifle up. And Molly is going to be flying in there. But still, the spike is nowhere near that site, actually. And St. Clair College are actually backing off. This might be an opportunity for Big Pizza to kind of sneak the spike in.
I think Saints are getting a little bit bamboozled right now. The slow play from Big Pizza is just letting the Saints stir in their own minds now. Waiting to get that spike down. You're down to 34 seconds. 4 tapping, going to need a big play here with the Vandal in hand. But Goku from nowhere. That Headhunter going to allow a way in for the spike to go down. Now Big Pizza in a 4v2 situation. I mean, this third round, it almost looks done and dusted.
They're going to be able to move in here. Goku's going to get first contact, knows where they are, but Q gets a headshot to start things off.
Player in heaven, too, that you have to worry about is going to be Kip. Toasty Unicorn right now just distracting Kip, finally making some noise, so St. Clair going to be aware of the player all the way up top. Satchel Charge going to back them up. Q snaps over to Toasty Unicorn. Link still lurking about all the way down through that A main, but no way. Link almost gets it done. Is the Molly going to go out in time? And it does. There's plenty of time for Q to get this defuse.
And even though this is going to be a very good round for St. Clair College, because it is going to be their first in this half, unfortunately, they lost a lot of their members. 4 of their members were killed in that gunfight, and as a result, they're not going to be able to carry their rifles over. Their economy going to look a little bit shaky, and I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think it's purely just based on the pressure that Kip was giving from Satellite. Completely unchecked, and then able to walk away with a couple of picks. Then the next thing you know, St. Clair College is just completely backed off of it. That VoD just being alive was enough of a presence to make them really doubt that attack.
And it gives so much time for Toasty Unicorn and Link to set up in a comfortable situation to make it even worse. Now, Saints, they've been known in the first semifinal to have some lackluster anti-ecos, so not surprising there that it's continuing here in the grand final, but hoping that for their sake they can clean it up. As the grand final goes on, Jello lost in the open, Diabetic again for the opener.
Yeah, and it's just so clean on these executes. They used a Nightfall as well, but honestly, it wasn't that necessary. But better safe than sorry, in my opinion. So Big Pizza is going to be able to get that spike down, but keep in mind an Aftershock is available for St. Clair College if they do want to force the issue, but they're probably going to be looking for a first pick before they really invest.
They got the Showstopper, they got the Rolling Thunder, but here's the Aftershock in the back, like you said, see if they can beat anybody out into the open. This time though, Goku continuing to push the pressure onto the Saints. Orbital Strike from Link, all the way back in defender spawn. St. Clair gonna have to work around that for now as the time is burning down. Diabetic through the smoke, gonna get sunned down by that Stinger. Toasty Unicorn's playing early on into. Showstopper passes right by him. Right now, Big Pizza, they are kind of just fumbling their way around, but fumbling to success as Link is gonna take down Mzu. That's the 3rd round for Big Pizza.
A little bit of misconnections there. I wonder if you just like tunnel vision enough that you're like, oh, is that a, whatever, I'm just gonna walk in on this site anyways. But a great read from Big Pizza, but also too, you can tell how communicative these players are with one another. You know, just being so far back, make sure that that orbital strike is protected, and make sure that that brimstone stays alive. Playing off the information that your teammates are giving you is so useful, because not only do you stay alive to potentially pressure out even more, but you can use the orbital strike and not risk your life doing so.
It's standard, comfortable Valorant, which you'd like to see in a grand final, especially for a team looking to represent their country.
Yeah.
And now for St. Clair, can they find their, can they adapt around this soon? Because they don't want to be fighting behind too far throughout Fracture. Even though this is Big Pizza's map pick, Saints want to put up some fights. Here we go, Diabetic again, looking to get their way into sight, and they will with the backup from Goku. That fast lane baits out Saints, and already 2 players down.
Yeah, and Spike already down. It's suddenly 3v5, 2 to force online for Big Pizza as well. This is not looking too good for St. Clair College. Honestly, they're really having a hard time being able to stop this constant pressure that Big Pizza are applying. When Big Pizza have their eyes set on it, they go for it.
And you look the fault line, I mean, there's just so much time being delayed here by the setup from Big Pizza. They're giving St. Clair absolutely nothing. The smokes are going to go down, but even still, Big Pizza, they trust that they have time to work with. The Prowler out, Kim's going to line up both of them, and Diabetic shuts the door. 4 rounds now for Big Pizza.
And if you're St. Clair College, right now what I would want to see is really just trying to slow down and create a little bit more space in Big Pizza's attack. You know, we talk about how coordinated Big Pizza are. As soon as it's like, all right, ready, 3, 2, 1, run in on site. Oh my goodness, everything is happening at once.
Yeah.
Any defending player is just going to completely get steamrolled over.
I like this timeout call from Saints early on. You don't want to allow the snowball to happen now for a lot of this pressure that Big Pizza are putting on. You kind of take a second to step back. I mean, you've been sitting waiting for this grand final, and you know Big Pizza just came hot off of a win.
Oh,
so
yeah.
You can tell that the momentum is starting to pick up for this team, where Saints haven't been able to break the ice throughout this grand final. I'd like to see them, you know, sit down with each other. I'd like the coach to just talk them out. Maybe not think up a strategy, but cool them down, like cool down their heads. You know, keep them a little bit level throughout this. You're still on the defensive side. With the changes to Fracture, you still can pull this one out for a couple rounds. It's just Saints, they need to, I guess, find their own style.
Yeah, and I think them feeling like they are stuck on site, they need to push out of that a little bit more. You know, we haven't seen that very classic lineup that we usually see on Fracture where, you know, on that A side, you just toss out a fault line and then get the Rays to fly through and apply a little bit of pressure. I think in these situations, it would actually be really effective on Big Pizza because they take a little bit of time to get themselves set up before they hit the go button. That would be the time that you want to be able to move in and really exploit that and potentially get a couple of picks to start the round.
And maybe it's not successful the first time, but it shows confidence in your team, especially this play style from Big Pizza. The confidence is oozing through this neon pick. Diabetic just constantly keeping St. Clair on their back foot as they zone them away. It looks like Saints want to play for the retake.
Yeah, St. Clair College took a little bit of a gamble. Unfortunately, they picked north. Turns out Big Pizza were moving in from the south.
Yeah.
So then it's just going to be a very easy site plant. Now, I don't really know how St. Clair College can get into this. The tour de force still activated, and actually they're going to force stack in order to play this retake.
All 4 players just funneling on into a chokehold set up by Big Pizza. Aftershock's going to force them out. Goku is going to pick away at them. It's 2 from Goku, 1 for Link. Right now, MZU just trying to do any sort of damage you can with this Stinger. Try to salvage a couple kills for yourself because this round, it is all over. MZU is going to find 1 more onto Goku before jumping on into that site. Big Pizza shut down Saints again, just reading them like a book.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate because, you know what? If St. Clair College went south instead of north, I think that could have potentially worked out or at least caused a little bit more chaos, which is evening out the playing field, especially given that they had that gun disadvantage. But unfortunately, Big Pizza, you know, the show must go on. They're just going through it regardless, and they're like, oh, okay, I got the site for free. So St. Clair College are really just struggling and trying to stop them from getting all their picture-perfect executes.
I don't know, from a crowd standpoint, you want to see this go close, but from a team that's looking to represent your country on the global stage, you want to really prove that you're the team to get it done. And right now, Big Pizza, they're proving that twice-fold. This time around for the opening pick, it's going to be Scrubby to at least slow the roll here from Big Pizza, and they get information on Goku as well. Somebody's up here, it's Zepzul, but no way Goku gets that done. A second one around the corner. Jello's gonna be ready for it. Doesn't matter if he's ready for it, because Goku can do anything.
Yeah, and the orbital strike gets committed there, but not able to flush any fish out of tower. Fortunately, the molly just falls a little bit short here, and Aftershock gonna be tossed in from Big Pizza. They still know that this is winnable, and they want to make sure that they take this.
There's a gap in the smoke. Four tapping looking to exploit that. Link gets on the site though, unscathed. Fault line down, nobody to back this up. Aftershock's a little bit late. Nightfall gonna be invested here from Big Pizza just to push Saints even farther back. You see Scrumpy got the first pick. Let's see if he can damage them any more after that is not really an aggressive angle going to be held anywhere close to except for Link, but Link goes down now. Scrubby trying to lead Saints back into this one. Kip going to make himself known. St. Clair not paying any attention to this. Toasty Unicorn off sites. You have to watch out for that one as well. Everything's going to be up to Goku though for the inside. All three players from Saints going to be here. Aftershock's going to get them off that spike. Goku's going to turn around the corner, but Q and 4 tapping, they save the day.
And honestly, I have to give a big shout out to Big Pizza on playing that post plant, you know? I'm not calling it the wave of utility, but it seems like they were just using their utility so darn well to make sure that it was so difficult for St. Clair College to get on. They didn't put their bodies at risk, which then that's like step number 2. You know, like stay alive, use our utility, and then if we still are in a bit of a precarious situation, then we go in.
And you know, Toasty Unicorn's just all the way underneath the tunnel. He's just like, okay, I'm going to give them to you, Goku. Take the gunfights, do what you do best. Unfortunately, Goku loses the gunfight, but I mean, as soon as you see that, you like you said, you see that they're talking to each other in those situations when, you know, usually teams will find themselves kind of stuck in that site. It might get a little hectic in the comms.
Absolutely. This time around, though, St. Clair College changing up where some of these agents are hanging out. Most notably that KO has rotated over to the B side. I think that could be really good at denying that Neon pressure, but it's going to rely on a little bit of a risky 0 point. If you can shut Neon down, then basically that whole entry that Big Pizza have planned kind of crumbles.
Saints got the null command on B, so maybe a chance to pop this ultimate and back Big Pizza away. But the ultimate doesn't get popped. Instead, Jello's gonna take down Diabetic. That shot was out of nowhere. Q all alone over at A, at least able to get one. Not sure if they know MZu's all the way behind enemy line, but this raise opened things up for the Saints just at this door. Stinger in hand. Goku low HP gonna pop out. Oh no, MZu not even able to get a shot off. So Scrubby on site alone. A little bit disconnected from their Brimstone here. All 3 players going to be backed up into A main. Fault line's going to stun up Scrubby. Orbital Strike's going to drop down. Link actually front lines it, and he's going to drop. Scrubby now trying to salvage this round for the Saints, but nobody's showing anything for Big Pizza. Instead, they're trying to play for this post plant, and it looks like they got the crossfire that you want. Saints forced to take the fights, but like you said, it's just so good at a Big Pizza.
Yeah, and honestly, I do like how St. Clair College decided to play that post plan, especially too with the number disadvantage. You know, press out a little bit, prod here or there, and just apply the pressure so that they can at least get it to half. And then once you get to half, you know, there is a chance that you can just kind of luck it out and be able to find the full defuse.
I think going on right now, we need to see St. Clair pivot a little bit from these areas where they're trying to hard read. I think we need to see some defaults from this team to try to pick up some openings to allow their team to rotate through the map safely. I think you're seeing a lot of pressure forced on some of these individuals. It's just not working. And for Big Pizza, they're just going back to their tried and true. Throw up that fast lane, get onto 8, overwhelm the Saints. 4 Tapping's going to be alone in the tower. The running gun from Diabetic and Toasty Unicorns opening up the round for this team. They're going to double down onto Scrubby as well. Saints just boxed out from the site.
Yep, now it's just going to be a 3v5. Toasty Unicorns doesn't need to see anything, just going to spray it down, and Jello's going to fall down, and eventually the rest of the team will crumble. And actually, I need to point something out here, because I was wondering, how is Big Pizza so quick to get onto the site? It's not only just because the Neon is running in, but actually the Brimstone is throwing down the stim pack, and they're all just able to run on. And actually, I think that's kind of catching St. Clair College off guard, because they're only expecting a Neon to be in their face, but the entire team is ready to swing with it.
When in doubt, stim run it out.
I've never heard that one before.
I just made it up on the spot.
Well, that explains a lot then, doesn't it?
Yeah. 7-2 lead for Big Pizza is insane on Fractures. You see why this team wants to go here. For their offense, I mean, their strategy hasn't really changed too much. It's just working behind Diabetic and this aggression that you're finding. Allow him to rotate St. Clair around, and he feeds them into Goku, who's been an unstoppable killing machine. And MZu is going to take a battle down through Arcade. That's good knowledge to know, because Goku has slipped on through, and Saints get punished.
Yeah, this is a good opening. Now Jello is kind of stuck here. Only has a Spectre, not going to be able to do the damage that Jello wants. And now the fast lane is going to be in. The relay bolts are going to be tossed in as well, and that is a nice clean take once again from Big Pizza. Maybe not as coordinated as previous, but it still gets the job done.
Yes, it does. Spike goes down, post plant now. This has been so hard to take down for Saints. They've rarely been able to crack the surface of this post plant. If anybody's gonna do it, it's gonna be Scrubby here on screen with the fault line. It's just hard even to enter this site. Big Pizza doing so well at zoning out these Saints players and delaying this clock to the last possible second. But here we go. Scrubby's gonna slip on through over to the attacker's spawn. Link is gonna shut him down right away, and the Saints, they need these rifles into the next round. If they can hold anything, it'd be good. He doesn't want to let them have it. But Saints, you're seeing right now Q he's trying to hold this gun.
Oh, he really is. Tries to spray it down, but Diabetic just a little bit faster. And I have to talk about Big Pizza's post-plant positioning. You know, we're talking about how good they are at just like, you know, running it down and then just taking over the side and being able to get the spike down. What you're actually seeing about their post-plant is that they almost walk back to their own spawn and only leave 1 or 2 members actually on the site. Getting set up once again to do that fast push in and just completely flank out the attackers. It's playing to their strengths perfectly, and that's why it's so difficult for St. Clair College to confidently push in.
Saints don't really even give them any heckle to try to do that. They let them walk back to spawn. You need to start seeing some pushback here from the Saints for like times like that. Try to disrupt that rotation, catch anybody rotating off site. But the respect is being shown from Saints, and Big Pizza, they are earning that respect.
Absolutely, and I'm starting to wonder whether or not maybe that flank potential from St. Clair College could be what stops this method. You know, outflank the flankers.
Yeah.
Make them second guess behind themselves, and then suddenly it'd be a lot easier to push in, because we're seeing St. Clair College consistently just kind of push in through mid and try to just kind of do it based off of that. They play grouped up, but if they dispersed a little bit more, tried to go around the map, maybe they'd be able to catch some people off guard.
But as soon as you think, you know, just outflank the flankers, Big Pizza, they slow down their playstyle and they just show dynamic to their attacks. Here we go, Fast Lane's gonna block off the rotation through mid. Diabetic using those relay bolts to back up these players in heaven. They are trapped right now. As soon as that molly goes down, you imagine Diabetic, he's gonna take this one, and he will. Slides on in. Gip's got his back, 2 players down, and that is the site in control. Only player here is gonna be Mzuu, and I swear, every single time we look at Mzuu, he's got a stinger.
Stinger meta, man. Stingers are good. Nightfall comes in from Big Pizza just to completely flush St. Clair College out, and I actually think this is a good move. Really just punish St. Clair College, make sure they don't even have a chance to win a round, because we're getting so close to that half.
Making it look so easy. Tour de force in the hand of Goku, misses the first shot. Has the Phantom to back him up, so pretty comfortable on the inside. Toasty Unicorn blocking off the rotation. Mzuu all alone yet again, and history repeats itself for St. Clair right now. Big Pizza just dominating Fracture.
Yeah, St. Clair College just couldn't figure out how to solve the Rubik's Cube. It's just like the attack coming in from Big Pizza, they haven't put together what they can really do, although I think that they're starting to get inclinations of it. The Molly in Tower was an excellent stall tool, and you could tell that Big Pizza were a little bit more discombobulated. Some of their agents were already halfway in, but then we're like, oh, maybe we shouldn't be here. Okay, let's hold on a second, wait for them all to go, then our Neon can go in, and then we can actually execute.
It's the same hesitation that we saw St. Clair show on Haven versus the Winners. And, you know, that was a map number 1. They were able to pull it back in maps 2 and 3, but it's not boding well to a grand final here for the Saints. They are starting off a little bit slow. Tour de force for Scrubby here. Pick would be huge, and 2 would be amazing. He's gonna settle for 1. And none other than Diabetic. Cello, I think a little jump in the gun a little bit there with the flash, but allowing the fragment, you know, some time to get out or pretend to get out.
Yeah, and honestly, that's all they kind of needed. Now that the Neon is down, it's going to be so much easier for this squad to defend. The Rolling Thunder is going to come in to try and compensate for that fact, but Scrubby misses the shot. You can't be missing those. Kip picks up 2, and actually they don't need the Neon.
No.
Big Pizza are going in. An orbital strike gets committed onto the site as well. Kip falling extremely low is now hit up, but doesn't matter, is able to still get 1 kill. There's going to be a showstopper coming in as well, able to find 1, and suddenly it's just a 1v2 here. St. Clair College might be able to activate the curse here, Seymour.
I mean, 2v1, it's only 1 player to take down. Toasty Unicorn falls, and
Curse. Curse. Well, no, Curse doesn't exist. It's just a fake comeback when they actually start to roll.
Exactly. 9-3 Curse, is some believe it, some don't believe it. I've seen really weird comebacks at 9-3, so it's almost you kind of have to believe it sometimes. But I mean, for Saints, you're asking for a lot to come back here against this team. I think you really need a change of style if you're Saints on Fracture. Not to mention that Fracture is not an easy map to play to begin with, especially with new changes. Obviously, Big Pizza, they kind of threw it into their rotation, and they're saying, okay, if we learn this map first, we can definitely blindside a couple teams with these strats, and it seems like they're catching St. Clair with their backs turned.
Absolutely. I am curious, though, how Big Pizza are going to play this defense. Specifically with that Neon, that means that they're going to be playing a little bit more aggressively. And, well, you know what? We saw this kind of in the first half, except this time the coin has flipped. Big Pizza are going for the pinch on the south side of the map, but that's going to allow St. Clair College more or less to just walk it in onto B. They might have a little bit of resistance from Link, but I imagine that spike is getting down.
And I would have said, Big Pizza can retake this fast, but the trademark gets set off, and it actually slows them down. So you see a couple rotating through Arcade, the retake starting to set up for Big Pizza, and as soon as they go, it is going to be an explosion onto site with a 5v5. I mean, there's so much to be looking at, but you need these pistols to start popping off. Toasty Unicorn gets spotted. Jello's going to strike first. Now for the rest of Big Pizza, you have to get going to get this one back. Diabetic for the trade slides, and the site still takes down for tapping, and it's just one by one, trades back and forth. Scrubby stands tall at the end, but that was scarier than intended.
Oh, absolutely, and that is a good round for St. Clair College to be able to pick up. That probably means they will be winning this next one, assuming that they do buy up weapons, which I imagine they should. And Zuu gonna have Stinger yet again, your favorite weapon. But that
Mzu's favorite weapon.
and yours as well. The Stinger's great, isn't it? Come on.
I don't use the Stinger enough to know.
Oh, sounds like you need to start playing more Valorant specifically with the Stinger.
I guess.
Stinger's broken.
Maybe later.
Okay, sounds good. Then you can have some pizza with it too. Specifically with pineapples, of course.
Yes.
But now we are seeing St. Clair College off of that round. They're going to be executing in here. But look at that. Big Pizza are just pushing out completely. And this time they've already caught someone off guard.
And a payday for Diabetic. Now with a Spectre in hand. They're looking to continue to press this issue. Kip's got the flank. Scrubby drops not before picking up two. And I like this call from Mzuu. Catch them on the rotation. Keep your numbers. Get that spike down and have a life lead. Look at Q here. Walks through Arcade. Not sure they're going to read this one. It looks like they are, but Goku going to lose the battle, and Q and Nzu play hand in hand to perfection.
Yeah, and bit of a risk from Big Pizza in order to try and pull that strat again, but honestly, it made that round a lot closer, especially given the fact that they were still coming in only with pistols. So they couldn't do as much damage as they probably would have wanted. This is going to allow St. Clair College to more or less bonus. We are going to be seeing Scrubby come in with a Vandal, the hero rifle, but also too, the economy is looking nice and solid. Meanwhile, Big Pizza, they're mostly going to have rifles except for Kip. Kip is only going to be able to buy up a Bulldog, and Toasty Unicorn's full shield, but utility might be a little bit lacking.
And I talked at the start of the show about the head-to-head between controllers. I'll have to talk about that in a little bit as Scrubby's got some action. He's going to take the first and shuts down both of them. Okay, Scrubby. That's what I've been hoping for from this chamber since the start, but now we're getting it towards the end, and Saints starting to heat up.
Yeah, now St. Clair College should be able to get this spike down. It's going to be up to Big Pizza to play that retake, only with 3 members alive. This is going to be a huge round for St. Clair if they're able to pick up this round. Remember, they were trying to bonus here, whereas Big Pizza are heavily invested in this.
And we talked about, I was trying to hit that head-to-head between controllers. Link versus Fortap, and Link has been so crucial in these wins for Big Pizza since the start. Now looking to get the ball rolling for this retake, but look at the minimap. It looks like they're conceding it. They give it up. They want to hold these rifles to the next round. It's a smart move from Big Pizza.
Yeah, just make sure that the economy is feeling normal enough, I guess is the best way to describe it. Obviously, losing 2 members there with those rifles isn't exactly the best, but if they can take out and punish some of these people, just like Kip is doing, that's going to be Dagger still win. The spike was down. But still, that was good stuff coming in from Big Pizza in order to just kind of hold those angles there and really just take away all the rifles, but I don't think St. Clair College are going to care that much.
And it makes you think, because we were talking about the economy for Big Pizza, but now in the next round, even though the Saints win it, we got to talk about the economy of the Saints, because now they have to rebuy 5 rifles and full armor, and you look at that. If they lose this round now, the tables are kind of turning.
Yeah, no, completely. Toasted Unicorns bringing in a stinger, notably. But of course, that's because they did lose Goku and Toasted Unicorns on that last round. So they're going to have to try and get something because Big Pizza, they need to punish St. Clair here, just like you said. Get their economy to start spiraling.
Just trying to block out all these flashes. Diabetic, Toasted Unicorn, and the Chamber all throwing their lives just to take down Scrubby. A 1-for-1 trade, you're okay with that if you're the Saints.
And this is so interesting from Big Pizza. They're so aggressive at the start of the rounds, even though it just regards in a trade. And we're going to get the Nightfall inbound. Here we go.
The Prowlers trying to lead the team back in, although Saints shutting them down before really any damage is done. You know Q is just around the corner. Diabetic not going to check it fully, and Mzuo on the swing. Going to back up their breach. So now life advantage to Saints twice to 4v2. I know Kip's been popping off quite a bit alongside Link, but are they doing it right now? Jello's going to get tagged down. Q still on this close angle. I don't know if Link's going to read this one, but he's focused, tunnel visioned right onto Jello. It looks like the spike. I mean, it's timed down enough that looks like Saints are going to find their 7th, but not without some cost. 2 players go down.
Yeah, but that's a pivotal round for them. This means that their economy is going to be feeling nice and strong, whereas Big Pizza, it's starting to crumble a little bit. And I wonder, too, if this is the round where we do get to see that overdrive come out from Diabetic on Big Pizza.
Have we seen the overdrive yet?
No, actually, we haven't. And to be fair, overdrive, really good ultimate, unless everybody is good at clicking heads. Because you just kind of slide in, and it takes a couple of seconds to burn somebody down. But in that time frame, somebody with a Vandal can just go whoop, and then your head's completely gone.
Yeah, and you know, it takes some discipline to do that too, because when you see somebody running at you with laser shooting out of their fingers, it's staggering sometimes. So, but
yeah, just ask Luke Skywalker.
I love that. I love that. That's perfect.
Appreciate that.
But when you look at Saints too, I mean, this is a team that you look at Diabetic and he hasn't popped the overdrive. Obviously, he respects the team enough to, you know, say like, okay, maybe that's a little bit much using that. So maybe looking for the right opportunity to use it. On defense, I can definitely see it come to fruition because of the fact that, you know, this retake just might need a little bit of a spring into action, and the overdrive would lend hand to that one. But I don't know if I can see it against a team like Saints, who have been bunkering down so much, if it would actually find too much value.
And look at this. Saints now 4 rounds in a row on this half. They're feeling nice and confident on this attack. Both of these teams looking so good on the attack. Okay, I know, you know, maybe some curses might be real. I'm not too sure about this one. St. Clair College only 2 rounds away from potentially tying this up, Seymour.
I was going to say, like, knock on wood, but
this is all metal.
This is all metal. That's in front of us, so.
I mean, this is, okay, I got you. There's a nice little school behind me.
Yeah,
that's what it is. 5-man push.
Yeah, I was going to say, interesting push through Satellite. St. Clair, they want to 5-man it right through heaven. And Kip going to respect this one back up. Big Pizza, they want to retake.
Yeah, there we go. Spike is already going to be down. Big Pizza do have an orbital strike online as well to work with. I'm curious to see where St. Clair are going to be setting themselves up, but Diabetic is going to go on a deep flank alongside the Brimstone. That could be good, but bad timing on that smoke.
Yeah, the smoke dissipates, and that flash comes a little bit dry now. Looking to shut down the flank is Mzuo, only good for 1, but that's 3 players down now for Big Pizza. Goku trying to salvage anything, and it's not going to happen. 4 tapping Jello, they finish the job, and now 1-round game.
Are witches real? I mean, it's spooky season. You know, we're getting close to Halloween.
Maybe, you know, I don't know. Maybe somebody, you know, laid a curse onto Valorant a couple of years ago, and
yeah, pretty much. It's in the code.
Yeah, it's like whenever it's 9-3, give them a little bit more magnetism towards the headshot.
Yeah, the bullets are curving like that movie. You know,
Wanted.
Wanted? Yeah. You're ever gonna want to put it down. Nice. Okay, St. Clair College, they're going into this. It's gonna be rifles on both sides. But a tour de force on St. Clair College. They've been looking really clean on these executes, and Big Pizza's defense has started to stagnate a little bit, but they do have a pretty forward hold on that A site.
St. Clair right now looking like Angelina Jolie with some of these shots. Showstopper gonna be pulled out from Mzuo. Nobody home though. complete empty site. In fact, is Scrubby having a little bit of a rude awakening through a main. It's a 3 for 2 on the backside. It's Q to walk away with even numbers, and Spike recovered 2 from the Saints. They have the site open, but not for long. As you see the rotation, Link will be here just around the corner, lurking it out. Jello, a little unaware of this one. The slide around Q, 1v1 now. The Fortnite rise back up, and it's gonna be a Rolling Thunder instead. So Goku with an op in hand. How much can you get done with the sniper? Jello's gonna be brought back into it. The fault line's gonna be
so smart.
Shutting that one down, and yeah, so smart on the utility.
Yeah, Q just drops the Rolling Thunder. Want to be able to secure that round. You know, you're starting to mentally boom Big Pizza. We talked about resiliency before this series even started, and honestly, that might be something that Big Pizza start to struggle with. That's 6 rounds now for St. Clair College, off of some heroics that last round, from Q specifically. It was looking so good for Big Pizza at as that round started out with their positioning.
I mean, you talked about some of these players too. Scrubby, Mzuo, Q, the 3 of them have been stepping up big time right now for the Saints in the Slang Factory too. A little bit of a wake up, I guess, for the Saints. And a much needed one, because that first half, it was not looking good.
All right, this time, St. Clair College.
Pitch intense.
They're just gonna be hanging out. You know, camping is a legitimate strategy.
It is. There's some greenery too. It's not a bad camping spot. Pitch, set up a fire, you know, some s'mores.
But I actually think that this is pretty good, because they're starting to recognize that Big Pizza like to send people out to get that information. This is an excellent way to be able to punish any of those rotators around. And Big Pizza, they're just not too sure what's going to be happening here.
No, smoke goes down on an aggressive angle, so it seems like the jig was up for a moment. Saints are going to have to rotate out, and only one person playing over towards A. It's going to be the breach. The Flash is backing off Scrubby for the meantime. And look at the rest of them are trying to run to the rescue to back up the breach for Big Pizza. The fault line will hold St. Clair for now, but how long can they back off this team? Overdrive from Diabetic.
See that lightning do its magic.
No
Unfortunately,
way.
not able to get a kill, but did do quite a bit of damage as Kip actually picks up 1. Now it's going to be a Prowler that actually gets sprayed down here, but it doesn't matter. Toasty Unicorns is able to get Jello. A lot of ultimates invested here, but this is going to be a huge round for Big Pizza if they win it out. But Q coming up clutch again, and that's going to be 3. Looking for that 4th, goes around. Scrubby takes that one away, and suddenly it's a 1v3. The overdrive has expired, and there's just too much pressure. Somebody needs to stop Q.
Q is an army right now in those shots. I mean, 4 players in the round. A couple of them were low, and it was an anti-eco, but you were on crunch time right there in the Saints, and you needed somebody to bail you out, and you grabbed the shovel, and Q was digging.
Q's back is going to be hurting after this map. You know, just deadlifting the team over.
I said, you know, if there's anybody to look out from the Saints, Q is probably the most consistent for the squad, so I'm glad if anybody's going to start leading this team to success, it's this one.
Yeah, and it's always important to have one of those players who you know is going to be good for those clutch situations, especially when the pressure is on. Able to find a couple of frags and make it that much easier for your team to pull things back, because I'm going to be honest, these rounds always kind of start well for Big Pizza, but something just falls apart, and St. Clair College are able to walk away with them.
Oh, well, the fault line leading Mzuo over towards tower. Diabetic just waiting in line, waiting for a chance to strike through here. Gonna have to watch out. Backs up for a second as they were caught out on that 0 point. Diabetic goes down and everybody falls for Big Pizza. It's 3 clean kills from the Saints.
Spike down. More tapping. Looking around. The smokes expire, but more smokes are going to be on the way. Link completely just taken off site. Goku, Tour de Force online, misses the first shot there. And Q, of course, flawless round. I might have to start believing in ghosts after this.
Me too. Me too. I mean, St. Clair were down bad in the first half.
8 rounds in a row.
It's crazy.
Big Pizza haven't won a round since this half started.
And I think that goes to show that maybe we were talking a little bit harshly on the Saints for their fracture strats. Their offense is looking lights out.
Oh, we love a good offense on Fracture. Obviously, Big Pizza, we're kind of putting on a really nice showcase in those site executes. But honestly, St. Clair College have just been doing such a darn good job executing as well, and Big Pizza have been really struggling to punish anything.
Yeah, and you know, we hop into a little bit of a tech pause where we let teams, you know, figure out, you know, the issues that were going on. I have to say, those adaptations that we're highlighting, I think it's good to see the Saints figuring it out so early on, where, you don't have to worry about, going to Ascent, bouncing back and sending it to a map 3. They're actually real time figuring it out during this game, which goes to show that, Saints, they got a lot of trust in their IGL, it definitely holding them together.
Yeah, and when we talk about the adaptability, that word was hard to say. Adaptability, there we go, of St. Clair College. I mean, you look at some of those defensive rounds, the offensive rounds coming out from them. I want to draw everybody's attention back to that one time that they just hung out in spawn. Things like that. They're trying different things out, and honestly speaking, it's all in relation to how Big Pizza have been playing. Big Pizza, honestly, their defense is not that bad.
No.
It's just that St. Clair are so good at adapting and countering it.
And sometimes it's the little things that go a long way when it comes to Valorant.
Yeah.
For situations like this, when you're down 9-3 at half, you have to figure out a way to start getting it going. And I think for Saints, it's not only talking about the strategies and the adaptations. It's just recognizing the gunfights that they're taking, and you can start to see that they're working together to enable each other. I know that Q, that comeback that we're seeing from him, I mean, some of those rounds, it wouldn't be possible if we see some of the other supportive players kind of putting Q on that pedestal, allowing for that entry into site, really pushing back against this team, against Big Pizza. I don't know why it just slipped my mind for a second.
Because you haven't had pineapples on pizza.
Oh, maybe.
I'm not. Listen, I never am going to let that go until you have a slice of Hawaiian pizza. Hey, look me in my eyes when I say that. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's right. You are vouching for pineapple on pizza.
I am.
I will try pineapple on pizza.
I will die on that hill, just so you're aware.
I'm aware.
If you couldn't tell by now.
I'm starting to, be aware of this. But talk to me a little bit about Big Pizza and, what we're seeing to them. And now they're kind of in a situation where they have to adapt. Where do you need to see them figure that out?
It's really hard to say for sure because we are seeing them try different things out. The first half of this half, I guess the third quarter, they were very stagnated.
Yeah.
They were like, okay, these people are going to hang out on the site. We're going to send 2 people down here, and then that way they'll be able to get a couple of kills. Then hopefully they can run back or get a flank going or something like that, right? Then they realized that wasn't kind of working, so they took a timeout, and suddenly we were seeing them instead, okay, let's just play in kind of rattier positions, wait for them to move in, because they're going to be expecting us to come out here, and then we can get a couple of kills. But it's just falling apart at that end piece. Like, the initial way that they are playing that defense and where they're positioning their players is extremely good, and the fact that they're adding a lot of variety into it is also really good. What they need to start to do a little bit more is keep St. Clair College guessing where those positions are at all times, because that will make St. Clair College burn a lot of their utility before they even move in onto site. And I think they'll have a much easier time in defending if St. Clair College have expended a lot of it.
Yeah, and it's not an easy thing to do. I mean, you saw Saints who were struggling with that on their defense, too. I think that's like the main thing when you're looking at, Big Pizza's offense. It's almost just like Saints offense right now. It's aggressive, it's very proactive, and it's pushing back against this defensive team where they're not really able to move around the map for free in a lot of senses. So I'm glad that you point that out, but it's not going to be easy at all for this team to accomplish. And I mean, folks, tuning in and watching this, I said we're in for a close grand final, and 11-10. I mean, it doesn't get closer than this one.
Remember when it was 9-3 at the half, and we're like, okay, all right, yeah, we know how this one's gonna go.
Ascent's up next.
Comeback. Ooh, boy, yeah, pretty much. And then the next thing you know, St. Clair College flawless 8 rounds in a row. Like, you don't see that unless curses are real. I don't know what else to say. Their offense on Fracture has been really darn good.
Yeah, and it goes to say, it's not easy defense on Fracture either. Yeah. So Big Pizza, it's not surprising to see them struggle with this, where Saints, they're not just a bad team. They're in the grand finals for a reason. So you know that they're going to adapt. You know that they're going to show up. It's just Big Pizza. Now it's your turn to figure out that adaptation going into the rest of this map. It is your map pick too, so it's not something you want to lose if you're Big Pizza right now. This is something that you're expected to walk away in the lead of the series with, and you don't want to have to fight back against Saints map pick on Ascent. for the exact reason as, Saints obviously are really good at figuring you out.
Yeah, pretty much. They can read extremely well. And honestly, this comes down to that whole resiliency word, right? Like, Big Pizza really just have to pull their heads together here, because it's very tilting when you've got that much of a lead.
And it's gone.
And it just disappears like that. And it's not even close, right? Like, these are very clear rounds won by St. Clair College. Big Pizza are really struggling to do anything, and that mental boom might be enough to actually make them lose the map.
And it's a form of the Saints that I don't think we've seen yet. I mean, how clean these rounds in Fracture are.
Yeah.
It's surprising because back in the first semifinal, I was saying, we're used to seeing this team, clutch out 1v2s or be forced into 1v1s, and they're losing a lot of rifles along the way. But these past 8 rounds have been clinical. They've been clear cut St. Clair's favor. 11-9 right now for Saints as they're looking to pull a fast one around from Big Pizza. We hop back into it. Tech pause is over. A little bit of a recap of what we got. Rolling Thunder in the hands of Saints. They're going to invest it right away towards B. A little bit of a ruse as all the action's going to be happening at A now. Kip on the run, but Mzuu, he cannot run from the Rays.
You zoom in, especially with the stim pack online. Mzuu was also able to take out Goku. Scrippy with Toasty Unicorns. Now Link hanging out inside of the smoke is able to catch one off guard, but it's quick cleanup. St. Clair College on map point now, not dropping a single round in this half.
Absolute crazy from that. And Saints timeout now, so that's going to be an interesting one, but I love it too at the same time because it's such an alpha move to be like, okay, we just won 9 rounds against you. Now we're just going to call it timeout, and we just get to let that sink in.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you want to use this timeout to really just get into Big Pizza's head.
Yeah.
Just really control the way that they're having to sit with this uncomfortability, because now they have to do 3 rounds in a row when they haven't been able to even pick up 1. Their economy is not going to be looking too strong either. It was a little bit of a half buy with just some sheriffs on that last round.
Yeah.
But still, it's down to the wire, and they've only got a Nightfall to work with.
No room for mistake right now for Big Pizza. This is your map pick. This is where you want to start off strong. And St. Clair, they have figured it all out. So, I mean, I guess this is a silver lining in the fact that at least they're able to talk about this round for a moment, too. If you're Big Pizza, you get to sit back and think about your strategy after that tech pause, too. Op with the light armor on Goku. Now, one thing back on the offensive round that was strong was Goku on the tour de force in some of those rounds, able to shut down Saints before the round even starts. If you could get that going right now, if you're Goku, that is something that you've been missing that you hope to get back.
Scrippy just kind of holding the angle there. It's going to be going on the far lurk, but Goku, just like you said, is able to pick one off. And that might be the difference maker. Regardless, though, St. Clair College are very quick to start making their way in. There's 3 members of Big Pizza there, as well as that Nightfall. As soon as that flash goes in, that might be enough. The Prowler gets shot down, and now it's going to be yet another flash. Toast Unicorns goes in, but it's going to be a trade. Who else but Q coming out on top?
Playing that counter flash, too, backing up the teammate with full pride right now. The Saints tumbling onto this site. Scrumpy's all the way over through Satellite, so a little bit of a pinch setting up. Saints not backing off either. You look Diabetic, he's not budging. He's sticking over towards B, and that might bite Big Pizza here. There's a 2v3 on site.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to be going on to A. They have to play around that chamber, and it's going to be difficult unless you've got an orbital strike to flush him out, and Goku goes down to an aftershock. Very good combo of utility, but Link on site is good for it. Able to pick up 3, and that might be the momentum booster that Big Pizza were looking for.
That was map on the line if you're Link, and you just unlocked something right there if you're Saints. I mean, Link coming alive is scary. You talked about him in the pre-show for this grand final, is that if anybody's going to carry this team, Link, he's the guy that just makes miracles happen. And right there, that is a miracle and a half.
Oh, yeah. Keeping them alive. Also, too, now, Orbital Strike is online in addition to the Nightfall. And these are 2 really good defensive ultimates. Either you play that reaching or you're able to deny the spike plant, allowing your team to rotate around.
The Saints got a little bit of wiggle room, but not too much, as that Haunt is actually going to catch somebody all the way in. Attacker spawn. Diabetic almost lines it up through the smoke, but a little bit off target for those shots. The Neon again commanding a lot of space throughout this map, but the Saints just pushing back towards A. The Nightfall's going to be invested. Big Pizza trying to force the Saints a little bit back, and it works. Catches off 3 players through here. Kip, he's going to play with the flash here. Just behind the door. Toasty Unicorns can allow a world of opportunities right now, but it looks like the Saints are ready.
Yeah, they're just slowing it down. 3 of the members tagged up at the Nightfall is big information for Big Pizza. But now, look at this. They've got 4 of their agents on this A site, and St. Clair College haven't really moved away from this execute. They are going to be just going in onto site. That could allow for a big flank here, as that's going to be the smokes down, meaning they're moving in.
For a moment, I thought Big Pizza let go of their keyboards. We're seeing him. Showstopper hits Link. Dead center. Dive back for the trade. It's about to get a little bit chaotic as it looks like they want to flank things out. St. Clair, they turn around. The fault line's going to be there. For tapping takes initial fight. Kip shuts him down. Life advantage for Big Pizza on the inside. It's Goku to try to open things up, but shut down by Jello now. As it's St. Clair to tie things up into 3-on-3. Q's going to split the difference. Now back inside of the site. A lot of utility going to be backing up Big Pizza. Saints, they want to end it here and now with lives. Toast Unicorn goes down. All up to Kip in a 1v2. Both players, a little bit of a rock and hard place. Fault line's gonna line him up, and Q's gonna shut him down. Saints, they lead this grand finals with a win on Fracture.
All right, fine, you got me. Curses exist. Okay, what an amazing comeback from St. Clair College. But even though that was one round that was actually scooped up after that entire tech pause, St. Clair College just playing so confidently, we're just able to walk away with it. And of course, we can talk about Q just kind of fragging out, but overall, the team is playing really well. They're always around to make sure that they trade off of another player if they do fall down. You know, every single time we saw Big Pizza get one pick, immediately got traded back, and that's how they were able to secure their lead.
And they proved something, too, that we were talking about in the pre-show is the resilience for this team. We can use that word once again.
It's a good word. It's a good word.
It kind of sums up everything we get out of the Saints. They're 9-3 half, and they bounce back like that, a flawless pretty much attacker side, only giving up 1 round, like you said. It doesn't get better than that, but it's only map number 1 here in the grand finals. We still have Ascent and possibly Pearl. We're gonna throw things to a break. When we come back, we got map number 2. We'll see you there.
welcome back to Red Bull Campus Clutch Canada Finals. We are in the grand finals, and it's looking like the Saints are marching because they are not going to give up the title that quickly. Remember, Saints and Big Pizza are actually vying for a chance to rep Canada in the World Finals in Brazil, as well as have a chance at that prize, 20,000 euros. But let's get into the next map. Take it away, Seymour and Marks.
Thank you, Camilla. You're doing an amazing job, but can we say 20,000 euros? That is a big prize pool for over in Brazil, and I'm sure both of these teams, they want to be the ones to try to take that down. First, you got to get through this grand final.
Oh, absolutely.
And Saints, they get the match point first with quite a big win over Fracture.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you look at the scoreline. It was 9-3 in the very first half, and then they just like activated their eyeballs or brains and all of it, and it was just so clean on the attack. But I do want to give a quick shout out to AOC, who is a partner of the Red Bull Campus Clutch. They provided us with their G2 24-inch monitors for all of the different stations set up in here.
Yeah.
On top of that too, they're 144 hertz. You know, they've got IPS, and there's only 1 millisecond of delay, so that'll keep you sharp.
We're gonna have to go check that out in a bit.
You haven't checked them out yet?
I was on lunch break.
You know what? That's
after
fair.
this one. I was hungry.
Yeah, but then you just like when you see it, you're like, oh, that was not planned, but I'm glad that it worked out exactly like it did.
And it's great. If you're in the venue and checking them out, go show some love. Big shout out to AOC for providing with those monitors. It's definitely something to go look at. But for the grand final now, it's going to bring us to our map number 2, and we got a few takeaways from that first map. I mean, Saints, they kind of, I guess it was almost robotic, like you say, the way that they came online in that attacking half. And they looked good in the way that they were showing their adaptation through that style. Now taking it to Ascent, we not only go to our second map with Saints in that grand final now match point to represent Canada over in Brazil, but they're going to their own map pick.
And this is going to be really interesting because we did get to see Big Pizza actually play this map in the semifinal, upon which they didn't really do necessarily meta compositions, but they kind of stuck tried and true to what they were used to.
Yeah.
That included things like bringing out a Sova, bringing out a Killjoy, and things like that. And so I'm curious to see whether that will hold up against this Saints team that I would imagine their agent composition is going to be something a little bit more modernized.
Yeah, and you know, we see the way that they were able to, you know, slow things down back on Fracture. I think that they're gonna have no problem doing that on a map like Ascent. We get a look at the agent select, and St. Clair, Scrubby actually going for the Killjoy right off the bat. That's not what I was expecting from the player who's played Chamber all day long.
Yeah, and honestly too, just getting a little bit of a sneak preview at that composition. I talked about how Big Pizza were kind of, you know, sticking to the ye old times of what used to be played on Ascent, but actually St. Clair College are doing the exact same thing.
Mirror matchup. I mean, they pulled it out on Haven versus what was the winners back in the first semifinal. It didn't work out for them in the mirror matchup. It wasn't until, you know, when they were started to work around those setups that we saw Saints really succeed. But after a map like what we just saw in Fracture, I'm sure they're not too worried. Talk to me as we go into this pistol round. What do you need out of Big Pizza here?
They really just have to stabilize things a little bit more. And I'm going to be honest, I think that Big Pizza starting out on the defense might be a step in the right direction. I was very impressed with the variety that we were seeing from this defense, specifically between the KO and the Killjoy. They were very good at rotating themselves around, playing different positions to keep the attackers guessing, because especially when you have an agent like Killjoy, you know, you keep doing the same thing, you're not going to get a lot out of your utility.
No. Well, folks, it is time. Map number 2 of the grand finals. St. Clair, they lead the way 1-0 after Fracture win 13-10. Now, can they shut down Big Pizza early with a 2-0 win and represent Canada over on the global stage? Or can Big Pizza prolong this and bring us to Pearl? Only time will tell as Saints start off on offense.
There we go. They're going to be able to take that down. Already the 0 point is going to be on site, so that's a lot of information given. Killjoy still lurking back there. Could be dangerous. The dash is going to go on, but now the Swarm Grenade is going to be activated. St. Clair College are stuck.
Goku kind of trapped here, but sink or swim situation, at least able to find one. The rest of Big Pizza just kind of stuck outside.
spike. Gonna be going down now. Big Pizza lose yet another one on this entry here. It's gonna be 3v4 in this situation. Link looking to get a little bit more value. It doesn't matter, Zhuwu is able to escape there. And just like that, it's gonna be 2v3 for Big Pizza.
Toasty Unicorn's very low, looking to at least bait out some information for Link to pop off in this moment. A little bit back and forth, but here we go. Sonar Dart out. Hugh's going to shut down Link right away. Now 12 HP for Toasty Unicorn. This is looking good for St. Clair to close out their round. 3 left standing. Another pistol round for the Saints.
Yep, Saints look good. I mean, they looked really good on their attack on Fracture, and maybe this is going to be the exact same thing. I don't want to call it just yet based on that pistol round, but a very classic execute coming through based on this composition here. Now they're going to be able to buy up SMGs as well. Notably, Scrubby is actually going to have a Guardian on this attack. I'm curious to see how they're using this Killjoy on the offense. You know, not having that chamber play that lurk on to the other side of the map. It means that we're going to see a lot more of this, where there's going to be like a 5-stack just moving in on one of the sides.
Only a matter of time before we got a Guardian Gamer in the grand finals. Haven't seen one just yet, but Saints looking to use it to find their second. Nebula is going to back out the site. Looks like Big Pizza, they just want to play for a retake.
Here we go. Four tapping gonna get the spike down as we get to see St. Clair College get themselves nice and set up and ready to go. Goku gonna be moving in first with a shorty. Diabetic also has a shorty as well, but it's an absolute slaughter going on from St. Clair College as they get so much value out of their longer range guns. Turns out, if they're gonna be running at you with shorties, you just gotta hang out in the back.
Exactly, and you know what? Diabetic at least finding one with that shorty, but Goku gets clapped immediately by the Guardian. And that is 2 clean rounds out of the Saints, something, you know, you don't really see often with this team today. Saints haven't really been known to transfer that second round, but right there, I mean, they do it, and with the amount of players left standing, now they gain quite a bonus round right now.
Yeah, and Big Pizza, they're going to be buying up here. Kip is going to be the only one with just a Bulldog in hand. I think that still could be pretty useful considering the fact that St. Clair College are going for that bonus. Zhuwu trying to get a little bit of information. Unfortunately, doesn't see too much and does back off, but they are going to be able to pick up this ultimate orb.
A little bit closer to that null command. And on a scent, that null command can be so impactful.
Oh, yeah. Now they're just playing things slowly. Given the gun disadvantage, you want to make sure that you're trying to close the distance against some of these players. You know, when you go up against Vandals, you go up against Phantoms, it's so difficult to just try and get that Sheriff one tap.
Saints going for the read back to A, but it doesn't seem like this gamble's going to play off. 3 players stacked here for Big Pizza. It is a 5v3, but now with these rifles, there's a chance to blow things open. Diabetic through the smoke, going to find one. Link, a second on the inside of the site. Saints kind of brought down here in the round. And they scramble something together with this mix by Sheriffs and Stingers.
And Zhuwu is now planted in hell. Spike goes down here. It is going to be 4v2 though, heavily favoring Big Pizza as they start to play this retake. The Killjoy turret has been fixed, not going to be stretching around looking in a different direction as now the retake is going to be happening. Kip going to be taking point first.
Zhuwu is going to have to pop off in hell. 4 tapping and take contact for that, but Kip lines up both of them as they stand kind of behind each other through that. So an easy cleanup there for Big Pizza, only dropping 2 players, Mark.
Yeah, a great retake, from Big Pizza to be able to just walk in and play confidently off of the information of where some of these post-plant agents were. But of course, that's because they had rifles and St. Clair College were relying on that bonus round. So let's see what St. Clair College wants to bring in here. Now they're going to have rifles to be able to execute, as well as a Cosmic Divide. Okay. And honestly, that Cosmic Divide can really make a big difference in this round.
Especially if you go to A, which it looks like they want to. You use that Cosmic Divide to, you know, block off trees, block off heaven, whichever you want. It's just going to kind of keep Big Pizza away from this. Love this call from Diabetic, backing up towards Wine. You have your KO Kip right next to you too, to just sort of distract, see if they can kind of bait out any players to allow Diabetic to pop off here.
And it's completely slowed the momentum from St. Clair College, but it's so expensive to be able to do that. Their only hope is that Diabetic does not get found out and can get a couple of backstab kills. If that is the case, then this strategy is going to work.
Oh, is it going to reach him? It does, but it looks like Diabetic's just going to eat that up. for now. They're not sold on it. Here's the shock dart. And
no!
Diabetic doesn't get to see the light of day inside of Wine. Now Saints leading off with a kill. I like that they immediately don't push out off of this one. They're trying to wait to see if they can get anything more.
And actually, they might back out here, or at least they're slowing it down. The spike is now rotating around.
Only 40 seconds.
Oh, never mind. Okay, they're going to make the move here, and they might have just actually foiled Big Pizza's plan. You can tell that they're putting a little bit more emphasis onto Tree, only leaving the Astra on site. And that could make things tough, especially with that Cosmic Divide coming in.
Cosmic Divide leaves a little bit of an opening for a plant. Link, looks like you want to try to take this one down. Toasty Unicorn just going to walk right through. Takes down the Null Command and Jello. The Fortnite Rise going to come through, brings Jello back, but this time it's Link to stop that plant. On the edge of this Cosmic Divide, Link can do so much damage. Jello Q just trying to bring things back to 1v1, but only 5 seconds left. Kip has to dance with this one. 2 seconds is their time. It doesn't look like it. The defenders are going to take another round here. Barely holding on.
Oh, man. It's like they were like dancing on other sides of the mirror, except this time the mirror is a giant purple wall from space.
It's one cosmic mirror, man.
But that's actually really smart to play off of it like that. Obviously, we can talk about Link's positioning, just relying on the wall bangs in order to make sure that not only are you keeping yourself safe and secure, but you can also just dip to the other side of the wall and be safe behind it. Of course, too, just kind of jumping back and forth, making sure that it's so much more difficult for them to actually get the spike down, just really made that so much more difficult for St. Clair College, burning the clock down.
It's just crazy moments like that. If that Cosmic Divide was even just a sliver of a millimeter over it, that could have made such a difference and denied Link of so much.
Now, 0 Point goes in, doesn't get any information. The Blade Storm is active for Mzulu, as the rest of the team is on a little bit of a save here. So Mzulu has to come up big here, drop a couple of rifles, and get them into the teammates' hands, so then that way it'll be a lot easier to try and execute onto one of these sites.
Get into market for free, but the door is down, so it seems like Big Pizza is setting up a trap. Nebula's going to go up through a tree. This Big Pizza are doing a great job at denying information towards the Saints, just holding true to these sites, forcing awkward gunfights.
Look at this. Killjoy just anchoring down onto A. Link gets that information, and now they're going to be a little bit wiser for it. Q gets pinged up, but is able to escape from there. Still, the XU ready to go onto B. I don't think that they know, though, that Sova and Jet are hanging out at the very back of site, and they're going to have to deal with a KO shutting things down as well.
Yeah, they're playing so patiently back here. Kip just waiting for a chance to strike through this Nebula on the inside. You're going to need some big plays coming out from Diabetic. He's going to find the first, that spike down, a second out of Kip. And you look at this back and forth right now. It's split straight by Big Pizza, popping off with these gunfights. Now Q against the world, only 14 seconds left. You're looking at number 3 if you're Big Pizza, and there it is.
Yeah, even if Q was able to come up big there and find a couple of kills, it's such a difficult situation. So good job to Big Pizza for winning that one out, but they're also able to get the res online as well for Kip, and that secures yet another rifle that they can kind of carry over here to pad out their economy a little bit more. This time, St. Clair College will have enough money to more or less scrap together a buy, but they also have a Hunter's Fury on, which is super impactful on this map.
Whether it's an opening pick or whether it's post-plant situation, I know St. Clair have struggled a little bit to get that spike down, so maybe you want to use it to make it a little bit easier to approach the site. But take a look at this defensive play. Big Pizza getting really aggressive through mid. It does get spotted out by the turret, so Diabetic, his position is going to be known, but Kip's got his back, and a little bit of Overwatch is at least good for a kill. You see the trades, and it's going to be 2 for 1 in favor of Big Pizza.
Yeah, and they're more than happy with that. Obviously, that is a little bit more aggressive. It's a little bit more risky, but the fact that you come out with the numbers advantage is huge. On top of that, too, you take the Astra out.
Yep.
Suddenly, this is so difficult for St. Clair College to confidently smoke off some of these angles and push in because they know that somebody can just be in these corners ready to just spray them down.
And it's hard to explain because it's already been hard for St. Clair to get onto these sites, so not having that Astra makes it even more difficult as they want a slow approach through trees. Now, the Astra right side to side with Q. Are they going to read that all 3 players are here? Well, the Cloudburst is going to go off a little bit of a gap in the smoke, and you spray down 2 if you're Link. That's going to put Jello in a little bit of a staggered situation. Has to back up. Fragment hoping to block this one out. Spike in hand so you can get the plant.
Yeah, but Jello, this is not going to be the round, and this is a big one for St. Clair College. You know, they heavily invested into this, and they needed the round. Next round, they're not going to have enough money to be able to scrap together a buy. Sure, they have that Hunter's Fury as well as a lockdown, but it's going to take some creative strategies. At least Jello should be able to get this down to give them a little bit more money, but I don't know how much it's going to do.
Spot flash up, it's good for 2, but Diabetic able to recover, so Big Pizza have plenty of time for that defuse. I mean, I like that call from Big Pizza. They weren't jumping the gun at all in the situation. They're waiting for the plants, and they just pounced together.
Yeah. You know, don't risk anything more than you have. Given how things went on that first map, you know that this is a team, St. Clair College is resilient, just like you said. And as a result, you can't give them an inch, otherwise they will take a mile.
You can say the same right now about Big Pizza because they just got clapped on their defensive side of Fracture. And I think switching off of that Neon for Diabetic has really proved to show that, you know, it's not like a one-trick army for this Big Pizza team. They have that depth, and they're able to, you know, play different play styles, like this slow play that St. Clair are actually struggling to get around.
And now it's going to be a very big 0 point. Completely just slows down the momentum for St. Clair College. You can tell that they were eyeing getting that ultimate orb on A side, but unfortunately won't be able to get that. The Owl drone does ping up the KO though. That's a little bit of information, but still, I think that the fragment is going to be more than enough to stall things down, especially as Diabetic has that and also has a kill. So does Link, but 100 Fury now in response almost gets Link, but Link is able to walk away.
And all 5 players standing still from Big Pizza off those interactions, so you're going to take that all day long. Still Jello looking to pull something back for the Saints, although only good for 1 kill before dropping in enemy lines, and that's not going to help Q or for tapping any way at all. They step up to the plate, and immediately they're swung to the outfield.
Yeah. You know, you can tap as much as you want with the Sheriff, but unfortunately, unless you're really getting headshots, especially up against rifles and an operator, you're not going to get that much value out of that one. So a good round from Big Pizza. I'm hoping we're not going to be seeing a repeat here, but you know, they're looking pretty solid on this defense thus far. St. Clair College have honestly been struggling to even make it onto the site to be able to get it down.
I have to say, you know, Kip is really impressing me right now for Big Pizza. On this KO roll, stepping up to not only shutting down a lot of the utility for St. Clair, but finding a lot of these impactful kills to turn around these rounds. So we can see if Kip can stay true to that as they're going to 3-stack on B. St. Clair going to drop this lockdown. Toasty Unicorn will shut down the null command and trying to escape from this one. Mzu is going to punish both on the exit. Now trapped on the inside is Diabetic, will get detained, so it's hunting season for the Saints.
Yeah, and it was a smart idea to try and play off of that in order to, you know, maybe be able to just bait one out to just run in onto site and get him, but such good job from Mzu. Now, 4-tapping could be coming in, shuts down the lockdown, but Link is able to take it down. And honestly, yeah, just like you said, this is going to be still very difficult for Big Pizza to be able to get it, unless Link gets the very sneaky defuse. Oh, it's happening.
Somebody's got to check it.
Nope.
That is the best Cosmic Divide I've ever seen.
Oh, just give a little bit of room, you know? Just enough to scurry along the side of the wall, and then you can get the defuse.
And a little bit of a misplay from the Saints. I mean, you get full control of that site. I'm surprised you just don't plant defaults.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. I mean, I can't believe that actually worked. I'm going to be honest with you. I was like, somebody's going to check them. They're going to throw some utility there. Something is going to happen.
That's one of those plays. It's like, I'm either going to make the biggest play ever or it's just going to not work. And this time it works, and it makes him look like a genius.
Yep. But of course, if he did die, then it'd be like, what were you doing,
man?
Exactly.
What was that Cosmic Divide? I mean, barely giving yourself any room onto the site? What were you
expecting? But great stuff coming out there, and it is going to force St. Clair College now to take a timeout because Big Pizza, you know, they've been cooking St. Clair College in their pizza ovens.
Yeah, stone oven, you know, wood oven, you know, it's whatever, you know, house oven.
House? Oh, yeah, I guess that works.
Just a normal one.
For some reason, I was picturing one of those like giant like ceramic ones, you know, like in Montreal that they make like bagels in.
Easy Bake Oven.
Oh yeah, the Easy Bakes. I forgot about those.
Maybe. No matter what, it's a big pizza cooking right now.
Yeah, that's true.
If there's one thing I've learned from Fracture, no matter what they cook, still St. Clair are ready to eat. So you have to watch out for this team because in an instant they can come online and they can really turn things around. So Big Pizza, I'm glad that they're finding this success on Ascent. I just need to see it continue. I don't want to let them, I don't want to see them give up on the gas.
Yeah, and Diabetic still has this operator, and this has actually been a really big difference maker in the momentum for St. Clair College. They have to respect Diabetic, and using the Owl Drone kind of as bait is a good way to flush him out there. But once again, the fragment comes in, stalls it out, and that's going to allow Diabetic to be able to rotate back in onto site. All right, Cosmic Divide is committed as well.
Totally boxed out. We get Hunter's Fury to see if they can stop this plan, and it will for now. The door kind of goes down, but not before a 1-for-1 interaction. Still life advantage for Big Pizza for this retake. Cosmic Divide going to hold it off for just now. Jello's going to tuck away to hell. You got 2 players working from trees, and no way you're just going to spray that down. It's Odin things on a set. Now MZuwu trying to recover. It's 1v3 now after 1v4. Picks up a stray Vandal, but not able to pick it up in time. And that Odin goes burr sometimes, Mark, let me tell you.
Did you see him in the smoke there? He was spinning around like a turret because he knew the jet was somewhere but didn't know exactly where it was. He was like, I'll just throw my mouse around and eventually it'll connect there. But the
turns up DPI, starts waving it around.
Listen, Steel Series mouse, they have those buttons. You could just change your DPI on the fly. That's a good way to take care of a jet in the smoke.
And if you're MVP, you get one.
Yeah, there you go.
So why not?
Great
handy.
stuff. Great stuff coming out from that Odin there. I mean, this is the reason why you see these Odins come in onto Ascent. Obviously, we know that there's so many wall-bangable walls in this map as well. It's no surprise that the Odin is able to get as much value as it does.
Oh, this takes me back. You know, it's been a
Back
while.
in my day.
Back in the day of Valorant, the Odin on Ascent, so you got to see it every single round of every game of Ascent you ever saw, but you know, it's been missing for a while. I'm glad to see it has found a return. Now, MZuwu with the Blade Storm trying to work off of this Sova drone. Doors going down. Kip's got a weird off angle.
Kip might be able to shut down this Blade Storm from MZuwu, and if so, that would be huge. Gets a little bit of a dink, but not able to secure the kill. Regardless, baited out a couple of the knives there, so the Blade Storm is only 3 left. The team, St. Clair College, they're going to be moving in onto A, but there's a lot of Killjoy utility, and these shock bolts being expended are going to make sure that they can't clear it out.
The Jet had a quick little fade back towards mid, now a full haircut through trees. It is just so good right now out of Big Pizzas. They just keep on tapping away at these headshots. Kip for 3, looking for number 4. Pop flash out. Scrubby backed off for now, but it's only a bait for the time being. Kip's just going to tuck away. Wait for the moment to strike. Only 30 seconds to work with here for Scrubby. I like that out of Kip. You just let Diabetic take care of business.
Yeah, you know, worst comes worse, you know, Diabetic gets taken down. Then you go for the swing right afterwards. Yeah, and then you just go pick up the op. No harm, no foul, especially with the number of credits that Big Pizza have. They're in the big time right now. Look at that, Diabetic is hit the top. 9,000 credits. And honestly, St. Clair College are struggling to even pull a buy together. We're going to be seeing Scrubby get a Vandal. And to be fair, on the previous map, Fracture, we've seen Scrubby be able to frag out, but I don't know that this is going to be the opportunity. Yeah, goes with the Sheriff instead.
I haven't seen the best impact, though, on this Killjoy instead of that Chamber, so... St. Clair looking for number 3, trying to salvage 8 for a half here. All 5 players just going to run out. At least I bet he's going to miss the shot, so St. Clair chance now to work with this through mid. They take control. They have the spacing. Can they make anything out of it?
Nope. Diabetic takes 4, tapping it down. Has the information there. Almost gets a wall bang, actually, but it is going to be Toasty Unicorns. Okay, Diabetic good for yet another one. Activates the tailwind, wants to go aggressive. Goku able to swing onto Jello, and yeah, Toasty Unicorns with the Odin is able to scoop up Q. Big Pizza have hit 9. They can't lose this last round, otherwise it's going to happen again, Seymour, and I'm scared.
You just spoke that into existence now.
I didn't say, okay, yeah, you know what, you're right.
We are casters. You can't say things like that, Mark.
With great power comes great responsibility. I'm sorry.
It happened on Fracture, and now it's going to happen again. You got to remember that one, but here we see inside Ascent, timeout going to be called from Big Pizza at this moment. They don't want to give up this round. They want to hit double digits before swapping sides. They know that, you know, Ascent on an offense is not the easiest thing to tackle. Nope. So they're hoping to, you know, put themselves in striking distance of evening up this series. So, I mean, right now, if I'm going into this last round, I'm not too worried about Big Pizza. I mean, they've looked rock solid here.
Yeah, no, I would agree. It's going to take a lot of heroics to come out from St. Clair College to be able to convert this around, but it's just so hard for them to be able to do so. Thankfully, they will have enough money to scrap together a buy in order to pull this one together a bit, but Big Pizza just feels so oppressive right now.
You just take the words right out of my mouth for that one. And this timeout, it might just be giving them that thought in their head to just stay cool. Don't get over aggressive. Don't try to force anything in this round. Goku's probably fishing for some information towards A main. But that's not where the party's going to be for Saints. They are all grouping up over towards B. You have that lurk towards A, but I have a feeling this is where we're going to see the action. Mzuo's going to jump up again, looking for that information. Not going to find anything. In fact, it's Diabetic to deliver the finishing blow there with the op.
Yeah, and Diabetic has also popped the Blade Storm. I mean, it's the last round and a half. You might as well. That is enough to actually deter them. I was going to say, it's a little bit interesting that they're grouping up the KO and the Killjoy on defense. Usually you want to split them up in order to use that utility to just kind of stall things out. You've got the Nano Swarm, you've got the Fragment. You can really just slow the momentum down. But instead, you know what? Just put a Jet with an Operator. That's going to do the job just fine.
And you kind of put the nail in the coffin at B if you're Diabetic. They're already rotated back to A with this op. You have to be careful. Your Saints crossing on into this one. The Nebula's going to be dropped. Fragment. Goku still has some spacing here. And he's not going to cross it.
No way
through the smoke. Goku shuts down that null command. Now, for that advantage, 5v3 for the retake on the inside of the site. Spike just going down. Goku again looking for another one. There it is. For tapping drops. And now Big Pizza just did a tumble on in. Get for the fourth. Last one standing is going to be Q. Can he bring this back? No, he can't. Big Pizza, double digits.
No curse today. Well, actually, okay, no curse this map. How about that? There we go.
Okay.
But Big Pizza getting to 10 makes this nearly impossible for St. Clair College to be able to pull this one back. Maybe St. Clair College are big Dark Souls fans. They like to challenge. They're like, let's take on this boss multiple times and see what we can do. But this is going to be extremely difficult for them. St. Clair College was able to pick up the first pistol round on this map, so they might be able to get a couple of rounds here. But if Big Pizza take one, that could be it for this.
Actually, I was going to talk about those pistol rounds a little bit because, in fact, back on Fracture, it was both offensive rounds, or both offensive teams found the pistol round. St. Clair, you go to Ascent, on offense, you find the pistol round. And now you're kind of looking at this in the sense, if history is going to repeat itself, you could be looking at, Big Pizza, you find this pistol round, you're then on map point, and that's it.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely tough. These turrets are looking at each other. Unfortunately, they don't tag each other. That hasn't been put into the netcode of Killjoy's utility just quite yet. But still, Big Pizza, they're prodding, but they're going to be taking a lot of mid-presence. This isn't what we have seen St. Clair College do there, but Q is actually good for one. Mzuo ready for the swing as well. Denies Kip from getting that trade. And now Scrubby's alone on the site. Goku able to take out Q, but gets dinged up for it. Tapping just on the other side of that Nebula. Could come up big if it just goes through.
Something about Q in the second half, just putting in work. He's going to lead St. Clair into the round, and Mzuo is going to shut the door for a third out of St. Clair College. Now finding their second pistol round inside of the map, but you look right there at the round counts. St. Clair at the start of this map, they found the pistol in the round number 2.
Yep.
And then immediately after Big Pizza, they ring off 10 rounds in a row. So, I mean, I've seen this before. It's a little bit of deja vu.
Yeah, just a little bit. Let's see if the circle can be broken this time. Big Pizza, they've got a lot of wiggle room to work with. I kind of want to bite my tongue on that because they did have a lot of wiggle room to work with on Fracture. But once again, this should be a round for St. Clair College, especially with the big save coming in from Big Pizza.
I mean, you got to think, right now, Saints, if they do want to bring this back, they're going to have to one-up themselves on Fracture. Literally.
They like a challenge.
Yeah, you can see it in that way, and you can see it in the fact that St. Clair, I mean, this is not a history that you want to keep on repeating throughout this grand final. So let's see if they can at least get a little bit of momentum underneath them.
Yeah, I mean, while everyone was playing Wordle, St. Clair College was actually playing Octurtle. That's Wordle times 8. So
what?
It's really cool. You should try it, but it's also extremely difficult. But still, St. Clair College, you never know. You don't want to count them out just quite yet. They could get the ball rolling, and that could be even more of a tilter for Big Pizza that kind of crumble under that pressure.
Mzuo slips through mid. Shot with the Marshall. Going to miss the mark onto the first one. Link almost loses their head. Diabetic just waiting for a chance on into A. There's actually going to be somebody here. Jello watching with a Spectre. Gotta be careful here for Diabetic. Fragment's going to back them up and stall this out even longer. Only 35 seconds, Mark.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Big Pizza, because they are on a save here, you know, it's not necessarily like they want to just run the clock down.
Yeah.
They should be trying to get kills, trying to get that spike down, because that's going to help their economy into this next round and punish St. Clair College.
Tapping, 4 tapping's going to be there for the first. Suddenly now you gotta get onto the side of your Big Pizza, but it's open season for the rest of St. Clair, and it's a flawless round number 2.
Thanksgiving was last week. Why is this happening right now? They're going out hunting. People can't see it, but you're dying laughing. I appreciate that from you, Seymour. Now, this is going to be the round. Big Pizza should be able to buy up, but St. Clair College, they can just bonus here. I mean, none of them died, so that means that they're going to carry all of their weapons over here. They can even afford to buy up that full shield to prevent those phantom one-tap headshots. And honestly, this could be their round where they could start to swing things around. They have to play a little bit more careful, play more closer quarters given their weapons, but it is still possible that they do catch Big Pizza off guard as a result.
Back on Fracture, Saints, they rung off 8 straight rounds to pull the game back. Now 2 down into the defensive side of Ascent, only 6 more to go to tie things up. Big Pizza don't want to allow that to happen, so with these rifles, they want to finish the job. Minute 17, setting up towards A. For tapping, gonna have to back things off. Sova drone to enter on in. Fragment stalls out for a moment. Still Diabetic gets on in with the dash into the Cloudburst. Site's totally open for a plant.
Yeah, and actually a good fragment used in Heaven as well completely just stops Jello from moving in there, and that's going to allow Diabetic to be able to just clear things out completely. Now, the spike is going to be down. It's going to be a 5v5 retake, but things are looking good for Big Pizza.
A lot of information getting picked up here from Q. Toasty Unicorn's very low in health. Something that the Spectre can exploit. MZU tapping, bringing things out. Q strikes onto Unicorn. Now a 2v4 on the inside. You need something big out of Goku and Link. Both players backed up towards the archway. Spike planted for them. Link's gonna strike again. 2v2, Link, 3 kills. You get number 4, 15 HP. Has to stay alive. You cannot give this one up, and Link, a 4K, gives him 11.
And that's also going to get the Cosmic Divide online for a future round. That was pivotal for Big Pizza to win. Their economy's still going to be hurting. They're not going to be able to buy up their full weapons, but that gets them that much closer. And first of all, stopping the momentum that was building for St. Clair College.
I mean, this is your moment right now. For Big Pizza. You couldn't do that on Fracture.
No.
You lost 8 straight rounds.
Yeah.
You only lose out on 2 this time before you find one. And now you're only 2 rounds away of forcing us to Pearl. I mean,
yeah.
I like that you're agreeing with me here.
Because those are good points.
I'm feeling like this is a Pearl right now that we're about to see.
Hey, remember when you told me about cursing things right there? You're going to have to be careful too, okay?
I get a little bit ahead of myself. I just can't help it.
You can't come after me if you're just going to go ahead and do it.
I'm excited.
And the excitement is very well worth it. Still though, St. Clair College aren't out of this just quite yet. Like I said, the buys here are actually pretty similar. MZU with an operator though could be the difference maker as Goku is already down.
First one gonna be picked up. Goku, big kill there too to take down the Killjoy. It doesn't look like the rest of Big Pizza really want to back up just yet. As a matter of fact, St. Clair kind of thinking it's gonna be a rotation over to A. And they might be right.
Yeah, I mean, Toasty Unicorn's just kind of hanging out there. If he can burn this fragment from Jello, that's going to be huge. Because then by the time the team actually arrives, they're going to have free reign in there. That molly has been expended. But Big Pizza slowly maneuvering their way in here. Tapping is going to be just on the other side of it, but unable to secure any of the kills and immediately forced back. It doesn't matter though, the operator is still good, and Jello finds a 1. Jello still holding it down, eventually does get taken down, but it was just up to Kip, and just like that, St. Clair College scoop up another round, taking them to 5.
And I like rounds like that from the Saints. You know, it shows that they're still not giving up on the map.
Yes.
You know, you stay alive with 4 players, only losing Jello in that round. It was clean out of them. And you can see that even though they're down 11-4 there, still MZU opts to use that operator to get aggressive towards A main or B main. And finding that first blood is so crucial when you're Jet, making impactful plays like that.
Absolutely. And honestly, like, the Jet players that we've been seeing, they're so responsible for dictating the pace of these rounds. Already just so aggressive going in there, but nothing really burned except for a lot of utility in mid.
Yeah, you said it. And Nebula at least blocking off MZuo from that kill. Diabetic quick. I almost think he's still in the neon, the amount of pacing you're getting through this B side, as Q is going to be locked and loaded in the back of Boathouse. Can you find a couple kills? Nebula's going to block up a little bit, little sight lines. It is the null command shutdown for now, but Goku quick with the trade, lockdown. I like this call. See if you can get your player back up.
Just the unicorns for a second there was like, wait a second, is that our Jet? Oh, no, actually
Link.
it's Link coming through with a 4K. It almost seems like they didn't even need to use any ultimates there because Link was just hanging out there and just lines him up and knocks him down.
Link is the lockdown.
Oh,
at some point.
that's the trick.
Yeah, you drop it, everybody from St. Clair like, hey, if we get on the site fast enough, maybe we can take that lockdown. First, though, you have to worry about Link, and you're like, he's like, you're not getting past me.
Nope.
At all. I mean, that was clean, too. He lined up all 4 of them. I don't even know if he reloaded there. I think that was a full clip.
Nope. Yeah. No, it was just a really good, a couple of taps, a couple of spray transfers, but it looked very clean from Link. And now Big Pizza just 1 round away from sending us to Pearl on St. Clair College's map pick.
Yeah.
Seems like these teams are just kind of beating each other on each other's maps.
I mean, with the amount of time to get into this grand final, I can't imagine that, there was much homework to be done on these 2 teams, but winning out on both teams, respective map picks, taking your opposing team's map is a very big confidence booster. And if you're St. Clair, I mean, Fracture was not easy to take.
No.
But Ascent, I mean, Big Pizza 12-5. This is a statement.
Oh yeah, it is a statement. And honestly, this timeout, if it was Big Pizza doing it, that would have been a statement. But it is actually St. Clair's College, so they're actually strategizing here, not just kind of sitting there in their feels as some of us do.
Well, I mean, I wonder what they're talking about right now in that timeout, because you got a long way to go to bring this one back. And I like you take that moment if you're the coach, you just let everybody know it's only map 2. It's not over yet.
Here we go, already taking a lot of space onto mid. Diabetic leading the charge. This time they're going for an A-side hit, but I love the position from Tapping. I don't think I've seen Tapping play here just quite yet, and that could be good.
Q's going to give away the aggression towards Garage. Tapping's going to have a lot on the plate. Stinger in hands.
Oh boy.
Doesn't seem like Big Pizza really want to go through trees as they're starting to work their way down market. Q has backed up to see if you can, plug that hole into space. But Link, I mean, tough to go up against that player, but at least Scrubby's able to get that trade. Now Tapping through the Nebula. It seems like they have a little bit of an inkling of an idea. Diabetic, stumps that player. The Astra goes down. Now MZuo, a lot on the plate for this Jet, and it's not going to be able to make anything but 1 kill. Jello now all alone. They know where he is. The flash shot out, and Clip takes him down.
Yeah, Scrubby's the last person alive, 1v3 scenario. Does have a Vandal in hand, looking for it, but can't quite find the spray transfer as Big Pizza clapping back 13-5 to close out map number 2 and force map number 3.
We're going to Pearl. Woo! We knew it. We had an idea. We said this is going the distance right now for the grand final.
Yeah.
Both teams, I mean, they put on a show on Fracture, but Big Pizza, man, did they put on a show on Ascent. I have to say, they looked amazing.
Oh yeah, and I wonder too if this is because they did play in the semis on Ascent, so they had some time to feel out some of their strategy, warm up a little bit on the map, because that looked clean.
Yeah, it did. It did. And now when you go into this Pearl map for St. Clair, you got to fight back off of that one. You don't want to start slow because, I mean, you started slow both on Fracture and on Ascent, and it's time to turn things around for both of these teams. Only 1 map to go, then we crown a regional champion here to represent Canada in Brazil. You don't want to miss it. Pearl up next.
Welcome back to Red Bull Campus Clutch Canada Finals. This is the moment we've all been waiting for to find out which team will rep Canada in the World Finals in Brazil and compete for a chance at that €20,000 prize. I mean, there's a lot going down here. We are here at the Red Bull Gaming Studio in Toronto. As you can see, the fans are getting ready to watch the grand final match. So, without further ado, let's get back to Seymour and Marks.
It's time for the grand finals to finish with a grand finale. Bang! 1-1 tied between St. Clair and Big Pizza, and it all finishes on Pearl.
Oh boy, it's Pearl. It's Pearl. I don't know what else to say besides it's Pearl. I mean, to be fair, we have seen St. Clair College already on Pearl, and I'm going to be honest with you, they looked really good.
They did. You know, it was a close game, I won't lie. You know, they didn't look fantastic, but they looked solid. There was a system to them on that map that looks like they're ready. It's quite like Fracture in the sense that if you don't come in with a strategy, you're going to fall a little bit flat. And the fact that we're going to this as a map 3, when we saw St. Clair, we already know that they have that strategy. They're ready for this map. Question is, you know, Big Pizza, can they find their own?
And it's so hard to predict if a team is going to be good at Pearl. Because since this map just kind of came out and we haven't really seen that, like, top tier pro level like stratagems and all of that jazz, like it's an experimental phase on this current map. And so as a result, you know, you see some teams try some strategies out, try some compositions, but nothing is necessarily going to be better than the next. You're just hoping that the stuff that you have practiced is going to come out on top of the other teams.
Yeah, and you know, I think that right now for Pearl, when you're looking at it from the side of Big Pizza, you've had 2 amazing openings to the maps. Fracture, you may have lost, but you started off 9-3 on that map. That is incredible. The same thing with Ascent, 10-2, half for them. They have been laying down the law in the first halves. If you can do that again here, I mean, they would be in the running for probably the best team here.
I mean, if you can pull that off, like that already in itself is quite a statement.
Yeah.
And on top of that too, coming off of that second map, you know that Big Pizza are going to be feeling nice and confident in themselves. I mean, what a statement match on, what do you call it, St. Clair College's map pick as well. It's like they got to be coming in hot. I just hope that they don't burn themselves out, especially too coming into the map like Pearl, because, you know, it's new and exciting.
Yeah, and it's one of the things that we talked about too was, I'm going to bring it back, and you know, don't hate me for saying it, the resilience of St. Clair.
It's a good word, I have to admit, yeah.
All the way to a map number 3 again for this team. They've been here. They were here in the semifinals, and they got it done. They clutched up when they needed to. Can they do it again here? And, you know, when you're looking at this from history, they should be able to do it. The only thing is, when we look at Big Pizza, we get Diabetic to pick up the Neon again.
Yeah, I mean, this time around, I'm hoping that this is going to get a lot of value. I mean, obviously, you do see the Rays come out alongside the Fade fairly frequently, just because, you know, you get somebody with Prowler or something like that. Yeah. It's very easy to the Rays just to run in there and combo some utility, and you're going to have a good time. But the Neon still can work off of it extremely well as well. You know, you can just fly in onto the site. You just have to set up that fast lane, throw out a couple of relay bolts, and then just use the information that the Fade has gained in order to just frag out and clear things out.
It was successful on Fracture. I don't see why it can't be successful on Pearl as well. I mean, both those maps, it might be different in the way that it's laying down and drawn, but, you know, there's pretty similar in a lot of these rounds. So when we're looking at it here, we go into this map number 3. It's time to crown a champion. Folks, I mean, get loud for this one, because one of these 2 teams are about to represent Canada on the global stage.
Yeah, and here we go. Big Pizza starting us out on our defense. Let's take a look at what's going on. When I think of Pearl, one of the biggest things that comes to mind is mid control. The fact that you get access throughout the entire map, just through mid alone, in a lot more closer quarters, I think is so instrumental. It can set up so many different flanks, but also to just kind of open up different avenues for the attacking team.
Here we go. Pistol rounds underway. Saints to the offense. A little bit of a start through mid. This is something we didn't get back in that 3rd map in the semifinals. You get the information to be long, but already Saints working through art. The thing is, they've left something behind.
And that's actually pretty important because I think that they're going to be able to get quite a bit of room. I mean, they're dunking a lot of utility in here to just clear things out. But now they have to send that Astra back, and the Fade is going to be moving up as well. Is able to spot one out, and Toasted Unicorns is going to be finding Q, and that's going to be an absolutely massive pick as all of the ground that St. Clair College got is now lost.
That's a big hit to take. Q going down has been so impactful these pistol rounds. St. Clair gonna struggle when getting over to B. Luckily, they've gambled correctly in the site. Only can have one lurking player, the chamber.
And that's actually really interesting because Big Pizza got a lot of information with sending their Neon down so far onto A, but not finding anybody. Yet they still decided to kind of stick their guns and hold down the fort in mid, allowing for St. Clair College to be able to get a very easy spike plant. Now it is going to be 5v4 in this retake. A lot of utility available for St. Clair.
Goku has to bide his time all the way up top. The collapse starting to form here from Big Pizza. All players kind of funneling on in through the same territory. Diabetic gonna cut corners all the way into the link. Nobody's gonna be home on the inside. Ooh. It's a trade back and forth. Still numbers though in favor of Big Pizza. Both players gonna be backed up towards long. Scrubby and for tapping. Nobody's got eyes on this spike, and they're too low to take this duel. Link's able to tap away, and big round coming out from Big Pizza.
Didn't they nerf the Frenzy?
Doesn't look like
so
it.
that I can't do that?
Obviously, they didn't do a good enough job.
Yeah, clearly. Or it's just Link with a Frenzy. Because to be fair, like the last two members of St. Clair College there were also extremely low, so it just would take a couple of bullets from that Frenzy in order to shut that one down. But great job from Big Pizza. St. Clair College seems like they wanted to, you know, have their cake and eat it too. Going over to that A site, putting a lot of pressure onto it, completely just backing out, and then deciding to go onto the B site and being successful in getting the spike down.
I was a little bit afraid as soon as Diabetic went into Link as well, because I thought you may have misstepped a little bit there if you're Big Pizza for the retake, but, you know, they still walk out on top, and Goku's going to lead the next round.
Okay, that's an excellent pick to start things off. St. Clair College still are going to be able to get quite a bit of ground here. They toss out the paint shells to clear out up top, but Goku is going to be nice and tucked away to avoid any of the damage there.
Toasty.
Now, the spike goes down.
2 players down for St. Clair. Is going to be simple cleanups here for Big Pizza to work in tandem. All players pretty healthy. Goku strikes against Q. At least it'll take 1 down with them, but
Link.
This is a Saints fall. Big Pizza. That's a clean second round.
Yep, and of course, Link has had some moments of excellence, but I think that this is going to be a map where we actually get to see that pop out a lot more, specifically with this Astra pick, because especially too on Pearl, setting up these nebulas, it's just so easy to just play around those, and Link is very effective at that.
Link's already got a Cosmic Divide.
Oh,
it's only round 3.
Yeah, 1 away. That's unbelievable. Also too, has 4 kills, so you know, that kind of sums that one up pretty nicely.
If that's how we're going to be going through this game number 3, I mean, you're right in saying that Link is the player to watch for this team. Fighting for that MVP spot too. I mean, this is, I guess, where we crown our MVP. Is there anybody in your mind that you're thinking so far for MVP form?
I mean, I'm thinking of Link right now, but obviously I'm a little bit biased just seeing this performance. So.
Yeah, obviously with that, but a few players of St. Clair that I got to know too. I mean, Q. If you can pull this back for the Saints like you did on Fracture, I'd put his name in that hat.
Yeah, and Goku is holding down the angle there, but Mzuu actually finds the head through the smoke. Great job from that Raze player. Now Big Pizza are down 1. Still though, St. Clair College kind of playing things slowly. Q just pulls out the utility at the wrong time, gets punished for it. And keep in mind, this is Big Pizza's bonus here, so the fact that they're able to inflict quite a bit of damage like this is more than enough. And just like that, they have the man advantage.
How cheeky to just walk away with your knife too. Diabetic's gonna get the information through double door there. Back on up, feed it to the rest of the players towards A. St. Clair, where do you go from here? Kind of trapped in this situation. You're only down by 1 player. No matter where you go, you will have the life advantage, whether it's A or B. Just looking to stick together to get this one done. Diabetic, you gotta be careful.
Here we go. The advancement is coming forwards. 30 seconds left on the clock. They have to be a little bit quicker. Scrubby goes for the swing, but it's going to be the relay bolts that are actually going to stun things up, and then a star gets solidified as well. They're going to have to go off of Mzuu, who is moving back, but look at that, Link.
Oh no.
The timing, it hurts.
This could be everything the Saints need. There are only 10 seconds left to make it happen, though. They execute. It has to be now. It has to be perfect. Mzuu now catching off the rotation. Link a little bit distracted on what to do, but Spike goes down. 2 seconds left, and Link comes to the heroic rescue yet again.
One forwards, one backwards, and then one forwards again. You've got to be kidding. Link's head is on a swivel, and I guess, you know what? The mouse is flying around the mouse pad. Hopefully has one of those large desk mats, you know, because you got to...
Looking like a turntable disc jockey right there, just sliding that mouse back and forth.
Great stuff from Link. Now 8 kills on the board, and St. Clair's College is going to... Their economy is going to be punished as a result of it. They're going to be able to bring in a couple of stingers here, but that is going to be it. Meanwhile, Goku has an operator. I think that sums up the economy game pretty nicely.
Insane plays, though. 8-0 for your controller. Big Pizza on top of Cloud9 right now. And Toasty Unicorns, he doesn't want to let go of this one. The gas is put all the way down to the ground. Still Saints want to fight for it. Toasty Unicorn for 4, almost taking all 5. Q. 29 HP, and the Bucky is at least able to take a few players down with him. Chance to upgrade to a Vandal here, and you'll get it. Spike, I mean, this is kind of free to get a plan down, but Q doesn't know that.
Nope. Also, too, keep in mind, this is Q, who's been very consistent at winning out these types of situations and being able to find these frags. So if anyone can pull this off, it is going to be Q, although the cards are stacked against them. Only 29 HP and making the rotation around to B. Honestly, might get picked up by the chamber tripwire. Has to be a little bit careful of that. Shoots that one. That's enough information for Big Pizza to know where to go.
Yeah, I love that Q doesn't really jump the gun with putting the spike down at A. You got 50 seconds to work with, and he uses every second to his advantage. 1v2 now. Spike goes down at B. Both Kip and Goku not too far away from each other. The trade is possible, but Q's going to take this up close and personal. Looks like Goku's got the read. Both players waiting. Q's going to turn, and Kip's got the trade.
Good teamwork coming in from Big Pizza. If they allowed Q to just take on 1v1 situations, I think Q easily could have won that. But it's going to be Big Pizza once again, rolling things forwards. 4 rounds in a row now, and their economy has got to be looking nice and healthy. St. Clair College, though, this is going to be their round where they could potentially turn things around.
This is exactly what you didn't want to see for the Saints. An 0-4 start on the map that we were hyping them up for, on a Pearl that they've looked so good on in the past. And you got to say, I mean, you look at the difference in controllers right now. Link 8-1 tapping, 0-4. Yet to really get anything going. And I know it's the controller, you know, it's a lot to ask for the controller to really pick up like that, but it's a, you know, it's a comparison that you have to make, especially when you have Toasty Unicorn right alongside Link with 7 kills for himself.
And here we go. It's going to be the null command activated as St. Clair College are going to be going extremely aggressive, but look at that. It's going to be the fragment slowing things down for a second. Going to call out for the Nightfall. It's going to be able to ping 2 up, but Toasty Unicorns already finds 1. Doesn't matter though.
Okay.
Zuu from the grave is able to find 1.
Is giving some life now to Saints for this attack. Sees into the back line. Big Pizza at ease. Spikes can go down for free, but here we go. Relay point's gonna go out. Kip's got the side. Rendezvous out for Scrubby. Still with an angle, Kip. Oh, it's Goku. Hail Mary to the back line. Q with the answer back. Back and forth, but it's Q for 3. Goku left alone in 1v2, and Jello shuts him down.
If there was gonna be a player that could really just solidify that round, who else but Q?
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah, able to just find 3 kills, make that such a winnable situation, despite the fact that a Cosmic Divide was expended by Link.
Yeah.
You know, they were confident that they were going to be able to play that retake, investing these ultimates in, and they got nothing for it.
And it's just things you expect from Q2 to be forcing that gunfight and still shine with 3 kills. Almost like Link, head on a swivel, just one by one, knocking them down.
Here we go, Tour de Force activated for Big Pizza.
You want to play?
We're going to be taking a pretty aggressive angle here. And actually guessed right. Has to be a little bit careful of people peeking around the corners, but is actually able to stay nice and hidden. Spots out ahead, is able to find Mzulu. And just like that, this push might be slowed down just for a second. And Big Pizza, they don't over-rotate. This is good discipline from them.
Yeah, Goku has been such a pillar to the site. Has to just buying his time in the back. Fragment and Nebula are going to block a lot of information there, but still escaping that moment. Spike taking its time. Jello's going to put it down in a little bit of a default spot. Saints are going to have to play aggressive for this post plan.
Here we go. 0 point back online, Kip ready to use it. As Q finds Goku, that's going to be the tour de force offline, and it's going to be a Nightfall going through as well, but Jello actually just spraying down a Prowler, finds 3 as a result, and now Link is just coming in from the back line. It actually gets spotted out by the trademark. This might just be a little bit of a save round coming in here.
No way, Jello. I mean, you asked for some big moments from some players who haven't really been talking about Jello too much, but that moment right there, I mean, we keep talking about MVPs in the sense, but it's things like that that make you think of them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And actually that's kind of unique because usually, or not usually, but I have actually seen when a Prowler is in front and then as a result, it takes the main bulk of like an operator shot, keeping the person who actually got shot like alive by a sliver. But this worked out so well for Jello because, you know, you spray down the Prowler in front of you, and some of those stray bullets actually take out a couple of people in the back line, and then you realize, oh snap, those are people there. I'm just gonna keep my left mouse button down, and then you find 3.
Surprise!
Yeah, woohoo! Happy birthday!
Exactly. Timeout gonna be called from Big Pizza. They give up 2 rounds. And what would you talk about in this moment?
I think it's how do we swap things up a little bit onto our defense? Because to be fair, things have been pretty much static with how they want to play. Obviously, that you can tell that Big Pizza is very comfortable on playing retake, and they're just willing to give up the site for free. But I think they want to stop things before they even get to that point. They want to be able to make sure that the spike can't even go down, so they aren't in that situation where St. Clair College have the opportunity to get themselves set up in 2 comfortable positions, which makes it really difficult for them to re-execute.
We're gonna have to see if they can bring that into the game. Timer is gonna dissipate here. Hopping into the next, what do we got for Big Pizza? Hero Vandal on Link, expect nothing else. Sheriff for Toasty Unicorn, Sheriff
Stinger.
for Kip, Stinger for Diabetic. You know, on the Neon, you could definitely use that with aggression.
Zip, zip, zoom. You looked uncomfortable when I did that. I apologize.
Honestly, I was impressed.
Oh, okay, I'll take it. All right, well, this time around, St. Clair College making their way onto B, already forcing the rendezvous, but Link is back here as well, and that information could be good to set up a lot of these smokes, which is exactly what's happening. The Cosmic Divide from St. Clair College is going to allow for probably a safe plan.
Mzu's got the high ground, flash through. So much visibility denial right now. Tapping, gonna put this spike down. Prowler through the wall, still Big Pizza, they don't want to take this fight. Post plant's gonna be set up. This one's gonna get a little bit chaotic. All 5 players left standing. Fast lane's gonna be jumped. Diabetic taps it away. Looking to feed some information to the rest of them. Gravity Well gonna be expended, and now the Nebula. A lot of utility getting burned on both ends, and a lot of time getting wasted right now for this retake. Scrubby strikes first, and look at that, they all fall 4 down, make it a 5th. Mzuo, little cherry on top there, you only lose 1.
Yeah, I mean, when the spike is just out in the open like that, I mean, regardless on whether or not you can see, if you've got all 5 members alive with rifles in their hands, yeah, you can probably just crouch down and then just kind of left mouse button tap through there, and eventually you will find them.
Eventually.
So it's exactly what happened there. I mean, just a good read coming in from St. Clair College to be able to play off of that. That looked so well done. Just use that Cosmic Divide and set up the smoke and then just kind of, you know, tap, 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 and then the team dies.
A couple gaps in the smoke too, allowing for, you know, that area to work around for St. Clair too. You know, off that post plant, you might be a little bit worried on if they're on that spike or not, but luckily those smokes were actually placed in an area where they can kind of reasonably work around it.
Yeah. And this smoke has been so consistent to allow Goku to get that, but Goku got distracted by a hopping chamber. You don't usually see the chamber doing that. And now Q will be using that Nightfall this time. He's actually able to get only 1, but look at this. It's such a clean execute. Mzuo goes into the fragment, but doesn't take too much damage. Actually doesn't take any damage at all. And it goes in there. Jello almost goes down, but the null command is now online.
Saints play a little bit of leapfrog deed on the way in. Spike down now. Null command gonna be backing up Big Pizza. Look at this aggression coming through from the Saints. Diabetic, no clue what's coming from. First strike there for the Saints. Now this retake gonna be a little bit lackluster. You're banking off this flame to go huge, but tapping, waiting, playing that off angle, and look at the call. Big Pizza, they're respecting it.
Wow, that's really interesting from them to actually just decide to back off. They still had 4 people alive, but I guess the pressure coming in from St. Clair College was going to be a little bit too much. Keep in mind, a lot of ultimates were expended from St. Clair College in order to do these executes. And also too, when you look at how these rounds have gone, St. Clair College play really well off of their ultimates. When they don't have their ultimates, things are a little bit tougher for them. And so I think that that might be the reasoning why Big Pizza decide, you know what, they used quite a bit into this round, they invested a lot, let's just make sure we can carry our guns over into the next one, because when it comes down to just raw gunplay, we might be able to outfrag them.
This is what I wanted. This is what I was expecting. 4 rounds up, 4 rounds down, both teams kind of just boxing it out in this third map. This is what we got out of Saints in that semifinal too. Bro almost felt like a chess match, like both teams just trying to, get one step ahead of the other, and you just get those advantages. Goku this time, something we haven't seen, the aggression all the way down long, almost gonna find the first. Now Diabetics turn the relay point, not gonna drop in time. And Scroppy takes down that Neon.
I mean, it was a good idea.
It was. Oh, tapping! Okay, this is something we saw in the semifinal too. Tappings lurk through mid were lethal. The only thing is, this time around, Link's got his number.
Yeah, and Link is going to be able to rotate over to A as well, get things set up, play this defense, actually play a little bit more aggressively. And I'm not too sure that the other team are going to be expecting this. MZU takes point and actually able to win it out, goes for a little bit of a crouch and cleans up Link's head. And now this should be pretty easy for St. Clair College to get the spike down. MZU still going around. Goku misses the shot, and Q going to get the plant.
I've seen that a lot. Goku has just been not hitting the mark with this op. You gotta be thinking that's gonna be taking a toll into mental this player. Q shuts down that null command before anything can steamroll into position for Big Pizza. Now Goku's gonna have to put in overtime with this op, and Q's not gonna let him do it.
How is Q so consistent in just 1v3ing the team? Obviously some members of St. Clair College were alive, but what the heck, man?
It's just Q things, man. It's honestly, it's what I've been seeing all day long. He's a staple to St. Clair's success. He's the pillar of the team. When he's succeeding, so are the rest. Yeah,
and right now, Q definitely succeeding, has 11 kills, leading the entire lobby, as St. Clair College are now taking the lead in this final map. It's now 5-4. There are a couple of ultimates online. We do have Diabetic coming in with an overdrive, but I don't imagine that this is going to be the round that gets expended.
All 5 players just sprung into position towards the long Goku, the headhunter. Tough to hit those shots. Backs up with the rendezvous. Haunt now deleting it in. Somebody gets his breast in the back. They detect that Neon's going to be there. A heavy flash could be thrown out. A wide one to back off the Saints for now. But here comes the showstopper. Prowler eats him up, and that's going to shut that ultimate down, finding no value this time. The Neon's going to hit first, and he's going to hit hard, although Saints, they still pack quite a punch behind those Phantoms, and they're going to answer back twice-fold.
Yeah, now Goku just holding the angle with the headhunter, hoping somebody is going to poke out, but it's 3v4 here. Oh, it's an excellent flash coming in from Jello, not able to secure any of the kills, but at least force the chamber away. A haunt gets expended as well, doesn't find any information as it's immediately dispelled. Now Goku going in from behind, but unfortunately Tapping is watching it. Toasty Unicorn's able to get one, looking for the next, but Jello able to win that one out, as now St. Clair College have 6 rounds.
In a row, let me add.
Oh yeah.
So Saints starting to get a little bit of that magic that we saw back on Fracture, those rounds that they just keep on backing up with and just cementing with success. And Q doesn't find any action that round too. I mean, that was the rest of the team really stepping up in big ways. I mean, we saw MZU taking that space with that showstopper, doesn't find anything of value with that ultimate, but it allows for the rest of the team to spread out and look for clues, and man, did they find them.
Oh, almost like Scooby-Doo. That's what I think of when I hear that. But St. Clair College, I have to really commend them, because we look at the utility that is used. It's clearing out the entire site, which is allowing for these 5-man hits to be so successful. Yeah. They're clearing out every single corner and honestly forcing Big Pizza completely away from the site, allowing the spike to easily get planted.
Nobody going to be spotted off the Haunt, and it looks like finally Big Pizza looking to counteract this B hit. They send 3 players here. Diabetic going to be in the back. A lot of smokes, a lot of coverage, but MZU strikes onto Goku for the first pick of the round. Now looking for a little bit more, getting aggressive all the way out towards Elbow. Just a Cosmic Divide splitting these two, and it's going to drop Diabetic. Drops him Zulu Link, backs him up. The Smoke's going to be blocking this one out. It's a 4v3. Diabetic's going to hop this off to the fast lane, but that's the Odin now from the Fade. Striking and striking hard. 2 players down. Scrubby's got the backup too. Kip gets dropped, and now Toasty Unicorns against the odds. Looking to scramble for this round win. Spotted by the Haunt out in the open. Q gets a 3rd.
That is so tilting to see like the Odin. That's perfect to just spray through the smoke, and eventually you're going to be able to get the kills. You just have to wait for the information of the defuse coming through, whereas sometimes the rifles, you know, not necessarily too accurate. Well, the Odin's going burr and so many bullets are flying through. Eventually you're going to hit something, right?
And again, we can say it. Who else but Q?
Is that going to be the catchphrase for this match?
I have to say, you know, it's just sometimes it feels that way though. It's like, oh, it is Q again.
Who else but Q? Dun dun dun.
Gotta make a little jingle for him now for the Saints. He's quite the player, and honestly, quite the superstar for this team. Now, Saints looking to close out for this round in an 8-4 half. They already have the advantage once we switch sides. Now just looking for a little bit extra. Diabetic off the flash. It looked good to start off, but not going to take that kill. It's going to be Kip and Toasty Unicorns that have to back him up.
Yeah, and I love that mid control being taken now. Goku on the back of B side sees the Astra come through there, but only had a Marshal. If it was an operator, it would have been a different story. Now a Nightfall invested as well. St. Clair College, they want this 8th round. The spike is now going to be going down, and they're already getting themselves set up for retake, as Kip is going to have a bite taken out of him by the Prowler, and Q just holding the left mouse button, finds 2, looking for the last one. Oh boy, okay.
Q.
It's the shorty. Here we go, comes through. That's it. That's it.
What a player. I mean, Q putting not just that Odin to use, but the shorty as well. 17 kills in the half for Q. Now we swap sides, 8-4 Saints. It's the first time throughout this grand final that they've had a lead going into the second half.
Look at that. Saints had 8 rounds in a row. All 8 of the rounds that they are up right now. Unbelievable stuff. Like, it just clicked. And honestly, I think it's just when they were all 5 playing together, they were so effective at playing as a coordinated team to attack these sites.
And it's how fast they're able to turn it around too.
Yeah.
I mean, we were literally saying, oh, St. Clair down 0-4. How good are they really at Pearl? Well,
well, we didn't say that, but I guess we might have
insinuated
that.
it. You know, we were saying it's like, okay, is this their map? Well, they are making a strong impression.
Oh, wow.
Wow, wait, hold on. That's nerdy.
That's actually really cool.
Somebody clip that.
Yeah, I want to see that lineup afterwards. Maybe it's on TikTok, but still. This time around, Big Pizza. This is more what I expected from a Pearl offense. You take a lot of mid-presence in order to make better decisions based on where you're able to move things through. But now a lot of utility used from St. Clair College to push them out completely.
If it wasn't Q, it was Jello. But in this round, it's no one. It's going to be Diabetic to shut down both players and walking away with 18.
Yeah, and the fact that all 5 members are alive, absolutely massive. Now we are going to be seeing Big Pizza make their way towards that B site, but they have to deal with Scrubby in the back. And 0 Point will do a really good job, because that means it's only going to be a Ghost online. Ooh, Scrubby is able to take out Diabetic, despite the fact that it's going to happen. Kip trades that one back. Gravity Well just misses Kip, actually. So Spike will go down. It's 2v4 onto this retake, with Big Pizza having plenty of time to get themselves set up.
But a couple 2v2s isolated. Kip denies for tapping to get into this one, and now, to make matters worse, St. Clair, they got to fight against the odds in a 1v4. Link is going to chime in for a kill of his own, and Big Pizza secure themselves a pistol round.
And even though that was just I almost said a pizza round, a pistol round.
It was a pizza round.
Yeah, that's actually true. I miss pizza lunch. But Big Pizza, they took a lot of mid-presence, which then made St. Clair College wonder, you know, okay, where are they going to go? We need to move more of our members to be able to stop them from moving in onto mid. What that actually allowed was then Goku was able to get so much more space for the team to allow Big Pizza to just have a very clean execute onto that B site, only having to worry about one defending agent in the very back of that site. Now, they will be buying up here. They do have those submachine guns coming in here, but it's a very aggressive defense coming through here. Q gets one, but does get traded back.
That's all you can ask for from Q with the Sheriff. A 1-for-1 trade. Should give Saints a little bit extra for the site, though. Kip, he doesn't care, and neither does Toasty Unicorn.
Spike now down. It's going to be 2v4 on this retake. Not a lot of utility available. Only the paint shells in Mzuwu's kit still available, and immediately just gets smoked off by the Nebula. If they can find 2 more kills, this is going to be a good round from St. Clair College, but I don't know how possible that one's looking.
Well, Goku's going to keep pushing this issue. Mzuwu left alone in heaven. They know exactly where the raise is, and an easy cleanup there now. 2 rounds in the bounce for this round, or for this half, in favor of Big Pizza as they start closing this lead once again.
It'll be like symmetry. Just watch. Big Pizza are going to get 2 more rounds after this, and then we'll see what St. Clair College got for us.
Okay.
We'll see. But still, good stuff coming out from Big Pizza. They kept 3 of their members alive, so those are going to be the guns that are going to be brought into this bonus. But the other members are actually choosing to invest as well. We're seeing Toasty Unicorns bring out that Bulldog to potentially counter all of the Vandals that are going to be coming out from St. Clair College, but St. Clair College's economy isn't looking too solid. They have a lot of half shields, and that's when that Bulldog could be even more punishing.
Well, silence falls upon Pearl. For a moment, you see St. Clair spreading out and trying to lock down these angles. Couple players going to pull off. It's going to be the fade to back up for Art. Spike still down, so nothing solidified here from Big Pizza. Prowler from Toasty Unicorn just to see if you can spoil any ideas that St. Clair were thinking of, but you don't get the information on the raise. Could be troublesome if they back up, and a Prowler for Goku. He's got to back up in his own sense. Spike gets recovered. It looks like we're headed to A.
Yeah, they just have to watch out for Link hanging out at the back. Those stars, honestly, could do a really good job. And actually, okay, the fast lane actually, sorry, is going to be brought online. Port Tapping just going to completely back off here, but Big Pizza are going to have Sight Control,
want it.
Null Command online, and they go for the swing and are able to find 1, but Scrubby comes back with 2.
Yeah, Scrubby really keeping things alive right now for the Saints in the round. Low on HP though, he's got to play up the fast, the res for Kip, and here they come, Q. Only good for 2 in the lineup. You have to see this now if you're St. Clair, you have to see it through. The Pumbaa's gonna give things away. That Goku's just around the corner. Mzuwu, though, he doesn't care. 3 kills for Goku in the round. Q out in the open, no man's land, and shut down. 7 rounds picked up for Big Pizza. They're starting to find it once again.
Yeah, Goku, the hero of that round, able to pick off a couple with the Headhunter, switches over to the rifle, and then is so clean with those taps. Able to win that one out, and then just leaving Q having to look in 2 different directions at the exact same time. That's a good way to try and take that player out. As we know, Q's such a big impact player. That's 20 kills, by the way.
This is why I was saying, hey, if anybody from Saints is going to get that MVP, it's going to be Q.
Oh, it does make a lot of sense, but this time around, Big Pizza, they're going to be moving over here. Going to get Diabetic, the ultimate orb. Only needs 1 more kill to get that overdrive online, but I'm going to be honest with you, Seymour. We haven't really seen Diabetic use the overdrive, and the only time we really have immediately just got shut down.
Yes. The Spike gets recovered back over towards A long, and you see the rotation back towards B, but there's no information. Oh, no Q. Oh, no Q. A little bit of a freebie there for Goku. That's go time.
Well, actually, look at this. They're completely rotating things around onto A. I want to say good discipline from St. Clair College. They're standing their ground. I have to be honest with you, though. I think if Big Pizza did take a little bit more mid-presence and then move their way onto A, that would have been a much cleaner site execute.
Would have been, but it gives St. Clair a chance to fight back here. Fast lane's going to go up for tapping right in the middle of it. Relay Point's going to back him up. He wants to invest too. He wants to take down that Astron. He will. Goku to back up. It's a double down on the inside of the site. Scrubby, can you make anything out of nothing? Well, answer is no for now. Spike goes down. Perfect so far from Big Pizza. The retake, a 2v5. Jello and Scrubby. Scraps right now to use. Let's see if they could do some damage for it. Jello just picking away with this Marshall. Nobody showing anything. Diabetic finally swings. It's going to be a lineup for the head. Now Scrubby out of the open. And Toasty Unicorns ties us up.
Okay, but keep in mind, that's just 4 rounds in a row in the beginning of the half. According to history, this is not looking good for Big Pizza on this round. But let's see if they're able to just completely flip the script here. They're looking extremely strong on this attack. They aren't playing too overly aggressive and are being able to just run in and punish some of these members from St. Clair College.
I don't know right now. That's the thing. It's just everything is such a question mark throughout the series. All of a sudden, you know, Big Pizza looked like the best in the lobby, then St. Clair looked like they are untouchable. And all of a sudden, Big Pizza are doing things like this again. It's so sporadic, so up and down for these two teams. St. Clair, can they find that magic that they once had here on Pearl?
Keep in mind, St. Clair College also have a Nightfall online, so they do want to play retake or use it, you know, more defensively, slow things down. Then they have that tool available. And given the fact that Big Pizza are grouping up, that could allow that Nightfall to just get a lot more utility out of it.
This map's been a roller coaster of emotions. It looks like Goku wants to start off strong here in the tie. Removes the head of Mzuu and tucks away back into the little hidey hole to execute over towards A. Diabetic catches an own relay point. Gonna be stunned up for a second, but the Nebula's gonna allow for some safe passage.
Yeah, now Kip gets the spike down despite the fact that a lot of information was given. Kip is actually just gonna hang out on the spike, says if you wanna go to the spike, you're gonna have to get through me first. But Goku, so deep on the flank, that's going to make things so much more difficult for St. Clair.
Left unchecked, bad for your health. Goku getting away with murder right now. 3 in the round. And Link will drop, but it doesn't matter. Still Big Pizza finally taking their lead.
They've done it. They've upended what we were expecting just based on numbers, of course.
Yeah,
You never trust numbers.
History doesn't repeat itself.
Yes. That's actually a really good thing when you think about it.
They learn
from our mistakes. Exactly. Now, we are going to be seeing a timeout here come in from St. Clair College. And I think that this is a good point where you want to just kind of reassess what's going on. I mean, obviously, Big Pizza now picking up 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
You got to do something to slow down their momentum. Otherwise, this is just going to be easy for them to be able to win out the series.
Saints are a really streaky team.
Yeah.
When they get going, they get going. So if you start to come alive at the end of this game, that is your recipe to success. But you need a little bit of support behind Q. Yeah, we're talking about Q like he's the MVP, all-star, you know, the end-all, be-all right now for the Saints, but he needs some help.
Oh, yeah.
He needs some help now. I mean, this is your grand finals chance on the line. This is your chance to represent your country in Brazil on the line. And Big Pizza, they know what's on the line. They're playing for it, and they're looking hot right now for Pearl. We need some of these Saints players to start helping out Q.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, the play style that Q has kind of adapted on this team is to be a little bit more solo and just have your teammates almost presence be the main thing that is supporting you. But to toss out a little bit more utility and really support that, I think could be absolutely massive. Given the fact, too, that Q is not playing a smoking agent, is only just playing that fade, you know, I think that that might be kind of affecting why Q has not been as successful as they'd want to be.
The early haunt. Jello wants to play off of it. Relay point's actually going to catch Jello with the bank off the wall and allows Link to line him up, put him down, and now Big Pizza looking for double digits.
Yeah, but Scrubby just on the back of the site does have this Guardian in hand. Might be able to take off ahead. Never mind. Loses his own. Kip is good with it. Lost quite a bit of HP though, but it doesn't matter. The spike is going to be going down, and it's only going to be a 2v5 onto this retake.
Kip now underneath it. Diabetic just picking away from them. Number 10 for Big Pizza. The end game's in sight. They can see the finish line. They're on their way.
And take a look at the ultimates that they have as well. You know, they've got that null command, 2 of the Force. You got the overdrive online, as well as the Cosmic Divide.
Yes.
The Cosmic Divide and null command alone can more or less guarantee you a very easy entrance and get that spike down as soon as you can. Meanwhile, 2 of the Force, well, they're going to be dueling it out. St. Clair College have one of their own, and they also do have their own Cosmic Divide. And also, they've got the Showstopper. Be curious to see how this all kind of fits together.
We haven't seen Scrubby really put this Tour de Force to use, and he's not going to have a chance here in the round, as it's the right call for Big Pizza to head over to A. But again, you know, nothing solidified when you're talking about Big Pizza. They've been good at lingering through these rounds.
Yeah, now they're just kind of slowing the pace down a little bit. St. Clair College have really stacked things up onto A and have put a lot of emphasis into Scrubby's operator, or sorry, the Tour de Force, in order to just lock down B. The one thing that they are kind of lacking, though, is that mid-presence of mind. And now they're finally moving to kind of accommodate for that, but Big Pizza, they're just kind of sending all their members onto that A site besides the Lurking Chamber, which got a lot of value in previous rounds.
They haven't been worried about this mid-presence just yet. They just want to enable Diabetic
on this Neon roll. Prowler into the back, relay point, just trying to disable anything that St. Clair has set up. But they're respecting it for now. Relay point at the back. For tapping ran over. Saints, what do you have? Where's the magic? Here's the Nightfall to keep the snowball going. Q! There it is! Two gonna line up right for your fade. Showstopper in. It's gonna hit nothing in Zuo. Gets it done with the Vandal. Now a 3v2 for St. Clair to look to bring things back here into the round. But Toasty Unicorns has something to say. All alone in the back. Zuo turned around. Jello hops the defuse. Toasty Unicorns 1v1. Jello, he holds it!
Oh, that's a little bit of a tilter. If Toasty Unicorn just decided to spray down, that would have been enough to deny it, but Jello just kind of, you know what, pros don't fake.
Pros don't fake, man.
Just goes for it. Jello winning out that round for the team. That's going to be the first for St. Clair College, but they already yielded 6 in this half. Big Pizza winning all of those purely just based on frags.
You gotta say, I mean, if somebody's stepping up to help Q in those clutch situations, Jello has been that guy. I mean, that is such a big moment for Saints to stay alive here in the grand finals.
And here we go. Let's see what Big Pizza have cooking for us this time. They're already spreading things out. They're gonna go for that ultimate orb. And honestly, they've been able to scoop up that ultimate orb pretty frequently. That's the reason why we're seeing Big Pizza have a lot of their ultimates online, in addition to obviously just fragging out as well.
Yeah. Well, here as we go, fast lane gonna be dropped down to the site. We've seen this before, but it's just a bait. It's just a bait, and this is something we haven't seen before.
Oh, and St. Clair College, they're biting. You see so many rotations just being invested over to A, but as soon as they realize that nobody's there, they go back. Regardless,
maybe a little early.
Maybe they faked it on us because the spike is still favoring A right now.
I was going to say, maybe a little early on the fast lane, and that could lead to thinking that they just want to sit for a little bit more. 50 seconds now to execute, and you have that mid control.
It looks like they're just going to be kind of hanging back. Notably, we do see 2 members of Big Pizza starting to make their way through mid as Goku is getting a lot of space onto B. If Goku actually gets caught out here, this could be really bad for St. Clair College because they're going to think that there's going to be a lot of people on B. And yeah, already the rotations are coming through, but Link has to be careful watching for that fade.
3 players on site, Jello again. 2 players down now for Pizza. St. Clair just tucked away. Looks like Diabetic when it gets aggressive into the zone. He's gonna snap out for 1, Astro 4 for tapping, and Diabetic brings things back. 3v3, Link gets the rotation, Q down, spells trouble for the Saints, Kip on site, and Kip is gonna get it done.
Oh man. I wanna say, I thought that St. Clair College, their actual site retake, it was smart. I like the way that they were playing that one, but yeah, just Big Pizza. First of all, Kip hanging out on site, you don't usually expect someone to once again just be chilling on the actual spike itself, right?
Let alone your KO.
Yeah, like, well, why is KO there? But regardless, that kind of works out. Obviously, a lot going on onto the site. We saw the Cosmic Divide invested. We knew that Link was so deep onto the lurk, able to catch the rotation coming in as well. And then it was just an overwhelming presence that Big Pizza were able to just enforce onto St. Clair College.
All 5 players for Big Pizza to be. We haven't seen this in a while for the team. But now on 11, this is where you can really put things out of commission for the Saints. A round win here would break hearts for Saints fans all over.
Prowler going to be used to get a little bit of information. Unfortunately, doesn't find much, but Scrabby is just holding down that angle. Fastlane gets used here.
Oh, Jello.
Get a lot of room. Jello, though, with this Stinger, could come up big.
Oh,
no,
it's Stinger time, but not for Jello. The Guardian for Scrubby and Zuo with the recovered Stinger actually managed to pull something out of nothing. You got to be careful here if you're Diabetic as Q right around the corner of the Prowler. It's not going to get the catch. 3v3, Diabetic may have turned this one around. Still 48 seconds, spike not planted. Link and Goku on the front line. Diabetic here on the crutch for the back. Turning things around, he's got the flank all alone for tapping. You're looking at number 12 if you're Big Pizza. You just need to take this Astra, and there it is.
Oh boy. Wow. Great stuff coming out. The fact that Diabetic was able to get so deep into the spawn as well and just start setting up those flanks, you could just tell that St. Clair College were not expecting that Neon to be all the way back there. And as a result, just able to find a couple of picks from up top from where you would expect your people would be walking in from.
Yeah, now Saints, no room for error as grand final point is accomplished. for Big Pizza. This is all it. I mean, this is their chance. Toasty Unicorns, you're looking at this as your opportunity to go back-to-back to represent Canada at the Red Bull Campus Clutch, and you're 1 round away from doing it, and he's top fragging too.
Big Pizza trying to take the biggest pie of them all.
Yep.
And are 1 round away from doing that, and Goku inches them even closer.
Scrubby's got to be careful. Only a Guardian in hand. We've seen this blow up constantly for your Chamber. He's going to drop that Rendezvous, give himself a little bit of an exit. Here they come. Diabetic onto the inside. Nightfall's going to be here. They know he's going to be on that Heaven playstyle. He's low on HP as well, though. Nebula is going to give him that exit that he was hoping for.
Hey, you had a Nightfall. We got one too. Now, both teams are a little bit more def, but the spike does go down. Now, it's going to be a good 0 point to be able to just try and get information, but gets shot down immediately. Q uses it.
Oh no.
Prowler going to go just follow that trail there, but is going to be swinging out. It's a great headshot coming out from Scrabby. Okay, Diabetic though in the back line is able to stay alive, which is going to be massive.
Overdrive.
And then the overdrive comes in, finds 2, looking for a 3rd, but Scrabby just shuts that one down. And just like that, Kip is able to take it. Big Pizza are your winners.
Big Pizza represent Canada on the big stage with a win here in the grand finals. What a win coming through on Pearl. What a way to end this day. Congratulations to them. They earned it.
Absolutely. You talk about resilience quite a bit throughout this entire series, and the fact that they lost 8 rounds in a row, but were able to just pull things back together in that second half. Massive shout out to Big Pizza.
There was a moment when you thought Saints were bringing things back too in that round, but I mean, just the consistency coming out from this team, it was amazing. But Mark, it's been a run here on the desk. It was a fun time to finish off this grand final. I couldn't have done it without you. Thanks for joining me, man.
This has been great. One more high five for the road?
One more high five.
Heck yeah.
We're going to send it over to Camille, though, to close the show and crown our champions.
Thank you, Marks and Seymour. And also, Ash, thank you for stepping in, really providing the best commentating for this event. But there you have it. Big Pizza might have scared us a little bit, but they need a little bit more time in the oven. And now the Canadian National Finals for Red Bull Clutch, Campus Clutch event here in Canada. They're going to go represent Canada at the World Finals in Brazil. That's a pretty big deal. There are chance to compete. 20,000 euros. So congratulations, Big Pizza. Order the party pizza. Enjoy. This is for you. Thank you to all of the teams that came in for Campus Clutch and competed, and also all the watching in the Toronto gaming studio as well as at home. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Enjoy.